Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Welcome. I am your chief host, the College Genesis, guiding you through the next few hours of some interesting conversation, education, stimulating debate and discussions. And we are continuing with Black History Month tonight, and we have an explosive show. Folks, I need you to like, share, and subscribe. Hit that like button. I need you to subscribe. I need you to tell people to subscribe. Hit that like button. We got to get the algorithm up. We got to make this show pop, folks. You know it's the right thing to do. You know you want to do it. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, and subscribe. Get some peanuts and popcorn and some soda, whatever you got to do to get yourself relaxed and whatnot. Get some mixed bag thing. I always say, I love those things with the mini pretzels in there and the peanuts and whatnot, the little mixed bags of goodies and whatnot, you get whatnot. That's a good show thing that you sit there and you share with your girlfriend, whatever like that, and you basically are going to enjoy Black history like you've never heard it in these things. Yeah, tacos is a good thing, But I also said the other night, man, try people don't understand this snack. Peanut butter and jelly, right? A good peanut butter and jelly, some cookies, and some regular milk, not whole milk. None of that friggin' fat free. So just regular whole milk, just regular milk, Milk and peanut butter and jelly, Strawberry jelly is the best snack there is. So on some whole wheat bread and everything. He's talking about delicious, right? That really hits the spot. When you're sitting back and relaxing and whatnot, nothing does you better than a good peanut butter and jelly. Gets you a fill and everything like that. So we are running tonight. We're talking about Black History Month, the history of Black nationalism, right? And what I want to do is I want to make Black nationalism a legitimate mainstream ideology. I think there's a time for it, right? And I can only do that by educating the people, the public, about what a Black nationalist is. We're not the bad guys. We're not the monsters that people try to make us out to be. What gets me is I basically have, I look up, wow, man, we got 24 people already. I just started, I have watched, right? And I'm looking at how a society can accept Jay-Z, right? A drug dealer from Marcy Projects, right? Think about it. A drug dealer from Marcy Projects, right? That was unrepentant drug dealer from Marcy Projects, right? And he is basically owning a part of a basketball team. Up there with the NFL, might end up owning part of a NFL team, right? He basically is accepted. Oh, look at Jigga, 50 Cent, a goon from South Jamaica, Queens. All these people are accepted, right, in the mainstream of America. But somehow we look at Coco Jones sung the Black National Anthem, right? And she had the red, black, and green flag on. And the internet is going crazy. How dare she wear RBG? I thought this is what I'm talking about. So Jay-Z is acceptable. Snoop Dogg coming up on stage stoned out of his mind is acceptable. Who else? All these people, Kendrick Lamar, all these people are acceptable. But Coco Jones is getting vilified because she sang the Black National Anthem, right? You're like, what are you talking about a Black National Anthem? Well, there is a Black nation in America. We have to realize that. We never moved to becoming one country, indivisible. We never had that, So we never had the privilege of becoming amalgam. We tried last 81 years, right? Since 1945, black people said we're going to give America a chance. We did, right? We put the black nationalist movement on hold, on pause, not hold, but hold, pause for America. We said we're going to be patriotic Americans. We're going to do all stuff like that to do all the things that we could basically do to become good American citizens. Blah 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 blah. But here comes now we still have a country that is falling apart and becoming balkanized. Everybody's in their own racial categories. White people just doing their own thing. They're going their own way. Hispanics are going their own way. Black immigrants are going their own way. Asians are doing their own damn thing. Nobody cares about the collective called America anymore, right? So it's in this vein that I say in response to all this, black nationalism is going to resurface. And I'm going to talk about the history of black nationalism in America. Let me tell you something. Black nationalism just means black people see themselves as a nation, a people with a common destiny, a common story, a common origin, right? And a common destiny. Destiny could be just building ourselves up in America, staying building institutions, or it could mean us leaving America, building a nation by ourselves someplace else. Or some black nationalists wanted some territory or one or two states in America or whatever like that. Some black nationalists just believe that black people should build in the cities they occupy in the majority and basically use these cities that we occupy in the majority as a power base, Look, well, however, some black nationalists believe that the black institutions is the way, you know. Oh wow, Carl Kanai, wow man, you learn something every day. That dress was designed with Carl Kanai. So Carl Kanai is still a black nationalist. He's still around. Now, so let me tell you something, and I'm gonna repeat this all throughout this night. Black nationalism is the oldest ideology among African Americans, black people in America. It's the oldest ideology. Black nationalism is about 400 years old. Black nationalism is way older integration, assimilation, and black people being patriotic Americans is something relatively new, mostly in the 20th century, the latter part of the 20th century. Black national ideology has dominated black African American culture for hundreds of years. Everything from the African Methodist Episcopal Church to the African Masonic Order, all these things like the African Missionary Baptist Church, all these things where Black America was like, where is the promised land? The idea that we're people that's searching for the promised land. So when people act like black nationalism is just something you see on the side, no. The problem is the black nationalist movement has never had this support of black academia. Black academia is controlled by usually Jews and white supremacists and Marxists and leftists and all these other people who do not like black nationalism. The people who feed off the black Americans' energy, and push this thing. Let me give you an example. The globalists, right? The New World Order globalists who really want to take America's sovereignty away from it, right? They needed a way how to get into the mainstream of the world thing. So they rode in on the black struggle. What was the black struggle? Well, we were convinced that we had to change America and stuff like that. But look what change happened, right? In the 60s, right? You had the anti-war protests, right? First time in American history where people thought it was all right to protest their government as far as like foreign policy. That's never happened before. The sex revolution, the drug revolution, all these things happened in the 60s, So How did all these things? You ask yourself, how did the sexual revolution, the anti-war thing, the immigration, and all these things, how did they get so far? The gay rights and all stuff like that. How did they get so far? They rode in on the backs of something they knew was legitimate. Was the legitimate grievance of Black America? They rode in. They packaged all this as civil rights to the point where Black people don't even realize that. Uh, Now, let me say this carefully. In many ways, civil rights, we really had no choice. We needed schools, we needed jobs, we needed opportunity in this country. We wanted to walk around this country with dignity and respect. And since the Black nationalist movement didn't have the resources, most Black people thought it was just easy to fight for equal rights and become Americans. Really. But that does not mean that the ideology of Black nationalism became illegitimate. It just means that for all it's worth, it's been put on pause. Now, what's happening now is I think there's a resurgence of Black nationalist ideology because of the growth of MAGA, because of the growth of white supremacy right now in America, because of the growth of just basically chauvinism and just basically the attacks on Black America by other people, unfair attacks, where people are judging Black America by standards that no one else had to meet. No, Colin, what are you talking about? No other group of people has ever been oppressed by a country that hails itself up as the land of the free, home of the brave, blah, 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 blah. But that same country deliberately destroyed Black towns, destroyed all our Black towns in America that we built was part of Black nationalism. That's who we were. Building Black communities, right? Building Black families, right? Marrying among other Black people, staying among Black, fellowshipping other Black people, even having your family, Black family reunions and gatherings, church gatherings. That's all part of Black nationalism, you know? Yeah, they're blaming us for everything. We're the cause of everything that's wrong with America. Yeah, no, I would like for if you come up here, Dave, you would like to send me some of that. I'd like to read some of these things that you on X. I want to read some of this stuff, see what it's talking about. See, Black nationalists are going to be the main target in the future. Now, what gets me is what happened to FBA? No one's even mentioned FBA anymore, right? I don't know who Peter Thiel Benin. I don't know anything about that, bro. Rico, you gotta learn how to spell. What's up, Frenchie? You gotta learn how to spell when you want to communicate, bro. I don't know. People just come up here half-ass right when what do people be typing when they're drunk? I'm supposed to read that when not. That's why I said, you know what I'm gonna do in the future, man. I'm gonna have it on. You can only post if you do it, and you want me to respond to it. It got to be a super chat. So if you waste time with incoherent sentences when I won't read it. You just wasted your damn money. Yeah, so Black nationalism is perceived as a threat, but it could be a real benefit to America, right? It could be a benefit to America. I'm trying to tell America, I hope some white Americans listen to this, right? We're not the bad guys you think we are. We're not. We're the good guys all along. We have been the good guys all along. If you ever understood us or whatnot, but all you see is a red, black, and green, and you just hate. You got to be some depraved radical or whatnot that want to tear down the Empire State Building and you want to bomb America. You want to be out there. You look, man, come on. Yeah, some people said something, but look, we can't. Black radicalism and Black nationalism are two different things. You could be a Black nationalist. You don't have to be a radical. It's just an ideology. It's a way of thinking, a way of viewing the world, right? That don't mean you gotta be out there, like this clown that got up there, Paul Birdsong, out there with the thing talking about you gonna hunt down ICE. That's not black now. That's just a clown with a black suit on and a beret and a plastic toy gun talking smack. That's not black nationalism. If you want real black nationalism, you listen to the College Genesis. Because I give you the real black nationalism. A black nationalist will tell you the history of his people. A black nationalist knows the history of his people. He doesn't basically come up here and talk about, I'm a Blackfoot Indian. I didn't come from a black nationalist. Will honest level would just say, yeah, he knows his story. That's a part of being black nationalist. You know your story. Our ancestors came here via the transatlantic slave trade beginning in the 1500s, early 1500s, right? Well, actually, they came here in the 1500s, but the slave ancestors who came as slaves started in 1619. And we ancestors suffered in this country under Jim Crow laws. We were chained. We're the only group of people that was ever chained in America. That we spent 90% of our time in chains during slavery. From 1600s to 1865, most of the time, most black men spent shackled in chains. No other race of people that came to these shores ever experienced that. Not the Irish, not the Italians, not the Native Americans who were here. The only group of people that was ever shackled and chained in America, right, and bought and sold like cattle was the Africans they brought. And that's who we are. We're descendants of those Africans who were brought here and shackled and chained and humiliated and degraded for hundreds of years, made to work till we were dead, to build America's wealth up. That's what I'm descendant from. And justice has never been done to my ancestors. They never received justice. Now we're descendants of those people, and we're hated and despised people. And I accept that, I accept the fact that we're hated and despised people. But you understand something? There's 45 million of us, right? If we when black nationalism unifies us, right? Wouldn't it be great if 45 million people were unified? Do you think we would care if other people hate us? Of course not. We'll have our own world. That's what nationhood does. It gives you all the things, security and psychological security, where you don't have to worry about what other races of people say about you, because you got everything you need with your own people. Elijah Muhammad always said, accept your own, what did he say? Do for self and accept your own and be yourself. That's it. That's what black nationalism is. Accept your own, know who your own are. And the art of war says, know your enemy. But before you know your enemy, you got to know who you are. Black nationalist knows who he is. He doesn't make any pretense about it. He doesn't apologize about it. I'm part of the black nation. I'm what America hates. I'm what America wants to destroy. What America wants to dismiss. Right? That's fine. I know that my people and I will never be accepted. That's fine. Look, that's fine. America's never going to accept me, whatever like that. They'll probably, I tell you right now, they'll probably accept African immigrants before they accept me. What's up, Dark Migo? I'm perfectly. And when you're a black nationalist, that does not bother you. Now, if you're a handkerchief head Negro and Uncle Tom MAGA black person, it's not sad for you. That's just reality, reality. And like this. Now, who say, Kyle, you've been an African ass kisser for the longest. Now you switch. I've always been a black nationalist. Who the hell is this clown? I'm Moses. You sound familiar too. I'm on Moses. I've never been an African ass kisser. You haven't been listening to me that much, Kyle, you've been an African ass kisser. I am not no African ass kisser, But you accept the fact that this society is never going to accept you, right? And we're fine with that. I am perfectly fine with that, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that no one's, that we're hated, we're despised, people bear false witness against us. And the Ten Commandments, it says, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor." The white man didn't understand that. He went around the world convincing everybody that we were just these horrible people. That he was working us to death and everything like that. Did everything he can to redline us and humiliate us and degrade us and whatnot, steal from us, steal our culture, steal our music, steal everything from us, steal our wealth, everything like that. They stole our banks, everything we built, right? Yeah, he goes around the world telling us how bad we are. So he has other people. He's not convinced. He's not satisfied with him just hating us and his people hating us. He wants the world to hate us. And it worked, Most people around the world hate our guts. Not because I had a lot of people like, man, I come to America and you guys are nothing like I thought. Yeah, because the white Americans put that stuff about us around the world. We're lazy. We're like animals, whatever like that, you know. Well, I never said I was a Pan African. So I think you got me confused with somebody else. I'm a black nationalist, right? Now, my Pan African, let me put it to you like this, almost, in case you're here for the first time, right? FBA is losing. That's not black nationalism, bro. FBA is ass kiss. FBA is you want to be tethered to white society. I don't want to be part of white America. I do not embrace the red, white, and blue, the American flag, and none of that shit like that. I'm a black nationalist. I'm with my people. So you got me confused with somebody else. I recognize my ancestors come from Africa and that there's a bond between me and the African continent and the people. That's part of being black national, being honest about who you are. You FBAs aren't honest about who you are. You say we FBA. Somehow I saw Coco Jones with the red, black, and green uniform on singing the black national anthem. I didn't see her with an FBA Solon flag on. I saw her with the red, black, and green on. So the FBAs, nobody knows who you are. Nobody. The only people that knows who you are is me because you guys come to my chat room trolling me all the time. But honestly, nobody knows what an FBA is, really. Outside social media, nobody knows what a fucking FBA is, So I don't know what to tell you. All that goofy ass FBA shit, I'm a foundational black American. That's not being a black nationalist. When they say, "What's your identity?" I say, "I'm a black nationalist." That means I'm a black man. I'm part of the black nation. Simple. I'm not an American. I'm not really even an African, to tell you the truth. I'm just a black nationalist. I don't identify as an American. When you say you're an black American, all you're saying is you're a black Protestant, you're a black Anglo-Saxon, you're a black Christian, you're a black what was it, black Protestant. you're black, whatever the white man is, I'm a foundational black American. What the hell are you foundational about? Our foundation is not with America. Our foundation is with our own people, But yeah, so the history of black nationalism, right? Like I said, the idea that black people are a nation and a people and that a nation state or government of our own is on the table, it's always been on the table, that's 400 years old. And what we're doing is we're dusting those off and bringing it back to the surface. For 400 years ago, our ancestors dreamed what it was like to build a nation of our own somewhere in the world. The ideal place was to build it on the African shore continent and civilize and colonize a piece of Africa for our people to return to. That's the black nationalism. That's old. People always think that Liberia just happened overnight. The idea of Liberia was like 200 years. It took 200 years to conceive something like Liberia and Freetown. Like we were talking about returning to Africa, building a new settlement or whatever like that for 400 years, since the 1600s. Since the old black nationalism is as old as the first Africans who were brought here in chains. The first Africans brought here in chains thought about leaving this godforsaken land and building a nation for their own on the continent of ancestors. That's 400 years old, and that idea sparked the Garvey movement and all the stuff like that. The Nation of Islam, all these other groups, and the idea of integrating and becoming fully assimilated to America is something very new, and it has not tried yet because it seems like you're pushing against people who don't want to be with you. That's why we're in the situation we're in right now. The idea of black nationalism is the oldest ideology among black America. The oldest. You ever know civil rights or integration, civil rights integration 200 years ago, but they were black nationalists. So people have to understand that black nationalism has stood the test of time. The Black Wall Street is a product of black nationalism. The black churches, the black HBCUs, all that is part of black nationalism. The idea we should do for self. Rico Middle, sit down. And one thing of black nationalism, we're not anti-African. That don't mean we agree with everything Africans do. We're not, because we have our own culture now, But we don't hate Africa. I don't hate Africa. You can't hate Africa. You can't hate what birthed you. Where we spawned from, where your DNA comes from, where your bloodline comes from. So like I said, Africa has a lot to offer. You go to Africa, Rico, you'll find you. Like I said, when I go to Liberia in a few weeks, my brother Naya is going to be there. I'm going to probably have the best time of my life. God keep me safe in my flight and everything. I am going to have the time of my life. My brother Naya, it's the first time me and him are going to be in Liberia together. We keep missing each other every time we go. This time he's gonna be there at the same time I'm there. We're gonna have so much fucking fun. I don't even think I want to come back. I'm really seriously thinking about just staying there, for the whole summer and shit, you're missing out. More Africa for me, more Liberia for me, I am gonna have a blast. I mean, you talk about fun and partying every night. My God, Hey, look, the bottom line is Liberia is not a shithole, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Beautiful country, and it's developing every day. It's getting cleaner and cleaner every time I go there. It's almost back to where it was back in the 60s. Liberia was a shining country back in the 60s, almost back to where it was, a little ways ago, but it's almost back there. So I don't know what Amon Moses says. I don't know. I don't know what that dude's saying. I don't know. You're not saying a whole lot. No, beaches aren't filthy. I'll show you some beaches of Liberia. You know. The bottom line is this. Yeah, maybe during the war, but everything is cleaned up. All the beachfront properties got hotels on them and everything, like resorts and everything. There's so many resorts in Liberia. I can't even keep up. You know. Yes, people. Dave, look what he just said. Speed stream. Get this. The Ghanaian government announced today that the speed stream made Ghana look good and whatnot, and everything like that. And this. That's because the people who are doing the speed stream in Liberia were Ghanaians, and they went to the worst parts of Liberia. You know, And so therefore everybody's like, oh, Liberia looks bad, whatever like that. If you go and look at some of my videos from Liberia, it's got a different case. Speed Stream basically showed the worst part, and that was like Ghanaians did that. They did that to basically sell. Ghanaians are determined to make every other country look bad, just like they tried to make Nigeria look bad too. That's what Ghanaians are. They think they got a monopoly on Black America, and I'm changing that. Yeah, look, Rico, look. I may have been a little overzealous with the Pan African thing because I didn't understand a lot of things, right? But makes it sure that I am pro Black people. Liberia, Ghana got dirty. I'll show you some beaches in Ghana where the fucking water looks brown and shit. I'll show you beaches of Liberia; they look clean. They did that on purpose. The motherfuckers, the Ghanaians that were like Woody Maya and all the other clowns that led the thing in Liberia, they should have had a Liberian team there. Should have had my guy Ross there. They went to West Point and all these other places, and they basically made Liberia look bad. So it was like this. It was not the Liberia I know. I'm going to be there in 3 weeks. The Ghanaians that led ISO Speed's tour, they went around just trying to make other countries look bad or whatever like that, so they could. And they had Ghana in this glowing light. When not Ghana has development and stuff like that and whatnot. But even Bomani will tell you, Ghana does not have hotels and beaches for like Liberia does. Liberia has way better resorts than Ghana does. It does. I don't think Ghana has any freaking quality resorts. Like Liberia got major resorts there. And people are shocked. They're like, why Liberia doesn't do enough to promote their country. That's it. But when I get there this time, hopefully I have that camera. I'm going to have a lot of good footage to bring back. But yeah, so folks, Black nationalism is the oldest ideology in America, in Black America. The oldest ideology. All this Johnny come lately shit, FBA, and we're Americans now, all kinds of stupid, corny shit, That's really new, Civil rights, integration, all this America this, America that. I'm an American Negro and whatnot. Black women didn't fucking start embracing the American flag until like the 80s and the 90s. We never wore that damn flag. We're not, Most black people wore the red, black, and green. Nobody, you Scots called the American flag. Look, there was something wrong with you. That's Black nationalism, folks. The oldest ideology in Black America. The oldest, So you take that to the bank. The oldest ideology in Black America is Black nationalism. So that's right. Tonight we are celebrating the history, and Black History Month continued, right? The Black nationalist movement, Everything you see successful in America could be Black America is tied to the ideology of Black nationalism. Not civil rights, not integration, not assimilation. Assimilation and integration are relatively new. They're things that came about in the 1950s. Black nationalism is the oldest among Black America, right? And I think it's time for Black America to revisit this and say, you know something? Based on a thing, I think the American experiment, as far as Black America, has been a complete failure. And this is what they fear. Well, I'm trying to temper the fear. I tell people, you got nothing to fear from us. If you don't mean us any harm, you have nothing to worry about with us. Now, there's scary ass black people, right? The scary ass black people, they hate black nationalism because they scared what their coworker, their white coworker, is gonna say. What do you mean by black national? We're Americans, right? You gotta say, well, I think that movie has bombed. That movie bombed. This we're all one country shit. That movie bombed at the box office. That was a box office flop. You know. Now we see black nationalism making a thing. So the FBA movement is a friggin' joke. FBA movement is a part of the militant integration shit. These people, when's the last time you heard Tariq Nasheed mention this term, white supremacy or race soldier? Because the FBA is nothing but white supremacy and blackface. Oh, I'm going in tonight, folks. I am going in. Liberia is a very beautiful country. I'm going to keep showcasing the country of Monrovia, Liberia, and everything like that. Who's Peter Thief? I don't know anything about that, Bottom line is this: nobody's gonna go to wherever it is. If the College Genesis doesn't know anything about it, it's not gonna happen. I don't know who that is. Peter Thief. I don't know who that is. Africa's problem is it doesn't know anything about it. They don't know what's going on in Black America. Is any random person go, what the hell Sierra got to do anything? Spike Lee. Wow, man. We got Spike Lee. We got Sierra. We got, who was it? Jonathan Major, Jonathan Major, whatnot. All these fucking actors. You bring actors and actresses, whatnot. You try to attract Black America, and you gonna go to actors and whatnot. That's what they think of. People think of us, Well, I have no idea what Benin is doing. If that's true, right? That's unfortunate for them, and more than that. But I know as a parts of Africa I'm involved with, that'll never happen. That'll never happen in Liberia. You know, so who knows? Spike Lee might be involved with it too. Liberia's not gonna sell out, bro. As long as I'm there, not gonna sell out. Liberia is different because it was never colonized. Liberia was not a colony. You know, Liberia didn't have its roots in the colonial system, so there's no structure in place that would accommodate foreigners, whites, and anything like that in Liberia. It's the only country in Africa, really, that's free. And white people cannot own land in Liberia. That's against the law. So sorry to disappoint you. Let me see, folks. Let's play some videos. Speaking of Black history, did you know that it was Black people who founded the ambulance service? I bet people have a little history, No, Ethiopia is not more free than Liberia, bro. Ethiopia is a freaking monarchy and whatnot. Ethiopia is not a free country. It's a fucking monarchy and shit. It's an oppressive thing. Ask the Oromo people about the freedom and Tigray people about the freedom. Ethiopia is a fucking war zone. And Black people founded the ambulance services that we know today. Because at the time, black people could not get to a hospital, and so if you want to get a hospital, you got to get in the ride of a back of a police car. So black people found this thing where you would pick up sick people and rush them to the hospital. That's began the modern ambulatory system. I used to own an ambulance company. So we're not giving credit for that. How many people knew that? The black people founded the ambulance business, I'll play a video for you guys.
Service created in the U.S. That's right, Pittsburgh. Right here in Pennsylvania. First ambulance service, 1967. It was Freedom House. And it was pioneered in the black community. All communities were being failed. You called emergency services. It was basically the police. They'd come by, they'd throw you in the back of a police cruiser, take you to the emergency room. No care. And what these 25 black men and women did, who were pioneers, the first paramedics in the United States, what they did was the first EKG in the field, the first intubation, the first shock, electrodefibrillation of the heart. That was done here in Pennsylvania by these EMS workers at Freedom House. And the reason why it was black workers is because as bad as things were everywhere else, it was worse in the black community. It was because these people, when they called the police, they weren't always greeted with, let's get you to the hospital, greeted with skepticism, greeted with a lot of doubt and suspicion. This was the community that needed it the most, but this was the model for the rest of the nation. And I think it's important as we celebrate our 250th anniversary, that we don't whitewash, we don't push this aside, we don't shrink from our history, we talk about it, we learn from it. Where was the first ambulance service created in the U.S.? That's right, Pittsburgh.
So shout out to the black people of Pittsburgh in 1960. They created the first ambulatory paramedic service. So look, folks, man, we got so much history. And like I said, it's all part of the Black nationalist movement, right? When you think of yourself as a group, Black nationalism is just simply black people working together as a group, practicing group economics, group thinking, and group planning, and being a people, thinking of ourselves as a group, as a people. And having boundaries and boundaries between and lines of demarcation between us and other people. That's part of it too. Having lines of demarcation, basically separating us and the other people. Doesn't mean that we can't work with other people on certain things, right? It just means that basically that we are going to be a people first. So this is what we're talking about as far as like Black nationalism. Black nationalism has never failed us. When we did it, we did many things. We built cities like Rosewood. We built towns like Tulsa, the Greenwood Orchard Pritchard. That was Black nationalism. A black man purchased 40 acres of land in Tulsa off oil money he inherited, right? And he basically built a place where black people would come and commerce, everything. That was called Black Wall Street. Tulsa, Greenwood, Orchard, and Pritchard, and Tulsa, Oklahoma, the district of Greenwood, Orchard, and Pritchard. That was Black nationalism, all the black towns we built. We were always people that was self-sufficient and do for ourselves. Don't let anybody tell you. This idea that we needed white people, white America, and everything like that. Like these people were talking about, these white people talk about, oh, we're going to build our own town and whatnot. Black people don't like it. We don't give a shit. I mean, how much I can communicate with these white people? We don't give a fuck. Go build your fucking rusty ass town in Arkansas and don't invite us there. We don't want to come there. You know, it's like, damn, you guys, these people are so full of themselves. When so I could talk about Black nationalism all night, all day, and all night. You know, because that's why I love the movement. And when you have a love for your people, you want to talk about the best your people have to offer. You know, I am pro Black America. You know, now here's this thing, um, YouTube thing. You know, Donald Trump is thinking about ending dual citizenship, and this is really aimed at the Black community that's living in Ghana, places like that. What you call. So he's basically talking about ending dual citizenship, right? And all these people are scrambling. What's he's gonna do? That's like, don't go jumping out there talking about I want citizenship in places like Burkina Faso, places like that. Now the United States is ready to take your American citizen. Oh, I can't do that. Like me, I go to Africa, but I'm not ready to fucking give up my U.S. passport. So like, not yet. The only time I will give my U.S. passport citizen up when we have our own land, our own Afghanistan, not no current anyone's current countries. You know, because you could end up stateless with these countries. You know. No, it's all psychological, Rico. I disagree. I think America controls black people. The only way America can control black people is by convincing us we can't we can't live any place else. Not just Africa, right? You got large numbers of African Americans who are now living in Portugal, Spain, Germany, Thailand, Belize. You got black Americans and Americans living all over the world, right? Taking up dual nationality. And Trump is like, wait a minute, we got all these people, millions of people now, millions of Americans are leaving America, whatever like that, and so it does not go well to the country. What happens if 10% of the U.S. population leaves? America will collapse. Its prestige will collapse. So Trump is trying to block that. He's saying, "Oh, if you leave, we're going to cut you off from coming back to America." A lot of people, that's too big of a risk, you know. Well, shut up, bro. I saw a video where 19 black Americans joined a plant. Yo, yeah, they said that flopped, though. That flopped, Eddie. The guy took the money and about it. But look who he had in there. A bunch of freaking internet trolls and single mothers and whatever. What the hell were they going to build? They collected some money and that guy bounced. You can't find him nowhere. He collected a large sum of money, a couple $100,000, and he just bounced, So like I said, people ask me at the time. I said, man, guy, this is a scam, right? Was I right? Yes. I hate being right. You know. All right. So let's play this video.
reports and proposed legislation, Trump and his team are trying to end dual citizenship over in the United States of America. And today we're going to discuss what this means for us within the Black diaspora who are thinking of coming to the continent of Africa, or those of us who want to hold dual citizenship moving forward. Okay, so make sure you guys stay tuned. But before I go any further, listen, if you're someone who's thinking of coming to the continent of Africa, I've created a free exclusive mini guide that gives you the most important things that you need to know before visiting or moving over to the continent of Africa. So if you're someone who's trying to get that detailed information to figure out what you need to do to set yourself up successfully, please click the link down in the description box and join our newsletter, and you will get that document sent directly to your inbox for no hassle, okay? Click the link if you're serious. But yeah, let me get to the point. So guys, this act that they are trying to bring into place is called the Exclusive Citizenship Act of 2020. Now, if this comes into place, they will basically give all of the people who hold dual citizenship 1 year to choose if they want to go with their home country or if they want to be an American citizen. So they are trying to change the law that says, hey, you cannot be a dual citizen over here in the United States of America. Now, let's just say you already live over there and you decide to then denounce your American citizenship and keep your citizenship to your mother country. Then you will be reclassified as a non-citizen, potentially losing all of the rights that you have, and then potentially you lose the right to vote and many of the perks that come with having a citizenship over in the United States of America. But what this means for us moving forward, this is targeted towards us at the end of the day. I don't know if you guys see it or not. We know what's going on. If you don't, I'm introducing it to you now. This is targeted towards us to make a decision. A lot of our people have went over to America willingly to get dual citizenship, not just for a piece of paper, but for power. Having dual citizenship helps a lot of people facilitate travel, maintain property, and keep familial ties to their home nation. So a lot of our people have used this as leverage in order for them to build wealth. For example, Nigeria collects a lot of money from Nigerian Americans that are sending their money back into Nigeria to help develop. That's the biggest country on the continent of Africa that have their people over in America that's sending money back. So these type of things will be affected. They make people choose one or the other. And on top of that, many dual citizens actually own land, businesses, and many other things in their home country. So they use what they're doing over in America, send money back to their home country to help those countries develop. Now, if they have to renounce their citizenship, it can make it more difficult and a lot more expensive for them to build back home and conduct their business abroad. Then we've had a lot of our people recently go over to Ghana and take advantage of the Right of Abode Act that they have over there. And now they will have to choose, do you really want to be Ghanaian? Or do you want to stay an American if this comes into place? Now, this is something that is potentially coming into place, but they are facing a lot of legal hurdles to bring this to life. But this is something that's on their mind. This is something that they are trying to put down the pipeline. So we have to start thinking more strategically if we haven't already, because if this does come down the pipeline, then what will we do? How will we move? Will we be in a place to say, okay, I can do this, I can move accordingly, I have my things set up in other countries, so it really won't hurt me? That's how we need to be thinking, because if they're talking about it, this is something that they really, really want to put into place. So we have to put our affairs in order all across the continent and around the world so that we won't be as affected by this when it comes to life. If it comes to life. But hold on, before we go any further, listen, if you're someone who's watching this content, I know you're thinking of coming to the continent of Africa. So my wife and I, we're hosting a webinar coming up on February the 28th called the Africa Prep Webinar, your roadmap to relocation and opportunity. At this webinar, we're going to be talking about the visa, residency, citizenship process, and how to move your money over here to the continent of Africa, the healthcare system, and business and
Yeah, I mean, I like this guy, 23, T23. But, look, come on, man. Listen to these goofballs and whatnot. When you talk about moving to a continent, right? I'll say if you want to live in another country to get somewhere, just go over there. And they always pick countries that's difficult. In other words, basically, like I said, if I go to Liberia, I can do everything in Liberia, own property, whatever like that, do what I got to do, right? I don't have to get a citizenship. In fact, I got more privilege in Liberia with a U.S. passport than I would if I had a Liberian passport. So what the hell I need with a Liberian passport for? These guys, all they do is collect passports. Yeah, I got a passport. I can leave anytime I want to and whatnot. Donald Trump is saying, okay, look, he's saying, okay, now choose between this country and that country. He's pulling people's cards. You're gonna pretty soon if that happens, man. You're gonna see a lot of people on the continent coming back, man. You're gonna see Cambone coming back. You're gonna see Professor Smalls. He ain't gonna be going there trying to get no citizenship. You're gonna see Dinus Amir. All these other people gonna be like, "Funk that." Dinus want to lose everything he got in America, that house he got in Georgia, and all that shit like that for Africa. No, let's be real with this shit. Until there's like something like an Afghanistan where it's equal to the United States and whatnot, it won't happen. I hope now, after when this passes, people start taking the Afghanistan thing seriously. Before it was like, no, I don't need no Afghanistan card. I just get a dual citizenship someplace else. Now, once they get rid of that dual citizenship, and you really want to leave America for long term, you're gonna have to look into something like the Afghanistan movement. I'm trying to build. So this is what we're talking about tonight. That's all. I would play a whole video. So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. Later on, I'll play some more videos, Librarian. We'll go to passport weak country where you extradite back to America. It's not. Yeah, like I said, DK. Maybe you know something I don't. Maybe people know something I don't know. What I would like somebody to come up here and tell me what I don't. After all these years, I can't tell me. I remember one time, Dynasty Man got a Sierra Leone passport, and he said they're kissing it with his big lips. One time, oh, I love this passport. What the fuck is a Sierra Leone passport going to do for you? In fact, one of my guys that went on a tour with us for that, my good brother Goham, I don't mean to put his business out there, but I got to say it. I should have said his name. Anyway, Bomani had a tour to Egypt, right? His wife is from Sierra Leone. He had bought the tour and everything for him and his wife to go to Egypt. The Egyptian government rejected his wife's passport because she's Sierra Leonean. He's coming from the U.S., right? He got him fined, Egypt, whatever like that, visa. They denied her a visa because it was from Sierra Leone. In fact, most countries in Africa will not issue a visa from most African countries, particularly Nigeria, You pull a Nigerian passport, they're like, bump that, you ain't getting in here. Sierra Leone, forget about it, because these people in countries, citizens go and they never come back. They never come back. So they stop giving out passports to most African countries. The only country you see that I think they don't have problems with is countries like Rwanda, Botswana, maybe Namibia, Zambia, South Africa, right? Countries like that, the passport is actually pretty good. But anywhere in West Africa, just forget about it. Nobody accepting your passport. You can't. It's hard to travel, hard to get visas with passports. Like they'll deny visas. One thing about a U.S. passport, I can travel anywhere in the world, and don't have to worry about because every country in the world will accept the U.S. visa, accept the U.S. passport. Excuse me. So a lot of these people basically went over there. They thought Pan-African was pan-passportism. Let's have a pan-passport. How did Pan-African become about collecting passports? I don't know. Pan-passportism. That's a good one. Pan-passportism. Man, I got like 6 passports, man. Yeah, man. I got a Nigerian passport. I got say like Sierra Leone passport. I got a Senegal passport, man. Man, I got a passport for the Gambia. Motherfuckers be proud of that. I got ECOWAS pass. ECOWAS. That means I can travel anywhere in ECOWAS country. Woo, man. Man, that's like traveling around Europe, man. All around ECOWAS countries. Woo, man. You gotta go on someplace. I'm sure that's in hot demand, right? ECOWAS countries travel. Oh my God. Like I said, I got a PhD in Negroology. You know, look, if you love Africa, that's fine, man. Just go over there, get your visa, go over there, visit, and come back the fuck home and shut the fuck up, you know? But like I said, Black History Month tonight, the history of Black nationalism. And I'm ready to debate anybody who wants to question the legitimacy of Black nationalism. You know, it's the only thing that really, the ideology of Black nationalism is done mostly consciously and subconsciously. Subconsciously, right? Black people go to this day, they move the areas. The first thing we look for is, are there other Black people, people that look like me there? That's the first thing. Because you recognize those fellow Black people are part of the Black nation. I mean, they got the same struggle you have. You be like this. A perfect example I'll talk about 5 years ago. I just got back from Liberia, right? Never forget. I tell a story all the time. I went to this restaurant called 21 First Street Seafood, right? Down at Virginia Beach Oceanfront, right? I heard the seafood was there. I heard they had this Cajun pasta, this Cajun pasta fettuccine with chicken, crab meat, and shrimp. I said, man, it sounds delicious. I heard about it, right? So I wanted to go and try it, right? But I went there like, man, you know something? You know, the person who told me about it was white. I was like, oh, man, I forgot to ask him. Is there white people, Black people cool in there? You know, are we good? So I don't ask him. So I went down there as a real or Black person in America that grew up in this culture, right? I sat outside and waited to see who was coming out. Then I seen a Black couple. And I said, oh, it's good in there? Oh, yeah, man, go enjoy yourself. So I went in, and people were real nice. It served me and everything like that. I had a good time. I had good food, everything like that. I come outside, right? There was a brother sitting in his car. And bro was like, yo, bro, we good in there? Now, you have to be African American to understand what I just said, you know? He said, yo, we good in there? That means if you go in there, is the music gonna stop? Everybody gonna stare at you like, what the fuck you doing there? Are you gonna get that nigga get the fuck out of here? Get look in their faces? I said, nah, man, I had a good time. Bro was like, word, man. He went in there, ate. But that's how we navigate, you know, in this country. Like we had the Green Book, you know. Black people tend to avoid places where they're gonna be humiliated, despite what people always think that we were out there searching for white people to integrate with them and stuff like that, you know. You know, that's not the case. Black people, for the most part, avoided places. Like my brother was talking about, he went to the Smithsonian African American Museum. He said the one part that really bothered him was the part where they were showing the lunch counter protest. I mean, yeah, that's good. But I said if it was back then and white people said they don't want me in their lunch counter, I'm not gonna let these motherfuckers make my damn food. They ain't gonna make my damn food when I, you know, and you don't want me in your restaurant. Get the fuck out of here. But who told these kids they gotta sit at a white lunch counter? You know? That was not Black nationals. Most Black nationals back then were like, man, we got our own lunch counters. Let's build our own shit. In other words, basically, do we try to integrate and give the white man all our goddamn money? You know, let them spit on us so we can give them our money? Or we say, yo, fuck it. Let's just build our own and give the Black man who has that diner on the corner our business. Damn, DK, you said Dangote has trouble traveling on his Nigerian passport. Damn. If you're a so-called billionaire, right, and you can't travel, man, that's fucked up, man. That is fucked up. So why does Diana Samir love that Nigerian passport so much? I don't get it, man. I just don't get it. I don't get it. What's going on here? He said Dangote has trouble traveling, man. God, I need a citation on that, but god damn, that's fucked up. If that's true, that's fucked up. Mr. Sandman, bring me your dream. Boom, 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 boom. You are the hero that I ever seen. Boom, 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 boom. Mr. Sandman. Let's see if I can find that song.
Powering on. Welcome to All Tech Lansing.
Let's see if I can find that song. Mr. Sandman. Hold on. That was pretty funny. Mr. Sam, every time I see Sandman, that song comes to my mind. Bo, 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 bo. Mr. Sandman, bring me a dream. That's pretty funny. I only played a few seconds of it, I didn't play the whole song. I only played a little seconds of it. The other night I played the clip from that movie Hotel Rwanda, Kiddo Hate It, right? Man, YouTube made me erase that shit, man. That's fucked up, ain't it? It's a copyright Hotel Rwanda, like god damn, man. You can't play nothing on YouTube. That's an old song though, Rico. That's an old song from like the 50s. I doubt if it's copyrighted still, whatever. But it's so sad, man. Bring me your dream. Boom, 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 boom. All right, folks. I'm ready to hear what somebody else has to say. What do you think about black nationalism? What do you think about Coco Jones, right? How come she had a black nationals flag, not an FBA flag up there, Has any mainstream celebrities wore the FBA flag or anything like that? Is there FBA building somewhere that we need to know about? The FBAs have a building besides that raggedy ass museum Tariq built. The FBAs have a world headquarters. Where's the hell? Where's the FBA Congress? What is the end game? What's the end goal besides getting online, annoying everybody? We're FBA. We're just here to annoy everybody online. We're here to talk a bunch of stuff. We're here to say a bunch of things like cut the check, and things like FBA all day, FBA all day, FBA all day. Cut the check, FBA all day, FBA all day. Now you would sound crazy, but I would say that you would be called you'd be called Bantu Mandinka. Well, actually, Bantu Mandinka had a flag. It was the American flag with I don't know what it was. Maybe Bantu can get up here and show us his flag, whatever like that. And then you got the Sulan flag, so gay. The guy who did the Sulan, right, is an open homosexual. So all these things. Now, Coco Jones didn't have the Sulan flag, right? Nor did she have the any FBA flag. I mean, they gotta do something, man. The FBA gotta do something, man, because nobody knows who the fuck they are, man. They gotta step it up. The Sulan flag and the damn FBA flag is non-existent. My sister, man, and Dave said that outfit she had was designed by Carl Kanai. So Carl Kanai must be making moves to come back, man. Time we need him, you know. We need black nationalism to come back. We need FUBU to come back. We need black brands to come back. We need to be black again. Black, we got to start buying black clothing lines, black supporting black businesses again, you know. Give up this FBA fucking nonsense, you know. That race trader nonsense. So put the links in the chat room. Step right up, step right up, step right up, step right up. FBA all day, FBA all day, FBA all day. Cut the check, FBA all day, FBA all day. I give it another year, and FBA is going to disappear altogether. They think they got some momentum. Look, let me tell you something. I say this every night. I'm going to tell you. In order for something, and you know what gets me is, all the FBA wants to do is they think a home run is they want white people to start using the term FBA, and it's a done deal. You know, white people are not thinking about black people. They're not thinking about anything black. Now, what gets their attention is this black nationalist stuff that they hear about. That gets their attention. I'll get their attention. You know, like the sister wearing Coco Jones wearing the art red, black, and green on her arm, or that got their attention. Twitter is going crazy over this shit. Is anybody going crazy over fucking FBA? FBA all day? No, because nobody cares about FBA. It's corny. It's whack. Even white people laugh at that shit, you know? FBA all day. FBA all day. Cut the check. Yo, yeah, I love beating up on FBA, you know. Mr. Sandman says, how can anyone argue in favor of FBA? Anyone with half a brain would destroy you. Yeah, I know. It's a fucking joke. Rico Miller says, Colin, you're scared of that FBA. That's why you can't stop talking. Look, I'm not scared of FBA. But the bottom line is this guy, Amos Onenware, came in here talking about FBA all day. And I'm just responding to that, Rico. I wouldn't even talk about FBA. And people in my chat room wasn't coming here talking about FBA all day, Colin. FBA all day, man. I got a bunch of Bantu Mandingas running around, you know. FBA all day. FBA all day. Look, they call me the ringmaster, right? I have a circus of deadly clowns. You know, I'm the ringmaster, a circus of deadly clowns. What's up, brother Dave?
Yeah, good evening, Colin. You all right?
You like my monologue?
Oh yeah, man. It was brilliant. I told you, man, on X, you're under attack right now. It's a mob on X, man. They're gonna mob you at
I would like
X.
for you to send me all those. You can't send them me on. I can't pull up a messenger. I'll send them to my email. You know, I like to read them. You
Yeah,
know?
yeah, man. These guys are having a field day, man. There's so much hate over there, man.
Yeah, like I said, now, how is it that the Black National got that so much attention, and no one mentioned Has anybody mentioned FBA? No.
Oh no, nobody can. No, come on, man. It's block, no.
FBA is a fucking
Nobody's gonna
joke.
do that, man.
Foundation of Black
I
America.
mean, the segment got pulled from ABC. They still trying
And
to
they're mad about
figure
that.
out
They
what
just
happened.
launched them into the mainstream. You would have to play like a million segments, right, for years.
Kala, I said it. ADOS had the same coverage. ADOS had even more coverage,
Yeah.
and
So
they're nowhere now. Nobody
you know
even
that when they
utters their
look at it,
name.
like with the FBA movement, right? And like I said, first of all, it's never going to hit academia because Tariq doesn't have a degree, doesn't have any education. He's somebody, an online grifter, right? Who wrote books about how to Mac and pimp K Flex and whatnot, and these raggedy ass hidden color series, right? People are gonna look at that. Even first of all, black people are gonna be like, nah, man, nigga, you ain't got no education, no background, nothing. They're gonna toss it.
Yeah.
What Tariq is hoping for is to see white people like Tucker Carlson. The FBA Tucker Carlson mentioned it one time, and that was it. You know, he probably forgot about it. You know,
Yeah,
and so
you know, yeah, man. You know, they blaming everybody right there. That red, black, and green, it triggers
what
people,
they
man.
want,
It triggers a lot of people.
they want the white people to stop calling us African Americans and call us FBA. It's not gonna happen, man.
That's
That's
not
all
gonna
it
happen.
is. Ain't gonna happen, bro. Yeah.
That's not gonna happen.
I call myself African American, you know, so I'm always gonna call myself African American. We ain't. It's okay. If you don't consider yourself, say that. That's fine. Why is it they always want to make you change? Right? It's like,
Yeah.
if you that's what you believe. No, we're not. What's the we thing? Like we gotta all be together and shit like that. Only thing we could be together is being in black nationalism, right? You can't be together. It's something where you're trying. I know the end game is trying to get closer to white people. You know?
FBA about to be obsolete, man. Another 2, 3 years, man. It's the last hustle on his
Yeah. So
last legs, you know.
it is. It's dying. You know. It's
You
dying. The
know,
movement's
they
dying.
got they got called ABC to put the segment up there. But like I said, it
And,
was probably
and who was that guy?
somebody got sent home at ABC.
Yeah.
Somebody got sent home, or even
And who was
putting
that
it up
guy?
there because they didn't
That,
do no peer review. They didn't do no reviews, but editorial. Somebody got sent home.
somebody said, "Who is this? Who put this up?" Well, you gotta say a news broadcast. That's not the internet. That's broadcast. It's supposed to be authoritative. You know,
Hmm.
they don't. Tariq and them understand that, right? You can get away with all that nonsense you do online, right? But when something hits the mainstream media, and you
That
could be held
that's why
liable,
I felt like somebody got in trouble at ABC. They were trying to figure out who let this go by. Nobody did no reviews, and somebody got sent home.
yeah, nobody
Somebody
lost
got
their
sent,
job big time.
yeah, somebody got sent home.
And Jason Black, they're all mad and whatnot. Why they pull the segment? Because they're news broadcasts, and they're
Hmm.
not gonna just put some random garbage that formulated online. You know,
And the
MAGA
and the
off
and
because
and the and the lady that wrote the book and did the segment, she tried to be slick because what she did was the foundational part, she put it in lowercase to avoid trademark infringement from Tariq Nasheed. She tried to be slick. I said, but why foundational in lowercase?
yeah.
Then I did my little research, I know about trademark and copyright infringements and stuff like that. She tried to avoid copy. She tried to be slick.
We got some blowback in the chat room.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah, but I'm telling the truth, of course. She tried to
yeah,
be slick.
Corey Mack says nobody gives a fuck about AB. Yes, you do. You
now,
motherfucker, you don't give a fuck. All right, whatever.
now you don't care. Now you don't care.
Look, why AD pull everywhere they're trying to spread that around the internet, trying to get people to look at it. This
Yeah.
is pulled one. So if it was pulled, why are you still fucking trying to like it was an accomplishment? These
And
people are.
then Frenchie was worried. I read a comment when Frenchie she was talking about, oh, it's mainstream now. And I
No,
was just laughing. I said, Frenchie doesn't know how, media works.
yeah.
He doesn't understand American media, how it works.
Man,
I
you
said,
for
these
in order
guys
for
are
something to be mainstream, he got to be broadcasted. You got to have like millions of viewers over and over and over again, like MAGA did. Every time Donald Trump spoke, the media gave him so much coverage. Right in 2006, he kept saying, "We're going to make America great again." And MAGA, he had millions of people, hundreds of millions of people watching, and people rally around that. Ain't nobody rally around no damn FBA. Come on.
We just cracking jokes, man. We cracking jokes.
Ah, man, look,
I see your boy. I see your boy Carl Canal. He been listening to you, man.
yeah,
He
of course.
designed the dress.
Yeah,
That's his
man. The bottom
design.
line is this, there's a lot of people that listen to this show, and they
Yeah,
get out there and they say, "Listen, who's this College Genesis guy?" And so I keep doing what I'm doing. That's why I do shows every night because I know it's reaching people. It's changing. I
yeah.
can tell that the talking points of the show are spreading online. I know I can see it.
It was like Carl Canal was like, "Oh, Kyle, I got you, man. I'm gonna put some. I got you, man. Cause you've been talking about him, and Lord, he just showed up. This
Yeah,
the black nationalist.
yeah. Black Natural Coke and I inspired me, man. Him and I are the same age. Him and I are the same
Yeah,
age.
yeah. So y'all got the same mindset thinking.
Both Gen Xers, we're about to usually we're I think I'm like a few months older than him. But he inspired me because back in if I was in the clothing, I could have got rich too. I was trying to find my way back in the days, and he inspired me, man. Because at the age of 27, right, they formed 25 actually. He was cross colors. And they did
Yeah,
they got a warehouse, got the materials, how they got all that machinery there. They started making clothes, right? And they had a brilliant marketing scheme, right? They went to rappers like Tupac and Digital Underground on that, say, wear this shit, they told them, wear it here. And next thing you know, what happened was all the stores, retailers start saying, because they start, do you got this cross colors, right? And so they had to freaking like this, they had to respond by ordering him. He put a 1-800 number up. All these people start ordering from him nationwide, start shipping stuff nationwide. And they grossed the first year, they grossed $45 million. That's when I knew it was possible for black people to do anything with fucking what? A clothing line. And be honest with you, I was also impressed by Bad Boy Records back then.
yeah,
I was impressed by Bad Boy Records back then. The sales. I was like, man, look what this. Anything is possible. I'm here right now because I was inspired by people like Master P, Carl Kanai, the people at Fubu and stuff like that. And all these black young men that were making millions of dollars. I said, man, so that's what part of black nationalism is building black big business. And we've always built black business. Like I said, what do you think about what I said? I dropped the jewels in there. I said black nationalism is the oldest ideology in Black America.
yeah. I kind of gotta agree with that
Civil rights, integration, and being American, that's relatively new.
because, like you said, like somewhere like Liberia, that's black national. That's
Yeah, the
nationalism
very
right there.
was black nationalism.
Yeah, that's nationalism, and that's
And that's what
eighteen
people don't
twenty, and that's
understand
eight.
about Liberia, right?
Yeah,
They'll,
that's
they'll,
1822,
Yeah, they always talk
and
about the
yeah,
American Colonization Society. Yes, they facilitated, right? But they completely ignored the black nationalist element of Liberian history. Like Elijah Johnson, what he said, right? He said, on this land, I stand. He said, I
yeah,
found a home. I'm staying here. This is where my people are going to live. That's black nationalism. He found himself a nation. So people don't even understand what I'm talking about when I say black nationalism. Paul Cuffey, that was black nationalism. With Freetown. So the black nationalists were with George Washington Williams, in the exploring to the Congo. He wanted to build a new kingdom, a state in the Congo. That's black nationalism.
yeah.
So the bottom line, this idea that they make it seem like civil rights or whatnot, blah blah blah. Like I was having an argument with Jonathan the other night about Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was against black nationalism. Why should
Yeah,
I?
he didn't want nobody to go to Liberia. I
He
don't
didn't want people. He
understand
didn't
that.
want people
I
to
didn't
go.
understand that.
He didn't want black people building their own towns and going to Kansas and stuff like that. He didn't want that. He wasn't a black. He wanted us to integrate with white people. And he'd be like, think about it. He's selfish. He knows the average black man out there coming out the field ain't gonna marry no white woman. So why would he like, oh, the hope is the blacks and whites mixed together, and we won't have a race problem more.
Oh, that was his ideology.
Yeah, that was his ideology. Yeah.
Oh no, that wasn't gonna work.
But the bottom line, you got people like Jonathan holding them. Oh, we got to listen to. No, the fuck, I don't. You know. Right now, we get this channel. We slaughter sacred cows. You know.
A lot of people like Doug. They said Douglas during that time he took the most pictures.
Yeah, the bottom line is he say spread them around. Next, you know, nobody black listen to that motherfucker. You know. You know. So, Rico, try to be positive, right? You know, yeah, we know we got a bad history, but we're regaining that shit.
Nah, Frenchie, you ain't do nothing wrong. I was just complaining about you worrying about FBA. You know, and I'm just saying you don't have to worry because, like, you know, us over here in New York, we know media, so it's a nothing burger.
And, you know, the FBA is just a TikTok, and not even on Twitter, just TikTok. You know, all you see at FBA, you don't see it on Facebook. All you see it on TikTok, really. You know, YouTube. You know, anything with people with short attention span. You know, FBA all day, FBA all day. You know. So yeah, yo, my brother Naya is. I called him the other night on the show. I asked him some questions. Elvis didn't believe me about something, so I called my boy Naya. He's from Nimba. He was born in Nimba. You know.
Yeah.
He's in Rhode Island. You know, that's my brother right there, man. He's going to introduce me to Liberia. You know. Anyway, he's going to be in Liberia the same time I am. Man, I said, Naya, we're going to act a fool, man. You know, you and me in Liberia at the same time. You know, all these years we never been in Liberia at the same time. It was always like some miscalculation or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
But I will be there with him, man. I said, Naya, we're going to have so much every night. Every friggin' night, man. Come get me, whatever. Like, I'll come get you. We're going to fucking party and we're going to have a good time every freaking night, man. I can't wait, man. It's going to be great. It's going to be the best trip I ever had, knock on wood, you know? It's going to be the best trip.
Yeah.
It'll be the best time I ever had in Liberia. You know, I can't wait. I might go. I'm definitely gonna go up to Nimba. You know, he would tell me, man, Colin, you got to work on my farm. Now I'm hearing that you got fucking deadly snakes up there. You know.
No, you gotta be careful in the rural
You know what I'm gonna
areas.
do? I'm gonna get me those long boots, those long rain boots. You know, go up to your ankle.
I wear those long rubber boots.
Yeah, where do you get those from? Can you buy
can
them?
get them. You can get them online.
Yeah, well, if I get them online, I probably won't be here in time because I don't have enough space. Can I buy them in Liberia?
Yeah, you can get them in Liberia.
That's what I'm gonna get. You know, put those shit all the way up to my ankle. So any snake, whatever like that. Also, because I went to Great African's farm, right? And a dog sitting there shivering, right? I said, what's wrong with him? Oh, he got bit by a snake. Snake, get me the fuck out of here. I go, you got a snake that can do that? That dog was like laying down, like limping, like, oh yeah, he got bit by a snake. I was like, God damn. But I heard Great African, the dog recovered, you know?
Yeah.
I said, that's a strong dog, man. He said, yeah, he got bit by a snake, you know? Okay, here goes Elvis, man. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Let's see what Elvis got to say, man. All right, Elvis.
You can hear me, Carla?
You're loud and clear.
All right. What's up, Carla? What's up, Dave? Hey, Dave, do you have a Liberian citizenship or you just got American citizenship?
No, bro. No. I don't want that.
Dave like me. That ain't happening.
Bruh.
I ain't get no damn Liberian citizen. You crazy, you know?
No, they ain't ready for me. The country not ready for me yet to have citizenship. That's
Because
how I
you know
look at it.
Trump is having a thing
They
where
ain't ready for me.
he's gonna cut off that dual citizenship shit, you know? So people gotta make a choice. He's cutting off that dual citizenship thing, you know?
But Elvis, my mom's and my grandmother gave up they Liberian citizenship. They gave that up. Why will I go get it? they gave it up for American citizenship. So
And to be honest with you, don't you got more privilege in Liberia with American citizenship than
yeah,
Liberia?
you actually do. Yeah, you're right,
You
Colin.
have
You
way
got
more
more. It's
privilege.
like you got more rights.
You have more rights, more privilege in Liberia with that U.S. passport. Really. Yeah, I leave that to
It's sad to
Liberia.
say.
Like I said, even with the right to vote and everything, you're still part of a privileged class when you go there. So, like I let them have the citizenship. But technically, every black man's a citizen anyway. Regardless of whether the status. They only started that citizenship thing in like the 1960s and 70s. Before that, any black person had the right to abode, and you would just assume the citizen just by being there. Liberia was out that country. It just opened it up to any black person just came there. And, it wasn't until the 70s when people started saying, man, we got so many foreign born people trying to run for office and shit. They started putting Citizen Naturalization Act. That law is really anti-Liberian Constitution, Dave.
What?
Trying to restrict somebody to citizen, but the whole idea, Liberian Constitution didn't even mention what a Liberian was. So there's no Liberians. That anybody makes it to Liberia and wants to become part of the republic is a Liberian, right? It had nothing to do
Yeah.
with tribe or birth, where you were born at, or whatever like that. So these people basically
No,
now,
it's not. It's not that you want to become part of the country. It's that you have to go through the process. If you were born, hold on, Colin. Let me explain the process. If you're born in Liberia, naturally to a Negro father, you inherit his citizenship. But for the longest time, you couldn't inherit your mother's citizenship if you were born to a non-Liberian. You had to declare your citizenship once you turn 18. So let's say you're born to a Nigerian father but a Liberian mother. Once you turn 18, you keep your father's citizenship, but once you turn 18, then you can declare that you want to be a Liberian. That was the law. But then it changed. It changed during the dual citizenship law, where you can now inherit your mother's citizenship. That you don't have to declare at 18. Those are the differences.
C.B. King wasn't born in Liberia. He was actually born in Sierra Leone. He was a Creole from Sierra Leone. But at that time, when Liberia's early history, when the first founders like Edward Wilmot Blyden basically had citizenship in Sierra Leone and Liberia. It didn't really matter back then, because as long as you were black, it was like you were a citizen. It wasn't until Tubman got in office, right? And those people started seeing people coming from overseas as competition, right? And so some of that you had this quasi nationalism among some Liberians, to distinguish themselves from other. Before, Liberia was not a nationalist country; it was basically a refuge and a haven for any black person there. But Liberia becoming a nation as an identity, that you have a culture and a nation, and by birthright and stuff like that, that was something that happened during the time of Tubman, and then through the 60s and Tolbert and all those people trying to make people into Liberians. That's where they made their mistake. They made a mistake. They tried to make people into Liberians, and that was real hard to define what was a Liberian. What was a Liberian? Liberia wasn't supposed to be that type of country.
No, if you go to Liberia and you want to see refuge, fine. That's a refuge haven for you. But if you want to then gain citizenship, you have to go and get naturalized if you're born outside of Liberia.
Well,
So it's not.
like I said, the thing about Liberia is, to my point is that I'm not being a non-citizen. I'm not restricted any way of any. Like, only thing I can't do is vote and hold office. That's it. And then that it wasn't even enforced because George Weah took citizenship in France and Sirleaf had citizenship in the United States and everything like that. So it's all basically like who enforces it and who it is. Cummings had U.S. citizenship, but yet he ran for a president. George Weah had French citizenship.
The thing about it is nobody has taken it to court to challenge it. That's what I say about laws. The laws is on the book, but you have to take it to court and challenge it.
Yeah, but the thing is, in America, you don't have to take it to court. If you were not born in America, the Constitution says you cannot run for the presidency. No if that as a buts about it. You can't do it. We won't even get past it. Like I said, this shows me that the Liberian framers of Liberia never intended for there to be any restrictions on any black person moving into that territory. You know
Carl, it literally says it in the Constitution. So
what?
it
Let's say.
says that to get citizenship in the country,
Well, hold on,
you
hold on.
have
Did it ever mention the word citizenship
yeah.
in the original Constitution?
Well, I mean, you talk about the original Constitution. I mean, the amendments that's added to the Constitution.
Well, yeah, like I said, over the years, since Tubman's time, they started amending the Constitution, right? I said the original framers of the Constitution did not basically talk about who was a citizenship or whatever like that. Anybody that was in Liberia that was black was considered part of the country, right? Let me give you another example. There's nothing in the Constitution that basically talks about political parties. Yet we got a two-party system, you know? So it is what it is. Like I said, I think a lot of Liberia's problems stems from the fact that people don't really know what a Liberian is. Now, personally, to tell you the truth, I see the Liberians on the ground, right? They're definitely living a Liberian life. There's definitely now a colloquy and a culture, right? Now you can say, something, so long as you acknowledge where Liberia came from, right? It was a haven for black people, mainly slave descendants from the West, right? And then you go say now it's changed to something else. We have a culture here now that basically has retained some of the history from America, and we have indigenous culture, right? And we speak English for the most part. We're mostly Christian, whatever. We have a colloquy. We have different types of foods and everything. Now you have the basis of building a nationalist type country. Now I'm all for that right now, but I'm talking about historically. Liberia was never a nationalist country. You know, in fact, had Liberia been a nationalist country, it wouldn't have spent so much time wasting time building things like the OAU and all this African Development Bank. Liberia spent so much time trying to develop Africa and Pan Africanism that it didn't really pay attention to its problems at home. Hey, Dave, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand it.
Liberia was brokering peace in the Congo. They were brokers of peace in the Mau Mau situation. They were all over the place,
Yeah, it was all over the
all
place.
over the place. So there was no real where Liberia. It was just a refuge. Nelson Mandela lived there. Kenneth Kwame lived there. Kwame Nkrumah lived there, and stuff like that. It was not any where Liberians were. It wasn't until Tubman got in power, and basically he started to define Liberians as people came from the West and 16 tribes, indigenous tribes. That's what he defined as Liberia. Before that, it was very vague and abstract what a Liberia was. Nobody cared about what a Liberia was. Liberia was just it wasn't America. It was like a refuge, you know, people fighting refuge and fighting colonialism and fighting racism. That's what Liberia was founded for, you know. But later in years when Tubman got in there, they started basically doing Pan Africanism, and also I think they forgot during Tubman's time, they forgot why Liberia was founded as a safe haven for Black people in the West. Come there. That was a very important Liberia history, right? And Tubman and them didn't hear to that. Tolbert and all of them didn't hear that, and they just thought that just we're all Liberians now and like that. And the bottom line, they didn't take into account that these indigenous people didn't really assimilate into your idea of Liberia. That would have taken another 100 years, you know, and that's why the country collapsed. You can't just tell somebody you're Liberian now, and they haven't been assimilated or they've been educated to understand what that really meant, because you really don't know what that really means. No one really did. It was an experiment, to see how it turns out. But it just went left because no one could define what the country stood for anymore. By the 70s, like, who are we? Are we Americans transplanted in Africa? Are we Africans or what? No one knew what the hell they were, and that's why people could come in there to this day and divide the people and cause friction and stuff. Trump claims Bachman was born in the Philippines. You'll never know. He completely lost his African accent. I would not thought his name was Joe Louis, not Nelson Mandela. You know, you talking about Mandela? I don't know. But yeah, so about the topic, black nationalism, the history of black nationalism. It's the oldest ideology in Black America. The oldest, you know. It predates everything. The only thing that was probably the same old thing is the Black Christian Church, which I think Black nationalism is what was born out of the Black Church. You know, I think Black nationalism. I don't know what came first, Black nationalism or the Black Church. Then again, it could be Black nationalism first because Black people will refuse entry into white churches, so they built their own. That's nationalism. You know. So Black nationalism is basically the basis of Black nationalism was the Black church. You know, Black people, that was a gathering point for Black people around the community, you know, the Black Christian church, Black Christian church. But it's the oldest ideology in Black America, right? The oldest ideology. It's older than civil rights, it's older than integration, older than assimilation, it's older than ADOS FBA. It's the oldest ideology in Black America, right? And I do think it's making a comeback. And Dave, tell us some more about some of these comments. You want to read some of them?
No, I could send them to you, Colin. Let me send them to you.
Yeah, send them to me. You got my email?
Yeah, no, yeah, I should send it to
You
your email or
do.
your Facebook.
Well, no, I can't pull up Messenger on this.
Oh, okay. You want me to send it?
Screenshot
All
them and
right, hold
send
on.
them to me by email. I think I got your email. Hold up. What's your email, Dave? Dave, what's your email?
Just send it to the hold up, send it to BIA or
No, no,
Colin
no,
Nation.
no. I have a Nation Nut Collar 5. What's your email?
Um, fo- Focus World 21
I got
at
it.
gmail.com.
I got it. I got it. Right. I
All
was
right.
putting a caption hello, and you reply to that. And
Okay.
your money should be getting my email in a second.
Yeah, I'm about to send you these screenshots, man. It's crazy, man.
I want to read these things. These
All right.
people are going crazy. I knew lurking in the background, this was all going to come out. Because they've been probably looking at these YouTube channels and whatnot, saying, "Man, they when it hits them, white people it don't hit them till you invade their space." At the Super Bowl, you're wearing a red, black, and green. That was something else, man. Coco Jones, man. I didn't know who she was. I never heard of her. I don't know who most of these people are in the entertainment until they do something. Now, Coco Jones didn't come out with a Solon flag, Dave, did she? Did she come out with an FBA flag? No. She came out with a red, black, and green band on her arm, man. They are going crazy. You know, what the hell is this? They thought they were gonna race our heritage and everything like that. They thought we were gonna just roll over and go away. Are they crazy? Yeah, black nationalism is on the rise. It's something they got to deal with. Black nationalism is on the rise, and I'm proud. You send those pictures at screenshot it, Dave? So I got a video of George Ware dancing and whatnot. And this one guy said, "Man, he said, man, all this guy knows how to do is dance." We gave him all
Yeah,
these.
do the booga. You gotta do the booga.
Yeah,
Booga.
and then what you have the comment section is this. Yeah, man, look at it with dancer. He's gonna make a fine president in 2029. Oh my god. He's gonna make a fine president because he could dance or whatever. If somebody said, "I know book, I don't have moves like that." Wow. Coco Jones is not no half Indian. Does she look half Indian to you, bro? She ain't no
These
damn.
guys are crazy, man. These guys are.
How the hell you get she's half Indian, bro? That girl looks like 1,000% black. But whatever it is, Rico Miller, she didn't have a FBA flag up there. She'll say, I'm a foundational Black American. She sung Lift Very Voice to Sing with the red, black, and green, man. She represent, you know. I never heard of her. Be honest with you, I never heard of her. Never. Her dad's Indian. I don't know, but she looks like a black woman to me. You know. If her dad's Indian, how did she got a name like Jones? Don't make any sense. How she got a name like Jones?
Yeah, she's an African American.
She sung the Black National
Yeah.
Anthem, bro. She's Black African American, bro. Rico, get over it. Now if she said
She
FBA all
Indian.
day, now if she said FBA all day, wouldn't they be claiming her right now?
Oh yeah.
Man, FBA, see,
This
she
guy,
FBA. They'd be like, see Coco Jones, man. Instead of talking about that ABC special, they be talking about her right now. These FBA people are fucking fiends, man. They're fiends. You know. They want validation, legitimacy so bad. Can't trust everything you see on Chat BGP, Rico Miller. I love these Chat BGP activists. Kala, man, don't you know I went on Chat GPT and I found out the truth? Okay, all right, you know. You send that stuff, Dave?
yeah, I'm decided. This stuff is crazy, man. These comments, man. This is nuts.
Chat GPT. I said Chat GPT. I didn't say BBT. I said GPT. Marsha, her dad's not. Oh wow, Rico. See, you gotta get your Chat GPT up. He said, her Amari Shai, who I trust, right, would never lie to me, right? Her dad is not Indian. Her dad is Mike Jones, a former NFL player. Goddamn. See how you say? No, most of my information don't come. Most of my information comes from me knowing shit already. I may go once in a while and check something out, Chat BGB, but you can't do a show like this unless you have some real knowledge. Marsha said both her parents are black. I thought so. So that kills that. So she basically is a black woman that's down with the RBG, red, black, and green, man. We're so proud of her right now. I'm so proud right now. You have no idea, man. The FBA people just took another big L, I wonder what Bantu Mandinka got to say about all this, FBA all day, FBA all day. Cut the check. I want my check, Like I said, I wish black people, some of y'all black people, I want y'all to get reparations, I want y'all to get reparations. I know times are tough, man. I want I want that y'all to go to the mailbox one day and say, it came. Lord, by hell, the reparations came or not. I'd often dream about it. That you black people will get what you want and deserve, which is reparations, right? But I know, and you should know, right? Hell has not frozen over yet. Really. Hell has not frozen over yet. Right? It's still hot down there in hell. It didn't freeze over yet. So since hell didn't freeze over yet, you cannot get your reparations check. I would like to tell y'all some good news that the reparations. You have people out there that basically would listen to Vet Carnell. They was basically thought that the reparations check was on their way. They saw her all professional. And then when she sat down with that white dude and whatnot, oh man, it's really gonna happen. She's sitting down talking about talking to the white man and whatnot, All right, let's see. All right, let's read what you got, Dave. Wow.
You see it?
Yeah.
This is nuts, man.
Somebody, the first one, this is what I saw before. Somebody said, "This is not American or Unity." It's my name, Lovebug, 1970, right? Some female, right? Coco Jones was wearing an armband of the Black National flag, at the Black National Anthem. Ooh, they are mad, boy. And somebody says, "It's funny." That's hilarious, man. Next one, right? Oh yeah, that dude. What's his name? Scott Adams. He died. Let's have a fucking party. Scott Adams, that racist piece of shit, died. Good, good, good. I hope he's burning in hell right now. Fuck you, devil. You know. Okay. Anthem singer wearing a white supremacist. Why are they gonna? How are they gonna compare the RBG flag to a white supremacist armband? This is insane. And then somebody said Coco Jones is a black supremacist. God damn. Oh, look, somebody named I Kill Aliens say black people regularly get to indulge publicly in the most racist instinct, so not shocking at all. Wow, we're racist now, Me, moi, racist, man. I am hurt, man. I'm really hurt. The black Tucker Carlson. Oh, look at this coon. That's a Pan African flag, not a black nationalist flag. It is a black nationalist flag. See that y'all compare it to? Just say it's a black nationalist flag. Pan Africans use a black nationalist flag.
Yeah.
Also, somebody said BLM. But who's still talking about BLM? So about BLM, modern KKK. What the fuck has BLM got to do with anything? Like Joe, Scott Adams, piece of shit. All right, next one. So let me get this straight. Having separate alternative halftime shows for Super Bowl is bad, but having an alternative national anthem Super Bowl is good. Left can never pass its own test. What the hell does that mean? Let me read it again. So let me get this straight. Having separate / alternative halftime shows for the Super Bowl is bad, right? So in other words, it must be a turning point person talking this, right? But have separate alternative for Super Bowl is good. Well, shut up, If somebody said there is no black national anthem, there's no white. There, of course, it's only American. It's funny how suddenly we're all Americans now, Also, somebody wrote, "What if every black bird turned Earth turned to Africa? Yeah, you wouldn't have no football. How about that? You wouldn't be watching the Super Bowl. How about that? Heritage American says, can we just give black people their own state or create a country for them in Africa? Yeah.
Yo, Kala, you might get your Afghanistan, man.
Yeah, I'm saying, man. I hope this.
You was just talking to other people about, you was just saying it, and now
he says they could take their culture, their national anthem, and their flag and go there. Yes, that's what we want. Thank you, folks. Thank you, man. Now, where's that leave the FBA people? FBA people, they don't want y'all here. National flag. Okay. Somebody in Chloe said they don't hate racism; they hate white people. Woo! Where's all this coming from, man? Yo, come on, Dave. Where's all this coming from?
This is X. I told you. Right now, you go on X. Right now, you go on X. It's a field, man. They waiting for you. You go on X, man. If you was streaming on X, they'll be coming. They be coming at you. I think you should try to stream on X too.
I think I might.
If you get an X, oh man, I
tried to stream on X, right? But I got to set it up because you got to pay. You got to get a a Supreme account. I'm gonna do that once
Those
I get
guys,
back to Liberia.
those guys, man, they'll be coming up every day, man.
Oh man, I love it. Like I said, step right up, get knocked right back the fuck down. Step right up, get knocked right back the fuck down. No one can beat Thanos. Somebody said, why can't the Pan African or the Black Nationalist pool cup? What the hell is he talking about? I don't know. I understand what you're saying. You got to speak. You got to talk legible. WHZ 366. You got to talk legible. Can't read what you're writing, man. Bad Bunny ended his show saying, urging people to show love to all foreign countries as spoken Spanish. Meanwhile, Kid Rock urged everyone to give their lives to Jesus.
I'm about to show you some stuff from the last hour.
All right, keep sending them.
Yeah, man, some stuff from the last hour, man. It's madness over here on X, man.
Rhino put the red, black, and green flag up. I can't believe this, man. It's coming back, man. They don't know what they just did, man. Now I see all these red, black, and green. We got to get back to the basics, man. Fuck the Solon flag. Fuck the FBA flag. It's the red, black, the fucking green, folks. This is a black nationalist time period, bro. Let me do something. Let me do something right now. Dave. Yeah, let me do something right now. Well, we got more, Marshai. Dave's gonna send me some more. We're gonna have fun tonight,
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a cesspool over here, Collar. It's a cesspool,
man. I'm
man. These guys
I gotta get
losing their minds.
In order for me to stream on X, I gotta get a premium account.
They're losing their minds over here. I've just been going back. I've been going back and forth with them today. So
yeah, keep up the war. All my black nationalist warriors, man. Take it to these motherfuckers, man. Social media.
They lost their mind, man, from the Super Bowl and just the Super Bowl.
It's very simple. The red means the blood we will shed. We will have to shed, right, for our freedom because we have to spill blood. Black meaning us, the people. Land meaning the territory of the African, where we're going to have a final resting place, a new life in a new land, And the green means the best place for us to build this new reality is on the mother continent of our ancestors, So if you're down with the red, black, and green, that means you want a nation of your own. This is where you want to tune into. Where's King Good, man? I want him up here. That brother's deep, man. I saw him on Dynasty's chat room, man. I must do shows too late for him, That's a good young brother, man, Hey, you and him, Dave, guys like y'all give me hope, man, So why are people in the alt-right obsessed with black people and Jews? I have no idea. All I know is I wish they would go away. Go far away. Go away. Go far away. We don't give a fuck, Biafra flag has a sun in the middle, whatever like that. But this plain red, black, and green flag is very simple and basic. That's the flag of the African, Make no mistake about it. When we have a nation, when we get to base camp, that flag is gonna fly high over the base camp, So people know what the fuck when they come to those gates and whatnot with armed guards and whatnot, they know what the fuck it is. This is a black nationalist territory, Yo, Dave, you know what I found out? Guess how much land? Guess how much land the Catholic Church owns?
How much land?
They own 177 million acres of land throughout the world. Now, if the Catholic Church is not even a government, right? They said they own so many banks, businesses, everything throughout the world, right? The Catholic Church has so much wealth. They own gold. They have tons of gold stashed away everywhere all over the world, right? And I'm saying to myself, you tell me, what does a black man in America collectively have? Not a goddamn thing,
Not a thing, man.
And so the bottom line is when people tell me, Kala, you can't look, we're going to fucking take. If we have to join force with the Lebanese in Liberia and Lebanese in Africa, I had motherfuckers tell me. I told that on a group chat. I said, "Yeah, we're gonna have to fucking get with the Lebanese, whatever, because they might have to."
They got mad with you.
Yeah, motherfuckers are mad.
They got mad with you.
Several Africans said, "Kala, you're a traitor, man." Blah blah blah. I said, "You sit here the
But
whole."
Colin, you just read the comments I showed you. Is white nationalists telling you to go? They want to help you get a country.
That's what I'm saying. So we're gonna find,
These
so
guys are talking about helping you get a country. So I don't know, man. I
this
don't
is
know.
time for black nationalists to rise again. This is a black nationalist movement, folks. Hold up, Dave. I plug my computer in before it goes dead.
Guys from the Heritage Foundation.
I want to hear everything they say because I want to talk about it. And then what you do on your X page, share the show on your X page, Dave. Share the show. Maybe they'll listen to it enough to try to join. I'm gonna start opening this up to these fucking white devils, and let them come in here, And look at DK said you're obsessed with Lebanese. Look, I'm obsessed with success. They're building shit. My house that I got in Liberia, Dave. They
They the suppliers, they supplying us with hardware, to get things done.
I'm like this. I look at
the building materials.
Look, the house we got the bathroom, the marble floor, all that shit, the brand new sinks and whatnot, the gourmet kitchen we designed, whatever like that. It was gutted. When we took it to a place, it was gutted. They came in there with all the stuff. We ordered stuff from city builders. The house looks brand fucking new on the inside, right? I would not have that if it wasn't for Lebanese. If it wasn't for Lebanese, Liberia would look like it was in the 1930s. Every house would be like you live in the 1930s, whatnot. I like modern, up to date shit. Lebanese made that possible. Hey, I'm sorry, DK, man, but it is what it is, man. So when we build base camp, man, they're gonna be on the short list of contractors and shit like that, working for us. It is what it is. Man, we could with Lebanese, Chinese, and whoever else in Liberia, we could form a formidable force. I mean formidable. Really formidable. And so it's time to get shit done, man. I'm sick and tired of playing games with people and whatnot. I want to keep going back with this Congo native shit. Getting nothing done. So it's time to just start going over there saying, who else is here? Obviously Lebanese are here. You ain't going no place. So let me talk to them. Simple as that. I tried to do the Pan-African thing, and I'm still a Pan-Africanist, right? But we got things to do, Dave. We got to get that land. What about that land you was telling me about in Sino?
I'm still talking to some people.
We got land. We got to estimate how much territory we need to start breaking ground.
I didn't know Liberia is 27 million acres.
It's 43,000 square miles. That's like Liberia is about the size of North Carolina and Virginia combined.
Yeah, it's big. Yeah, it's big
country, man. It looks like on the map it looks small, but it's actually huge.
Yeah, it's big.
Oh well, look, DK. The difference is us is when you're black from America, the Lebanese treat you like with respect. That's not my experience with the Lebanese. They're cool with me. Don't be laid back. Motherfuckers.
The Lebanese, they hang out. They cool.
They hang out, just drink with you one night. Hey, what's up, man? Whatever. Stop by, dap you up, whatever. Cool as fucking hell, man. You ever did you go to that one pizza shop in Area 2 right there?
Nah, I didn't go to Area 2 yet.
Fucking good, man. They got a lot of good pizzerias, man. It's like fucking.
Yeah, they own a pizzeria spots over there, man. They know how to make some good pizza.
Oh, now Elvis, I say I love white people. No, I don't. I said the Lebanese do no wrong to me. I'm liking what they're doing, man. I want to be like them. I want to grow up to be Lebanese, Elvis. Since they persecuted my people in Liberia, they made us pariahs. everything like that. American Liberians walk around with their head down, and so they can't even be themselves in their own country.
A lot of yeah, I know a lot of them, man. They hot, they ain't hiding.
They're in hiding. They're in hiding. I'm trying to bring
They're
them out of
hiding.
hiding. They're scared to tell. Yeah, yeah. I'm a Congo person. My ancestors came from America. What the fuck you got? I tell them in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, my ancestors are part of the Congo people. I just tell them, yeah. So what are you gonna do about it? It's a lot of Congo people like the Zubin Cooper. I like Zubin, but he's a little sissy, man. Zubin.
No, I don't know him, but
Zubin, light skinned dude that he does a lot of film work, and he was Sean Penn on some big project, whatever like that. He does a lot of stuff about when the war was happening in Liberia. He did a documentary. When Zubin Cooper, he's one of the Coopers.
yeah.
Zubin's a
They
good
ain't
brother.
hiding. They ain't hiding, Carl.
Yeah, but he's
They
like, so
hiding under.
Zubin, you're a light skinned Negro, a Cooper, right? Stop acting like you were fucking like he was like, oh yes, people, nigga, your ancestors came. The Coopers are the most American Liberian as anybody else. The Coopers are pure Congo people, pure,
Yeah,
no mix, whatever like that. All the other people, even like my wife, she has like a little Bassa in her. Her mother's like about a quarter Bassa. You know,
yeah.
most of the Congo people got a Vi relative or something, but Coopers, Coopers are all American Liberians or Congo people. Helen Cooper, Washington Post correspondent Helen Cooper,
No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm
Liberian,
not
right?
familiar.
She wanted to introduce the world to Liberia. She wrote the book. She grew up as a Cooper. She wrote the House on Sugar Beach. I bought that book, man. I couldn't put it down. It's about her life growing up in Liberia to the coup. She described the coup, and I was trying to
Man,
tell.
I know it was sweet, man. Life was sweet back
Oh yeah,
then,
man. The
man.
way she
I heard
described it,
so many stories, man.
the way she described it,
So
man.
life was great, man.
She was like it was like heaven on earth. And then she said when the coup happened, soldiers broke into her house, right? And they were going to rape her and her native girl sister, right? And her mother protected them, right, by offering her body up to them. And the soldiers came and raped her and
I
said
bro, see them all.
those soldiers were going around raping women, So
It's savagery.
Liberia never depended on white people, bro. Liberia never had white people there. It's the only real all black country, bro. Like that's when people come here with their ignorance and shit, Liberia depends on white people. What white people? What did they do? They were doing magic across the Atlantic. There was no white people living in Liberia, bro. Liberia was the only country that could generate its own wealth and pay its own bills. I know the history of the country. You don't know shit. I'm confused. You're telling us for all the time Liberians are black. Yo, look, I say Liberians for blacks, but the bottom line is this: these native people let the Lebanese in. They're there in power. So why am I going to fight them? All this time I'm like, fuck the Lebanese, fuck the whites, whatever like that. Now I'm just like, something, what are
When college
now I'm
country
like,
up, they keeping things up.
yeah, well, like I said, so the bottom line is the native people drove our people out of power, out of the country, and everything like that, right? The Lebanese, the Chinese, all these other people, Indians got a foothold in the country, right? So if you want to see anything done, those are the people you gotta fuck with. That's the country we were dealt with. So when we do build an Afghanistan, it's gonna be like this, Yeah, but the Lebanese didn't really have any power before the coup. They weren't like there is right now. Everybody will tell you. They said, look, they didn't really get power. And what gets me is while the country was in a war zone, these motherfuckers were still coming in.
Yeah,
And then when you look at Beirut, right? Beirut, Firestone was just like there was like about 20 white people, bro, in Firestone,
yeah.
Yeah, it was Beirut. Beirut's a war zone. You know that? Lebanon's a war-torn country. How are you gonna be a war-torn country and go around the world colonizing people,
And,
They still don't
and I
run like
I'll tell my brothers too in Liberia, like, look, man, y'all more than these Lebanese guys.
but
They won't
Liberians have
even
low
believe me.
self-esteem. They got low self-esteem. That's what it is. They got low self-esteem. That's why when I
Uh,
come there with my confidence and whatnot, I pick them up a little bit, their spirits up a little bit, Because they're like, oh man, you got this black American guy. He's an equal to these Lebanese. The way I talk to them and stuff like that, He's like, so they're like, wow, man, we need poor people. But most Liberians are on our side. Most Liberians on the ground are on our side. They want us to come back and build. They want us there.
Yeah, man. 'Cause I be trying to tell the brothers, man, y'all more than them. Y'all got more than them. It's like I don't really need them. But.
Firestone did not have their own police force. Where does this nonsense come from? Firestone did not have their own police force. Matter of fact, so this is Black History Month, Dave. You want me to play a video about Firestone?
Yeah, you got to play a video, man. You got to play the video for these guys, man.
Yeah, let me play a video about Firestone. Let me educate these freaking fools. All right. All right, we're gonna play a video. You guys want to talk about Liberia? Why every time I get up here, why is everybody attacking me about Liberia? They did call it, pay up the government for whatever. Let's watch the video. Show me where you see police at in this video. This was made in 1949 when Liberia was the only Africa's republic. 1949, this movie was made. It was a Firestone movie. All right. Let's watch the movie, folks. Let's watch it together. Yeah, of course. If you're an operator, you got your own security. But they they had their own security on it. It's not like you think it was. They had the power to arrest or whatnot. Everything was overseen by the Liberian police force. And most of the police there were actually Liberians. So and so they worked for Firestone. They got extra pay. It was actually Liberian police on the campus. Hey Dave, can you hear this?
Yeah, I hear you.
No, do you hear the video?
No, I don't hear the video.
Hold up. Can you hear anything?
No, I don't hear the video.
All right,
I just hear you. I just hear you talking.
Okay, let me find another video. Let me find another one. Let me see. Let me find another copy. I think I got another copy of it. Liberia. 19. This is a digitally remastered one, I think.
Watch me make a pitch deck in less than 60 seconds. First, I pick a template from Beautiful AI. They have
There we go. You can hear that, right? Can you hear it, Dave?
Yeah, I hear it.
Thank you.
This is the story of Liberia, Africa's only republic. It is a story of many chapters and moods, a story of people and the land that sustains them. It is also a story of American enterprise in the lush tropical jungles of West Africa. The story of Liberia is first a story of land, a segment of land framed by the immensity of the Earth's second largest continent. In 1822, a group of free American Negroes set out to colonize this land. It was not easy. In 1847, after a quarter century of struggle, sacrifice, and hardship, these colonizers and their children founded a new nation for free men. Its name, Liberia, means liberty. It did not take the colonizers long to discover that the land which they had chosen to settle was abundantly fertile. Plentiful sunlight and rainfall combine to create a climate that encourages growth. Food crops, timber, fibers, luscious fruits, and dense tropical vegetation. Another testament to the rich soil is the abundant floral growth. Bougainvillea, African moonflower, poinsettias, hibiscus, and a host of others. The story of Liberia is also a story of people, including 23 long-established tribes.
This video was made in 1949.
Most of Liberia's tribespeople live in villages which are centers of community-owned farms. Self-sufficiency remains the keynote of tribal living, which is a way of life as well as a means of livelihood. Scenes like this housewife pounding and winnowing rice are everyday occurrences. Rice is the basic grain of the Liberian diet. Most Liberians are farmers. Their pattern of living is shaped by the land. These farmers are planting cassava, whose starchy roots are to Liberians what potatoes are to us. The African oil palm, one of the most important crops in the world today, supplies fats and gravy for the native diet and provides a valuable export. Fish are a delicacy. They abound in the coastal waters, and the tribal fishermen who catch them enjoy considerable prestige. Seining or trapping in freshwater pools for smaller fish and minnows is woman's work. Handicrafts such as weaving and mat making are done almost entirely by men. The cloth they weave has a wide variety of uses and is an important item of barter. Mat makers find the jungle an inexhaustible source of raffia and other fibers. A tribesman of outstanding importance is the blacksmith, whose portable anvil and goatskin bellows can be carried from village to village. A highly necessary application of native skills is house building. This is a community project with many villagers lending a hand. The materials for these circular huts, small logs, vines, mud thatch, are plentiful. The single all-purpose building tool is the cutlass. With the family and neighbors helping, these houses can be built in a single day at a cost of as little as $5. And now this house built in a day becomes a home. Carrying their possessions with them, the family moves in. And moving is very simple. You just walk in, put your belongings down, come out, act natural, and immediately feel very much at home. Community living, working and living together, comes quite naturally to Liberian tribespeople, whose traditional tribal palaver is the African equivalent of the American town meeting or public hearing. Strong young men are first-hand bearers of gifts and friendly commerce. Here, tribespeople have long realized that little can be accomplished unless one is able to get along with his neighbors and to share their problems and interests. This elemental spirit of democracy is colorfully in evidence at the native market, where daily many of the tribe's people gather to gossip, exchange news, and sell the products of their farms, looms, and workbenches. An attractive array of African peppers. The fruit of the African oil palm. Liberian citrus and sugarcane. Dried minnows. And carved ivory. And the golden leopard pelt. Displays at the native market are skillfully arranged to present such typical native products as country cloth, home woven of wool or cotton, and used for clothing, bedding, and draperies. Next door to this market is the U.S. Trading Company, operated by Firestone to supply American-made products and brands at prices well below United States averages. Liberia is a land of contrast. Only a few miles from the native market is a scene as modern as tomorrow. A mighty airliner is landing at Roberts Field. Built by Firestone during World War II, this is one of the largest, most strategic land plane bases in the world. It is within 30 flight hours of New York.
That was a mistake. Firestone didn't build an airport. The United States government did, Dave. You know, they built that under Lend-Lease law in the United States. They built Lend-Lease laws allow money for the Roberts Airport and the Freeport of Monrovia. So that was a mistake. He said about that. You know.
The energy of the age-old Farmington River has been harnessed to provide the power needed for Firestone's widespread industrial operations in Liberia. Modern homes on Firestone plantations. With a change of foliage, these might be scenes in the better suburbs of any American city. The base hospital, which serves one area of the far-spreading plantations. This modern clinic would do credit to any community. Almost within earshot of messages being sent by jungle drums are these Firestone radio towers beamed for North America.
So you're already using ChatGPT, and while that's awesome, there is one little problem.
This Firestone golf course is enjoyed alike by the plantation staff and travelers and servicemen. But recreation must consider all tastes. Native rugby teams play a spirited game on a plantation's playfield. In workers' villages on the plantations, native music, games, and dances hold sway. A Liberian stilt dance. This is one of the more interesting of the acrobatic dances inherent to a great continent that is peopled with great dancers. Rhythm, balance, and poise are superbly proved. This traditional warrior's dance is another of Liberia's ever colorful folk arts. It is an arduous recreation dedicated to the enjoyment of all, regardless of ages or skills. And it is as African as Africa itself. Here, as elsewhere, good recreation is companion to good work. Liberian workers in many fields are convincing proof of how far the nation has advanced. The basic reason for Liberia's advancement is a milky liquid called latex, the initial harvest of natural rubber. By means of this white liquid, Liberia has achieved a significant place in world commerce. The story of rubber in Liberia begins with the clearing of thousands of acres of tall forests and dense jungles. To fell these giant trees requires an army of men with axes. The jungle's cry of surrender is the deep-throated rumbling of big trees crashing to earth. By the thousands, the forest giants fall so that space may be provided for valuable and orderly forests of rubber trees. Elsewhere, men with strong arms and sharp cutlasses are forcing the dense, wiry, matted undergrowth to give up its long hold on the land. The clearing operation is both vast and noisy. The work is paced by the beat of native drums. Clearing is completed during the dry season when the felled jungle growth is burned. Often thousands of acres are cleared by a single fire. Armed with long bamboo torches, workmen set the fire systematically. Without careful planning and great caution, the fire could become a serious menace to life and property. Yet through the years, there have been almost no accidents. Impressive testimony to the know-how of these men. Smoke in the tropic sky comes to mean more land being made ready for more rubber. The seeds of rubber trees are planted in nurseries to provide stock for later transplanting to cleared areas. There is one nursery for each rubber growing division. Within a few months, the seeds become young trees. In the nurseries, the seedlings are changed to high-yielding rubber trees by means of a scientific process called bud grafting. This means grafting the living bud of a high-yielding strain of rubber onto the root system of a hardy seedling. Successful bud grafting requires outstanding manual skill. First, a window or opening is cut in the bark of the seedling. Then a living bud is cut from a tree that is known to be a high producer of latex. The bud is trimmed with considerable care, then placed into the window. Then it is bound securely. The wound is taped and sealed with wax as a double protection against weather and insects. Several weeks later, after it has been determined that the bud graft is successful, the seedling top is cut away. In time, the grafted shoot from the new bud becomes the trunk and top of a superior rubber tree that grows from healthy roots. In the newly cleared areas, workers are busy lining and holing. Aligning the rows and digging the holes that will anchor the young trees in permanent and symmetrical groves. A Liberian technician uses a transit to make certain that the rows are straight and evenly spaced. The tree locations are carefully measured and marked with stakes. Most of the soil is a rich red clay loam or laterite. It is deep and fertile. The entire operation is geared to exacting standards. Even so simple a task as digging a hole is governed by predetermined measurements. Next, the holes are refilled with rich humus topsoil. Then a deep hole is punched into the loose earth.
You don't need a second job. You just need to learn how to talk to AI.
So this is how I became the most dangerous.
Then the bud-grafted rubber tree, after being severely pruned, is transplanted from the nursery and painstakingly anchored with all the care exercised by an experienced orchardist in planting a young fruit tree. In rich earth, under equatorial rains and sun, they grow rapidly. This one is 15 months old, these 2 years old, and these 3 years. After 5 or 6 years, the Liberian rubber tree is sufficiently mature to be tapped. The first tapping cut is measured carefully. Opening the tapping panel requires a sharp knife and a trained and steady hand. And there begins to ooze forth the first drops of the hundreds of gallons of latex that the tree will produce during its long life. Rubber tapping begins with the day itself. First dawn at the villages that dot the plantations sees long lines of tappers setting forth. Liberia's millions of rubber trees now require the services of more than 30,000 workers. All these men are tribe members, and all are Liberians. On a large rubber plantation, the tapper is the aristocrat among all the workmen. Each man has had individual instruction and has served apprentice training in this exacting craft. For rubber tapping demands pre-surgery of a high degree of skill. Thus, a tapper takes real pride in his work. Each tapper is assigned to about 250 trees and is equipped with a specially designed tapping knife, 2 latex buckets that hold a total of 12 gallons, and a bottle of chemical, which delays the coagulation of the latex. First, the tapper removes the thin string of latex, which has coagulated from a previous morning's tapping. He cuts with precise care, since the latex oozes from cells located between the outer and inner bark. When the first panel is exhausted, cutting begins at the top of the second. That finished, the bark on the first panel has renewed itself. A dash of anticoagulant, and on to the next tree. The desperate need for rubber during World War II prompted Firestone to introduce the harvest.
I would say, Knack, at least they're in their own country doing this. You know, they're in somebody else's country making a living. They make an honest living in their own country, so I can't fall into that.
Routine to increase the yield of a single tree. The usual one-level tapping was supplemented by a second tapping at a higher level. This intensive harvest, called high panel tapping, produced thousands of tons of rubber, which were of life or death importance to our fighting forces. High panel tapping made shock troops of millions of Liberian rubber trees. That gong means that it is time to collect the latex. Tapping is done in the early hours because the late morning heat slows the flow of latex. Roughly 1/3 of the weight of the latex that flows from the tree will be dry rubber. Rubber is in these buckets, thousands of pounds of rubber in these thousands of gallons of milky latex. Latex is an unstable compound. From now on, men, chemistry, and bacteriology will be fighting for time to convert this valuable white liquid into useful rubber. The pace is slower now. The buckets are heavy with the liquid harvest. The latex is collected at a division station. Each station serves many hundreds of tappers. On the Firestone plantations in Liberia, there are dozens of these stations. Inside the division station, the crop of each tapper is weighed, recorded, and poured into a receiving tank. Each station receives several thousand gallons of latex every day.
Imagine choosing from 100+ meals a week that are healthy and also delicious. Let's be real, Factor's menu is way healthier than the competition.
Just like you got plantations still in America, potato plantations, apple orchard plantations, they're still in America. You got a lot of black people in the South still working on those things, you know. So let's not this high and mighty shit, you know. They're out there doing what the hell they have to do, you know. But Nak, you're on a plantation right now. You're in the Netherlands. You're on a plantation, you know. Every black man's on a damn plantation, you know. So a plantation, yeah. What do you think the Netherlands is? A plantation. Come on, man, Nak.
From the Division Latex Station, the latex is hauled in 1,800-gallon tank trucks to the central processing factory, and there is emptied into a receiving tank. At the Firestone Processing Factory at Harville, the largest of its kind in the world, the fresh latex is converted into several commercial grades of rubber. The cream of the latex crop goes into centrifuges that work like cream separators. After centrifuging, the concentrated latex is shipped in bulk or in drums for making Fomex latex mattresses, elastic thread, surgical goods, and other valuable and specialized items. Other latex is processed as dry rubber. The addition of an acid helps it to coagulate in big vats. When partly solidified, the blubber, as it is called at this stage, its appearance is similar to that of clabbered milk, is chopped into big slices. These hunks of blubber are sent down chutes to a line of power-operated mangles and washers. The rollers squeeze out most of the water content and shape the rubber into white pads. These pads presently become sheets of rubber. And
hey, DK, you on? So what was Nigeria making, or what was their investments in 1949?
Nigeria is a freaking British colony.
All right, exactly. This was the only look. If you live in a world of white supremacy, this is the only country in the world that had any sort of progress whatsoever. You know,
Kala, I'm sorry, but Liberia is
1949, bro. Every country in Africa was in darkness. No roads, no light, no electricity.
This is not black nationalism.
Hold on. I'm not saying it's black nationalism. This was just a situation in Liberia that they had to take because the bottom line is it was a deal.
I would say, Kala, Ethiopia is better off than Liberia because they were truly independent.
No, they weren't. Ethiopia. Okay, you want to go there? In 1949, Ethiopia was destroyed by Italy. What are you talking about?
They fought them off.
Yeah, they got destroyed. They got massacred by the Italians. What are you talking about?
They fought them off, Kala.
No, they didn't. That was a fucking
They're independent today.
World War II. Hold on. Haile Selassie fled his country. He fled his country.
They were occupied, but they weren't colonized.
They were occupied. Liberia has never been occupied by a military force.
Well, they didn't fight a war.
What does that tell you? What does that tell you? They had the United States. They had the diplomatic thing, and they didn't have to protect the United States. You know,
he said I don't know why you played. They said in the video, it's a plantation.
So what does that mean? It means a place of we plant stuff. You know, we got plantations in America right now. Hold on. Do you know right here in Virginia, we still got plantations, corn plantations, tobacco plantations. What are you talking about?
It's just Liberia, ain't it?
Hold on. Do you wear cotton?
Of course.
Okay, cotton has plantation. We got plenty of cotton plantations right here in Virginia. So what's your point?
It's just
just like this. All I'm saying is it is what it is. It's tired of people. Just because you guys' country didn't do nothing at the time, Yeah, this country was
We were
managed at
it
the
was
only
good.
country in Africa. I tell you what, every last single country in Africa,
No.
like that, you may look like it, but they all were inspired. If the Liberians could do it, I could. This was inspired nationalism in Africa. You know, Nnamdi Azikiwe came there around that same time and saw Firestone and said, "Yeah, we're going to do the same thing. I want my independence tonight." That's what began independence in Nigeria. Where he came, look at read his book. He came to Liberia and got inspired.
Yeah,
This is the 1940s, bro. Most of the world didn't even think Africans could, black people could even run a country, much less get investment.
So in 1949, Ethiopia had already defeated
Ethiopia
the,
had no industries. The only thing Ethiopia had was you had a couple of black Americans that went there, John Robinson, that helped the Ethiopians train the first Ethiopia. Ethiopia had no industry. And nothing.
Credit to John Robertson. Maybe the Liberians should have done the same. Maybe the Liberians should have done the same.
Hold on.
Invited Marcus Garvey. They would have been better off.
Stop it right now. I'm gonna tell you right now. What we're not gonna do is compare African countries against one or the other. That's that defeats the point. I wish Ethiopia the best of luck and whatnot. It's a fellow black country. So I'm not gonna say that and put one country down to make somebody else look good. You're not gonna do that on my platform, bro. You know,
I'm not doing that.
Or you can uplift Ethiopia all you want. You don't have to put Liberia down just to praise somebody else. All right. I'm not gonna have that shit. You know. So if you're gonna do that, man, you gotta go to somebody else's platform. Do that all day. But when I talk about Ghana, I praise Ghana. I talk about Nigeria, I praise Nigeria. Talk about South Africa. Each country has its own qualities and everything like that, you know, and something to offer. You know, there's good qualities in every last single African country. They made mistakes, yes. It wasn't the perfect, yes. But you gotta understand something. I put it in context. We're living in a global white supremacist, fucking white devil system or not. And this was a small country trying to survive.
Can I ask you a question?
Evidently, you don't believe that.
Kala, can I ask you a question? Honest
hold on. Do you believe that?
Believe what?
Do you understand? Do you understand the fucking the world system was controlled by Rothschild?
I understand. They were in a tough, difficult position.
All right, that's all. Just leave it at that. You know, they had to do what the hell they had to do.
Kala, can I ask you a question?
What?
Do you think they were better off if they went with Marcus Garvey in the UN?
No, because Marcus Garvey. Look. I even not me to agree with that. I love Marcus Garvey and whatnot, but the UNIA, even the UNA I deal right now, they don't have anything. They're a bunch of the people in the UNIA. The problem with the UNIA is they didn't attract the educated black population in Black America in the West. You know, it was just a bunch of roughnecks. Yeah, we're gonna Garvey. Garvey did send a team of engineers, but they didn't have no expertise like on this level. This country was a country. They had to make decisions. You know, we need a tax base. We need money. We need income. Liberia was flat fucking broke at the time before Firestone came there. They had no infrastructure.
Garvey had no skilled professionals?
Yeah, but no, not on this level. That's the reality. You got black people, 90% of black people living in abject poverty in America. You know? That wasn't an option. The bottom line, Liberia was threatened. You bring Garvey here, you're going to lose Firestone, and we might invade the country. That's what they'll face with. You know, but even the Garveyites, and you know something? A lot of Garveyites went there anyway, right? And they worked with the Liberian government, and that's how the OAU was formed. The OAU was formed by the Garveyites that were in Liberia. You know, they met with Kwame Nkrumah. They were hosting a pan. See, what failed with the Garvey movement was the fact that Garvey's followers, right, convened all the black nationals and Pan-African movement in Liberia. They brought Mandela there. They brought Nnamdi Azikiwe there. They brought Kenneth Kaunda there. They brought all these leaders from all over Africa and whatnot. And then basically they hosted Kwame Nkrumah. They hosted Nasser from Egypt. They hosted all these people there, and they came up with an idea of the OAU right there in Liberia. OAU was formed in Liberia, you know? So the bottom line, yeah, like Garvey didn't get the land and stuff like that, but they had a backup plan. They were going to freaking galvanize, and they thought it was more important. Liberia thought it was more important to free Africa than what they thought what the Garvey was doing. They said we couldn't do what we had to do, but the bottom line is this: they said we're going to make Africa. We're not going to be strong until Africa's strong. That's what Liberia said. We're going to make Africa strong. That's why Liberia started fighting for independence before it was even a country. Even during this time period, where it was barely a freaking republic, barely holding on. Liberia was arguing for independence in the Congo, independence in Zimbabwe, independence of Kenya, independence of Nigeria. It was advocating. It was a number one advocate for African independence on the continent. So give it credit. No, it wasn't perfect. So it is. 12 man said Liberia was America that played a crucial role in rescuing Liberia from financial. Yeah, Liberia was completely, absolutely broke. Had Firestone not came there at the time it did, the country would have dissolved and disappeared. That was just reality.
Colin, why were they in such bad?
Because the bottom line, look, you don't understand, DK. I'm getting tired of it.
I don't know the history of Liberia, Colin. Tell us. We don't know the history.
The world was controlled by financial institutions of Wall Street. The bottom line is there was no black people that had money to put in Liberia, invest in Liberia. They didn't have that. Liberia didn't have a bank. It was barely a country when we didn't have the banks over there. We didn't have all this stuff like that. So the bottom line, the country was poor. It wasn't like Israel and these other countries where European capitalists poured millions and millions of dollars into the Congo for development. Liberia never got any one of the money of the Rothschild banks. They didn't want a signature to the Rothschild banks. All these countries that were in the colonial club of the Rothschild banks got money to develop the country. That's why Wall Street banks, right? If you default on that Wall Street bankrolled the King Leopold in the Congo. Wall Street bankrolled the French in Indochina, now Vietnam, Indochina. That's why we had to go to war, to recoup that money. There was no money from Wall Street banks poured into Liberia. The only thing Liberia had was loans they took from the British, and the British, Liberia was so weak that it almost was colonized by the British because they couldn't pay back the loans. Firestone came in there, and the receivership thing stopped. It put back 12 years later, after World War II, the Bong Mines, the largest investment in Black Africa, came to Liberia. The first major investment in Black Africa was the Bong Mines. So they came there in 1960, and Liberia had a growth rate. Liberia, when you look at Liberia, you're only talking 35 years, from 1945 to 1980. Before 1945, Liberia was barely an existing republic because it had no money, no military, had nothing. It was barely a country hanging on. Then Firestone came in, then the Bomi mines and the Bong mines came in and went out, and Liberia was growing from there. Liberia had the highest growth rate in the world all the way up until the 1980s. So you got to put things in perspective. No, was it perfect? No. Yeah, I would love to talk about Garvey, black to the black power, Garvey, but that is not fucking reality. Until we have black-owned banks, black infrastructure, and stuff like that, all that stuff is bullshit. Black nationalism and Pan-Africa is bullshit. Because the Pan-Africans never have any goddamn money. They have no wealth. I said, look, the Vatican, the Catholic Church, has more wealth than the whole entire African continent combined. A church. We have never built an institution that had wealth like the Catholic Church and wealth like that. We don't have money. The Jews got millions of dollars from the World Jewish Congress, the Zionist Congress, right? They got $50 million to start Israel off. Liberia never got anything from Black America. We never pulled our money together to support this country. It was on its own the whole time.
Would you agree that Firestone undermined Liberia's
sovereignty? No, they didn't. No.
It didn't lead to the 1980 coup.
Hold on. Let me tell you something, right? That's people say that, right? The people I blame for that coup are the People's Redemption Council in Liberia, right? And I blame this some misguided people in the CIA, right? The bottom line is this: Firestone gained nothing from that coup. Hold up, Firestone gained nothing from that coup. What did they gain from the coup? They lost in that coup. Production went down. They lost in that coup. Because Samuel Doe and his people tried to extort Firestone for more money. They tried to extort Firestone, Lamco, the Bong Mines, all that. And then in 1989, Bong Mines ceased when the war broke out. Bong Mines, they abandoned ship and left the country.
We call that blowback. That's blowback.
Oh, no. I tell you what it is. The bottom line is this. You have people in Liberia, right? And like I said, me personally, what I would have done if I was a Liberian.
CIA always does that.
Looking back at history, I would in 1945. I would have said, look, you know something. If I knew what was going to turn out, I would say, let's not do all this stuff. We know we got plans to build Mong mines, bombing mines. Let's build a country, whatnot. I would have just said, fuck that. Let's go back to the United States and just leave it alone. Yeah, and then Liberia, and I don't think Africa would probably have independence movie 100 years later.
Find it odd that you would leave America, the plantations of America, go to Africa, found a country, which is great.
But the bottom line, but the way things turned out, if you weren't going to be the majority, if the black people in America, the only way, let me say this, the only way Liberia could have survived, right? And we were basically the government of the United States, like you say right now, like I was just reading now, if you read anything, right? The government of the United States, J. Edgar Hoover, and all these people were hostile towards Garvey. They were hostile. They were not going to let black people in America connect with a foreign state. That was not going to happen. That's why they supported Garvey. Why? Because they just don't want to, because they feel that's a security risk. The only thing keeping black people in line is the fact that you got to deal with them all the time. If you have an alternative to America, you might challenge them. So it's all psychological. J. Edgar Hoover said black nationalism is the biggest threat to American existence.
So wouldn't you
even black people the way they are in down in America?
They view the Americo-Liberian regime the same way?
No, yeah, they hated the Americo-Liberian regime. What are you talking about?
Of course.
Yeah, look, when Americo-Liberians came to America, right? Even government officials, right? They faced the same Jim Crow and discrimination when they brought that back to Liberia. And there was let me give you an example. Let me tell you a story, right? So you people don't know. Let me tell you a story, right? The Sanimani and Worley affairs. This happened in the 1920s, right? These are two international incidents that happened between the United States and Liberia that set Liberia and America on a collision course, right? There was a Liberian, we call Americo-Liberian, named Sanimani. He was a descendant of some of the early settlers and whatnot. He was given a major general position in the interior. Well, anyway, he was at a post in the interior, I think somewhere in Lofa County, and he was basically accused of abusing the natives, overtaxing, and keeping government property, right? There was a guy in the country, a U.S. military attaché, diplomat, that the Liberian government was working on, because at the time the United States had loaned Liberia African-American soldiers to help the frontier force in the interior. So this one white guy said that he's going to go up to the interior, investigate what happened, right? So what happened was he went up there to the interior, right? And he told Sanimani, you have to present yourself in Monrovia. And Sanimani refused. He says, I was told if you refuse, I have to chain you. So he chained Sanimani, a 12-day journey, until brought him back to Monrovia, right? What word of this got around Liberia that a white man, no matter what the hell it was, came to Liberia and chained the Liberians, especially somebody prominent, the whole country started rioting. The country went into a riot, right? And this guy, George, I think his name was George, right? The newspaper in Liberia said this guy is from Georgia. He's a racist, southerner, whatever. They call black people niggers in the state, right? And so anyway, a bunch of Liberians cornered him in the street and beat him and chased him to his residence, right? He was barricaded his residence. But the police, then the one Liberian said he assaulted me. I want him arrested. So the police went to a house to arrest him, right? And what happened was the government of Liberia called him persona non grata. That means we don't recognize your position here. You're gone. So anyway, he got pulled from the residence, arrested, put on trial in Liberia, and then basically made to pay $3,000 at the time, which was a lot of money, right? And then he went back to America, broken, whatever like that, right? That was attention. Then he went back to America and started spreading all this nonsense about the abuse of the native people, blah, 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 blah. And then there was another guy named Worley. Liberia had negotiated a loan, a $5 million loan, right, to build the port of Freeport, right? And Worley was from Baltimore, and the Baltimore newspaper printed an article saying Worley is a man that the Liberians bowed down to and whatnot, right? And then what happened was, before he could reach Liberia, a Liberian living in Baltimore sent that newspaper article to Liberia. So by the time he reached there, Liberians were friggin' enraged. The whole country was enraged that somebody would write that about Liberia. This is a country where this will never happen. In other words, whatever black people go through in America will not happen in Liberia. So the idea of in Liberia's head is if you let white Americans come here, they're going to bring the same Jim Crow stuff to Liberia. So when he came there, they arrested
him. They did.
No, he didn't.
They did come there. Firestone had their own police force.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. So when he came to Liberia, right? He came to Liberia, he was arrested, and the Liberian government rejected his loan. And let me tell you about Firestone, right? Because maybe you're going to give us some insight. At the time, like I told you earlier, Liberia was flat broke, right? The British government went to the United States and says, what are you going to do about the Liberia? American government said, I think Calvin Coolidge said, we respect Liberia's sovereignty, blah, blah, blah. And we're not a colony. All of a sudden, the British and the French said, well, Liberia's causing a problem for us because its independence there is causing unrest in our colonies in the region. We need the United States to declare that it's the protectorate or colony of the United States, or we're going to invade the country. So by the time the 1930s rolled around, Firestone had already been in the country for like 10 years, right? And basically, because of that, Firestone, the United States backing Firestone up gave Liberia a temporary cover. In other words, basically, you cannot invade this country because we got a prominent businessman that got interest. They used Firestone for cover, right? Then when Barclay went up there and said, "Look, I refuse. We're not going to. We don't need your protectorate status. Whatever. We're fine, right? We'll
So they surrendered their sovereignty.
Hold on. Look, do you understand how? Hold on. Do you know history? How do you think Venezuela, Colombia, all these countries became colonies?
Okay, they weren't able
to
defend
receivership. Hold up, Nigeria, even
Nigeria's a colony.
Hong Kong, all these places right there. What the British do is flood the country with goods and everything, and when you cannot pay back whatever like that, you have to go into receivership, and then they say, okay, receivership, we'll put you in protectorate status. Like Nigeria was a protectorate status. Not a colony, but protectorate status. That's receivership, right? Liberia never went in receivership because it outmaneuvered the British, right? They used Firestone as a cover because the British would know the British were not going to invade them as long as Firestone was there. So they used Firestone, right? And then Firestone saw that they were being used, right? And went to President Calvin Coolidge said, Liberians are stonewalling, right? We just need to take the country over. And Calvin Coolidge said, no, we're not going to use our military to take over a sovereign country, especially he said the United States is more interested in expanding in the Pacific. You know, these are things you know when you go to the library and actually read. You know, I would suggest you get a book, Liberia, America's Africa, by R. Earl Anderson. It's on Barnes and Noble. If you want to know the history of the country, when you want to discuss with me, you know. So Liberia was just using Firestone as cover. Then after, towards the end of World War II, it started producing rubber. But Liberian rubber really wasn't started producing really until after World War II. You know, it was a long process, and Firestone became profitable, and they stayed there. But Liberian really only used Firestone for diplomatic cover because the loan Firestone promised initially, they never came. Liberian knew they weren't going to give them a loan, right? So what they did was the Liberians went to the United States under Roosevelt, who was friendly to Liberia because he stopped over there in World War II, and gave Liberia funds for the port and the airport. That's under the United States Lend-Lease law that Roosevelt signed into law. That means anybody that joined the side of the Allies have access to funds, you know, for their country. Liberia used the funds to build the largest port in West Africa. That's a free port, you know. So Liberia is using political maneuvering all the time to keep its sovereignty. But they did all that, right? And then like the post-World War II, Liberia was a boom. But like that, yeah, only really talking about 35 years, from 1945 to 1980. In that time period, Liberia became a modern state, really a modern state, right? And in 1980, it was over, you know. So it is what it is. In hindsight, I would have been like, if I would have known it was going to turn out that, I would have said 1945. I would have said
they were too afraid. they were too afraid to reach out to Black America.
They were. It was actually, bro.
They were
It was
too
actually
afraid.
Black America who negotiated the
So
land lease.
they had no sovereignty. They had no
Hold on,
sovereignty.
yeah, hold up. They look. The bottom line of this: your sovereignty is only relative. There was no troops foreign troops in Liberia.
Why did John Robertson not go to Liberia? Why did he have to go to Ethiopia?
I don't even know who that is. Oh, the thing, because what you call Ethiopia was a was a war zone. The John Robinson all went there to fight the Italians.
Why did they not invite the Tuskegee Airmen?
Well, I don't. Look. We could go back and forth. The history is done, whatever, like that.
Because the reason I'm not trying to criticize Liberia, but the problem is that 1980 coup happened. The American-Liberian regime is over.
Yeah, it's over. But the bottom line,
we have to analyze what went wrong.
Look, the bottom line is Africa went wrong. Remember something? Nigeria had like 15 coups.
I think it's more than that, Colin.
Hold on, no. What was wrong with Nigeria? They had 15 coups.
Nigeria is not an independent country.
Hold on. So what, man? So what? You can't judge Liberia based on anybody African said, because Liberia only had one coup in its history. All these other countries had coup after coup after coup.
Okay.
Even Traore, Burkina Faso just had a coup 3 years ago. They're still having coups in Africa. What's your point? It's Africa. It's Africa. We have black people. The black race has not figured out civilization yet. It's going to happen again.
Liberia is no different than any other African country.
Well, so whatever. Now the native people involved, but the American Liberians, when they had the country and whatnot, it was civilized and peaceful. That's what I rest on. While Liberia primary color black and real established. No, actually, what you call it, the Liberia's private sector, would have concessionary, right? Have people from all over the world that invest in the country, because black people don't have fucking factories. You think we could dig? Do we have steel mills? The bong mines were made by German and Italian steel corporations. Do we own steel mills that we could purchase millions of dollars a year worth of iron ore for our steel mills? No. Black people don't have that. So you have to negotiate and sell your iron ore to whoever's available. That's just the reality. There were no black customers for Liberian iron ore. There's no black customer for Liberian rubber. They have to do what they had to do. See, I understand business. That's just business. They had to do a business deal. Sometimes it's not perfect, whatnot, but it's business. Simple as that. They got tax revenue. Simple as that.
Yeah, I understand that. They had to maneuver difficult
They have to
circumstances.
do what they have to do, because you're talking about a world where
being one of the first black republics. We know Haiti's
the first black republic, but the bottom line is they did not the first black republic that was not colonized. Now, the other countries in Africa, like they'll tell you, the Europeans built the base camps and infrastructure on the continent. Liberia,
but I think they fucked that up by not. If people always say, you say it, Marcus Garvey was a great leader.
Hold up, look. Like I said,
either he was a great leader,
Garvey was a good leader, but the bottom line is this: I don't know if I was there in that time period, right? And I was faced with the British Empire at my doorstep and the French, right? Remember something, just a few years before that, the French had taken half of Liberia's territory. Liberia couldn't even defend its border. Matter of fact, that the strip of land from the Kavala River all the way to St. Pedro River was Liberia up until 1912. The French took that area, right? And a lot of Liberians, Charles Taylor said, we want that territory back. Liberia lost like half its territory to the French and the British. Yeah. So what they was trying to do was encroach on Liberia and eventually take Monrovia. So Liberia wasn't not in a position to oppose these foreign powers in that country, in the region.
Well, they're not in power anymore. So
it is what it is. So I would say like this.
We have to look
hold on. You guys say something, right? The people that's in Liberia right now, the people that's running Liberia right now, they think like I do. They think like our ancestors who found the country.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, yes, because they got education. Yes. You ain't dealing with a bunch of dumb idiots over there now. You got people over there. I would be fucking with Liberia if I didn't think so. You got Liberians over there. The government, I've talked to them all the time. You have people over there that know what the fuck is that. We got large numbers of African Americans there now. Liberia is now building bridges with Atlanta, Baltimore, Houston, Texas, everything like that. You got black businessmen from all over America in Liberia, So it's not like saying we're doing what the hell our ancestors should have done 100 years ago. We got black people coming in Liberia.
I say that's a positive thing, especially when the mayor of Newark, New Jersey, he went to Liberia.
And the bottom line, and I'm gonna establish my own Sister City projects with several mayors in my area, because I'm gonna go there when I'm gonna meet with the mayor.
And I think
I'm gonna meet with the mayor.
I admire your passion about Liberia, but we have to speak.
Well, yeah, that's just my passion. I'm not telling nobody else. I'm not telling nobody else they gotta feel what I feel. That's just me, If somebody else got some other,
we gotta be honest. We gotta be honest. Like
I am honest myself.
And the way that ended was brutal. So we gotta analyze where they went.
Hold on. And nobody in Liberia talks about that damn coup. Nobody.
Well, we gotta talk about it.
Nobody talks about the coup. Nobody even mentions Congo, Native, America, Liberia. Nobody talks about that shit in Liberia,
Well, we got to talk about it because
no, we don't. Because the bottom line is this: the average, the young Liberians, you know what they say? You know what they say? They say we're part Native and part Black American. They're so enamored with Black American culture and identity.
I don't need to talk about it. It wasn't Igbo people hung up on that pole.
I know, but the bottom line, hey, look, it happened.
They were tied up.
And actually, to tell you the truth, because that happened, right? We're actually in a better position now, because now basically people like me could come there and get stuff done. I don't think I could get what I want to do in Liberia done if that coup never happened. Because now they're willing to listen to.
What do you think went wrong? What do you think they should have done?
Look, it's Africa. That's what went wrong. It's Africa. That's all it is. All you do. The problem is you got 5 cities on the coast. You have Robertsport, you have Monrovia, you have Buchanan, you have Marshall, you have Greenville, you have Harper. Those were American.
If you were going to do an Africanistan, you would do nothing different than what.
No. I'm saying like this: if I did build an Africanistan, there would be no Native people. It would just be Black Americans, 100%. So, but that's not here or there. That's a different thing that I'm talking about. With Liberia. Hold up. Well, you asked me what went wrong, right? Hold up. You asked me what I did wrong, right? Hold up. You asked me what I did wrong, right? What we did wrong. You had all these you have 5, 6 modern cities on the coast, right? And you have the interior. You saw the way people living in the interior, right? So therefore, on that coast right there, and at the time, the rest of the native interior was like the rest of Africa, still primitive and huts and everything like that. And so therefore, you gave them a taste of America on the coast. And you could not provide everybody with that lifestyle. So Liberians growing up thinking, well, I'm a Liberian. Why don't I have a house with electricity? Why don't I have running water? Why am I living in a hut? And so they think that they were entitled to the same lifestyle as the people who settled on the coast. They should never try to
bring them into the fold.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that, because the country, look, if you build just enough for yourself to build a nice settlement and stuff like that, you can't bring everybody in there when you're going to be overwhelmed. And something, they tried to do that, right? And what they did was they built shanty towns and shacks all over the place, and they flooded the area, and that's what the problem was, right? And then these people, if they would have basically just let the interior, I would have gave the native people their own independence.
Didn't Liberia have foreign white missionaries educating people?
Actually, to tell you the truth, a lot of the problems in Liberia I saw was the fact that all the problems I've seen in Liberia so far was the people who were educated by foreign missionaries. Because the foreign missionaries went there with the idea of telling the natives that they're being oppressed and blah, 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 the government, whatnot. And so a lot of times I don't think the government and the settlers on the coast even knew what was going on. They shouldn't have done that. They shouldn't have let these white people in the country like that. That's where the coup happened. Yeah, all these people believing that the people that settled on the coast were the enemies. You know, that's all it was. You know, tribalism. You know, simple as that. African tribalism. It could happen again. Same thing. You asked me what happened with the Hutus and Tutsis. Was it next? You're gonna tell me it was the Tutsis' fault, right?
No,
That a
it was
million of them died. No, it's hatred. When hatred happens, look, I'm like this. And the American Liberians, their big mistake was they should have been like the white Afrikaners. They should have been armed and organized, should have had their own rifle clubs and stuff like that. That would have been a deterrent. But they thought we're all one Liberian people. And I said, no, can't work like that. You guys, these people have a different way of seeing the world.
What did the white Afrikaners do different than the
Because they're armed to the teeth. They got money, wealth, and they got global international connections. The black South Africans know they cannot touch those white people in South Africa. They know that'll bring Armageddon.
They promoted mass migration, white migration.
Oh yeah, I know that. But the bottom line, they still was enough. No, they promote the right migration. They recruited people who have military experience, economists, and all these other people like that. And the bottom line is this: they saw black people as the enemy. The problem was Pan-Africanism. We didn't go to Liberia seeing native Liberians as our enemy. That's the difference. So we let our guard down, you know, say, hey, we're all.
Liberia didn't invite any of the black veterans of World War
there were black
Vietnam,
veterans. Hold on.
Korean War.
They were not in Vietnam, but there were black veterans from World War I and World War II in there, Liberia, you know. Read the book about the African Americans stationed in Liberia. A nice story. African American soldiers that were trained in the Liberian soldiers during World War II. You know, I gotta find that book. You know, it's a book. It's
they invite any of the Tuskegee Airmen. Maybe they wouldn't want to go to Liberia. No.
Well, the bottom line is, look, first of all, the Tuskegee Airmen. We gotta understand something. That was a project by the United States government. That was the United States government funding that. You know,
the best of Black America. Let's be honest.
But hold on, but that was the United States.
I'm saying that as an Igbo, respectfully.
Hold on. Liberia,
the best.
Hold up, Liberia. The soldiers that went to Liberia, black soldiers went to Liberia, were the best soldiers. That went to Liberia. There was a huge.
But they were
black
part
American
of the U.S. government.
In Marshall, there's a place called Smell No Taste, right? Still there. Smell No Taste. That's where black American soldiers were stationed. You know, and in Robertson, it's right near the airport. It's called Smell No Taste because what happened was they had a whole bunch of restaurants there for black GIs and whatnot, and the food smelled so good, and the people will say you can smell, but you can't taste it. It's called Smell No Taste. It's still there. It's in Marshall. Now it's a community development. You know, it's a really nice neighborhood. It's called Smell No Taste. You know, you know. So the bottom line is, it is what it is. It happens, whatever like that.
Yeah, it is what
you got to put everything in perspective in the world history. You got people that majority of black people in the world were broke, poor, and in bondage. That's what you're dealing with. You don't have white people had billions and billions of dollars that they basically extracted from human misery to build their empire. So you can't compare them with us. You know,
all I can say is that,
there's no but. The black people did not have. Did we enslave people and make ourselves fortunes? Did we make the Lords of London? You know these people, Lords of London. You know the Rembrandts, all these people that control the world banking system or not. Do we have all that? Yeah. No. You know, so what chance of Liberia had? Nothing. You know, white people, man, went around the world. The Dutch, the British, and all these other people control the world banking, financial, along with the Jews. You know, so the bottom line, black people.
They needed the numbers. They need the numbers.
Well, yeah, I know they need numbers, but the bottom line is, who's going to pay for the transport over there? How are they supposed to get there? What are they going to do? What are they going to work at with that? There was no financing, whatever like that. The Jews get money to settle in Israel. No. The Jews, look, the World Jewish Congress, right? Jewish businessmen gave the World Jewish Congress raised $50 million to help the state of Israel build communities in Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv was just a beachfront, right? And people settled there in tents, and the World Jewish Congress helped the Jews secure that place with weapons and then they basically had money. Then they got reparations from Germany, and the rest is history. Liberia never got money like that, you know. So how can they settle anybody? You know, I'm not selling that easy. I am not selling Liberia to Black America. What part of it? I don't give a fuck if Black people never go to Liberia. You know, I don't care. I'm just telling a part of Black history I think that needs to be said. That people, I know a majority of Black people ain't interested in Liberia or Africa. I know that, you know. But I said this is part of Black nationalism and Black history that I like to talk about. Simple as that.
Yeah,
You know,
I don't fault you for that.
I am not trying
Liberian
to.
history,
Why do people?
Liberian history is
Hold on. Why do
Liberian
people
history is interesting,
care?
and they do go there.
Why do you think
And,
people think I give a shit what they think about Liberia? I
like
don't care. You know,
for all whatever I say, they did go there and found the republic. You can't knock them for that. They did do that.
they
So
did
you got to
better
give
than
them.
the Black people stayed in America. You know, and like that. You know,
You're not Pan African. I'm
I'm not
not a
a
Pan
fan
African.
African. I'm not.
I'm not Pan African. That I'm not a Pan African. That
I'm not a
music.
fucking Pan. I don't know where he gets this idea. I'm a Pan African. Like I'm just a kumbaya Pan.
He's talking about you because I'm not Pan African. I don't
Well,
believe in that bullshit.
it's bullshit. You know. Now I thought Pan Africanism could help me in the Black nationalism when I thought that Africans would be on the same page and like that. Since that does not work, and I'm back to just being a Black nationalist. You know.
See, I'm a realist, man. I don't even. I'm a Igbo American. I don't even like when Black Americans. I mean, when like people like what's this guy Akon try to say, "Oh, you gotta go to Africa." I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, just shut your damn mouth.
I
You
am
can't
not
go
no
there.
fucking.
Telling Black Americans to
Look,
go to
look,
Africa.
you could be a Pan African if you're a Black nationalist. That means you have a conscience. What you call like
I'm
Afro
just a
State.
realist. I'm just
Afro
a
State
realist. Like, yeah,
is a
you can
Marxist
go
communist.
visit and
Pan
then that's it. But you can't move there in this current
Oh,
state.
if you're a Marxist communist and Brandon is a MAGA person, he's a Pan African. So I'm like,
No,
I'm a
he's
Black
not a
nationalist,
Pan
right?
African. He's a
I could call
clown.
myself a Pan African, same thing, But Afro think tank, those other people, this kumbaya, we're all Black Africans. Get the fuck out of here,
But
you know.
they're all broke though. They're all broke. They're all
Yeah,
broke.
yeah, Pan Africans all broke,
Like Mark Blanton, he's doing well, but he's not
Yeah,
a
Mark
Pan
Blanton basically, like somebody wrote to me and said Mark Blanton does work with Black people in South Africa. I know he does like that, but that's not his yang. Pan African is not his yang. Business and making business is his yang. Pan African is his.
Put the link in the chat. Put the link.
All right, but I don't feel like arguing, fight with nobody tonight. I'm honestly, this is Black history. I'm not arguing. Knack, I'm not here to fight and argue tonight. So, save it for some other time. But I want Dave. Dave, you got some more of these links, man. I'm just looking at this thing. It really upset me. This the blowback I'm getting from this from these fucking people with this
Yeah, Kyle, it's a
Oh, it
lot of
wasn't a good link,
it's a lot
man.
of white
Even they
supremacy in
started off
that.
saying,
Right,
"Oh,
you
you're a
got
punk."
more? Send me some more.
Let me sing some more. Let me sing some more, man.
Send me some more. I gotta read these things, man. This is insane, they're coming at I can't wait. I'm gonna get my premium account on X so I can freaking start streaming on X, but I want to see these motherfuckers, Time for the motherfuckers to deal with me, YouTube is all right, man, but YouTube is falling off, man, YouTube is falling off. I want to get on X, Twitch, I don't really get much from Twitch. I don't really get a whole lot from Twitch, but people listen on Twitch, But which I got to get that premium service for. I was trying to wait till I get monetized, before I get that premium service on X, So we'll see. We shall see. We shall see. But but like I said, Black nationalism is the oldest ideology in Black America. You understand what I said? What I mean by that when I say DK?
Of course.
The oldest ideology. The oldest, you know. In fact, I would think it's like the first ideology among black people in America is black nationalism. You know, it goes all the way back to the 1600s and the 1700s, and then it really got street in the late 1700s. You know, black nationalism is the oldest ideology among black people. Civil rights, integration, and Americanism is relatively new. You know, it's still being tested. You know, honestly, I didn't know black Americans found librarians. I saw listen to Colin. Yeah, like I said, Liberia 35 years. You're only talking about 1945 to 1980 that you really had the country could say we built something. Other than that, man, I that's it. That's it. People wanted miracles in 35 years. Back then, they was able to do that in 35 years. Take a country that was a backward country with no infrastructure, no
Wow.
nothing, to develop that thing in 35 years is amazing.
Hey, call my Biafran uncle or cousins here. So
Hey, what's up, brothers? Especially to my Biafran brother. How are you?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
Hey, is Namdi Kanu free yet, or what?
Dude, we might have to break him out of jail like a shot of Shakur, man.
Yeah, for real. IPOB today and forever. Yeah, why don't you ever talk about Nigeria, Kala? You most likely have Nigerian ancestry like me.
I do talk about Nigeria, but since there's a lot of Nigerians on YouTube talking, especially Dynas, I don't feel like I have to meet the
Now,
horse.
Dynasty is a fake Igbo. I mean, a fake Yoruba.
So I don't know. But they talk about all the stuff. I would like to know. Like I said, as far as Nigeria, you got Kid Ola that comes up here. He talks about Nigeria or not, and I don't know whether Nigeria wants to be looked at as a modern people. Are they trying to get to the modern world, or are they talking about, like, every time I hear Ola, he wants the modern world, but he always talk about these superstitions he has with his Edo people, whatever it's called.
He wants the white woman. He wants the white.
I don't know what I don't know what Ola's position is. Whatever, I get confused. Some people say Nigeria is a failed country; they don't care about it, and so some people are like, we're Nigerians, Omo Niger, and all stuff like that. I'm just confused when I hear people talk about Nigeria. What I do know is this: is that up until recently, everything about Nigeria was some sort of competition with Black America. It gets annoying and whatnot. Oh, look at us, man! Afrobeat's taking over the music scene. Blah blah blah. Look, I told them, look, you guys are trying to climb the ladder. We are the ladder. Afrobeats ain't gonna rise a bunch of till Black people in
That's a
America.
family feud, brother. That's a family feud.
Well, I'm like this. That's fine, dandy. But if I turn on something and the average Black person in America knows nothing, can't even point, never heard of Nigeria, never really. Most Black people in America,
No,
never heard of
that's not true. That's not true.
most Black people in America, they can't point to Nigeria on the map, bro.
Well, pointed to on a map, but at least they know what Nigeria
Well, they
is.
heard of it. But if you say, what is Nigeria, right? Just like people, they ask you on the street, okay, what's the capital of America? Phoenix. The average person, you
No,
go,
those are dumb millennials and dumb new
but
people.
hold on, but that's most people. Most people are stupid.
Yeah.
You ask them, what war did we fight for independence? Right? World War II. So same thing. If you go out on the street in any Black college or whatnot, and just ask random people, what do you know about Nigeria? I see it for. Most Black people in America can't name you 5 African countries. They can't.
Most black people can't name me what?
Name 5 African countries.
Oh man,
Yeah,
I
I'm dead serious. Most
I
Black
don't think
Americans
so.
cannot name 5 African countries, right? And also, like I said, when uh at the same time, right? When you see people online, they got Black America so picked out. It ain't till recently Black people start doing their digging and doing their homework, and they discover, oh, these people telling about their country, Nigeria. Then they discover things like Makoko. You see the DK, you know what I'm talking about, right? Oh, y'all didn't tell us that shit. Then the Trump bombing Nigeria. Now you got U.S. troops. Black people using that as ammunition. Then the I show speed thing, where all Nigerians begging and shit. They're like, oh, so this is in Nigeria, blah blah blah, because most black people didn't know about Nigeria. They thought that when you see about Nigeria, there was this place that we feel like we missed out on something being brought over here in slavery. Now black people are like,
Well,
you know,
I don't
after
missed out on
Nigeria.
much.
Yeah.
Now black people are like, that's what people are talking about, that we gotta be because you got people talking about, I'm going there, I've got my Nigerian passport and all stupid shit like that.
Jesus Christ.
And then basically now black people like, oh, I heard about this Nigeria 5 years
Yo,
ago.
Tyler, why you like talking to yourself, bro?
What?
You just
Okay,
be rambling, bro.
Go ahead. Y'all talk. Let me sit down.
Thanks. DK, do you think Biafra should or will ever be an actual separate nation?
It should, given that because my opinion is when you have one half of the country who wants Sharia law and the other half doesn't, you kind of separate from those people. The mistake they made is they didn't separate them once they got their fake independence. They should have just separated from the North and worked shit out among the Southern people. But they didn't do that. Even Nnamdi Azikiwe was for one Nigeria. To his, I say he was mistaken, but here we are today. But I think we can get it now. I think we should. We can if fucking South Sudan can get a country. Now
Yep.
we have Somaliland is getting a
Yep.
country. It's getting recognized by Israel and the United States and Ethiopia. So
Yo,
it's possible.
what's with all the Igbo hate then? Like they don't really rock with Igbos in Nigeria. From what I'm seeing, they're like the niggers of of Nigeria.
If they don't like us, then let us go. We go. You go
Word.
your own way. Hey, if you don't fuck with us, then we go our own way. Like the dude who had his beachfront, I forget his name, in Lagos. He had his beachfront property, this like party center. I forget what it's called. They took it away from him and gave it to Lebanese to create a highway. They're like, man, okay, if you don't want us here, we'll go. That's my thing.
Hey DK, what do you think about his comments concerning Coco Jones?
You comment.
Okay, well, the white people are going crazy because she wore the red, black, and green band on at the Super Bowl.
Fuck what white people think, man. I don't give a fuck what they think, man.
Yeah, no. So, like I said, they're going crazy.
What Black Americans got to stop doing is get Black people worldwide. Just stop giving a fuck what white people think. Just
I don't
do
give
your
two
thing.
shits what they fucking think. That's why I don't let them up here. They say, "Oh, I want to come and
I respect you for that. You don't let white people on here like
they only gonna come up here and just they give them. I don't want to hear what you guys say. You're gonna say the same stupid fucking MAGA talking points and all kind, or they do a liberal kumbaya. Let's all love each other. Get the fuck out of here. We don't need no allies. We don't need no friendships. None of that shit. We don't give a fuck. That's what Black National is all about. We don't need anybody but ourselves. That's what I believe. So we're stronger when we're together and whatnot. We don't need it, but all these people do is weaken us. Weaken us and stare us. So you gotta think of when you get ready to do something, you gotta think of that white friend. I don't want to hurt his feelings, whatever like that. Man, get the fuck out of here with that shit. If your white friend can't understand when it's time for them to step off, like this. Let me give you an example. You can have a Jewish friend, stuff like that. Chill, he can play basketball, you shoot cool with you. But at some point in time, man, when they get ready to do their Jewish thing, man, they say, yeah, we're going over to the synagogue. We're going to here. We're going up to Sinai. New York has a place called Sinai where Jews go when that's like a resort, whatever. They ain't inviting you, Like, you got to step the fuck off. You understand that. It's time for them to be with their Jewish shit. Same thing with Italians. Italians, he's cool with you and everything. Only people that don't have no space is Black people, Everybody got to come to the cookout. Everybody got to be invited. You know, man, get the fuck out of here with that shit. All I'm saying, we got to start creating safe spaces for us, right? This platform is a safe space for Black people, Black America, you know. So that's the way I see it, you know. If they want to listen, they can listen in the chat, man. Can you participate? No. But your opinion is not needed, not wanted, you know.
Oh yeah, okay. The property that was demolished in was called Landmark. Yeah. Yeah, the place in Lagos called Landmark. It was nice. Beach resort. They demolished it to create a highway. It's incredible, man. In Lagos. It's some bullshit, bro. But hey, if you don't want us there, let's go our separate ways. We have our Biafra, you have whatever, or Duduwa, whatever you have, and you in the north have whatever they got.
Yeah, man. These people, these comments, right? They're trying to equate the Black nationalist flag to white supremacy flags. You know, these people are insane. They're like, oh man, if she could do it, why can't we have our racist flag, our white supremacy flag? Y'all got the white supremacy. Y'all play it every day. These people are insane, man. You know, these people are fucking insane. You know, it says lower to the person. These are Pan African colors. Here's your white nationalist flag. Yeah, they wear the rebel flag. See, they don't like us matching that energy. You ever notice that? They don't like us match that energy. Like, how dare you fight back? You know,
Fuck
that's
them.
what I said. Now, notice how white people aren't getting triggered by the FBA,
Yeah.
but they're triggered by this, ain't they?
Yeah, that triggers.
What does that tell the FBA people that y'all shit don't matter? You know, y'all had your little moment in the sun, but now it's over with. You know, I'm looking at these comments Dave sent me, man. I'm gonna read some of them. You know, let me read some of them. You got this is insane. You know what these people are saying. All this chick did was wear RBG band. You know, okay. Somebody RB says there's no white anthem, black anthem, only only American anthem. Whoa. Somebody said white people.
I didn't even know who she was. I never heard that singer
No,
until I knew
I never heard of her.
she was with Donovan Mitchell, a basketball player. So
I think, yo, look, that shows you how far out of the loop I am. I don't know any of these damn celebrities. I don't know nobody. You know,
singers.
I stopped following celebrities like 15 years ago. You know, okay. Say no to the NFL.
She ain't a swirler at least. So
Yeah.
She ain't Indian like one of the people said in the chat earlier.
Yeah, well, Rico tried to sneak that in there. Nah, you know, Rico's mad because FBA is having a bad day. They're having a bad day. Said white conservatives, somebody named Mandinka native said white conservatives are the most whiny children on the planet. Somebody
they cry so much, and they always tell other races, "Oh, stop complaining," but they are the biggest whiners.
They're the biggest freaking woe is me motherfuckers on the damn planet. You know. Yeah.
This white genocide in South Africa.
You know what gets me is that now they're going this thing talk about that girl Lily talk about white race mixing as genocide of white people. Then why is it you don't tell white guys? I was on one TikTok. This one chick she was, oh my gosh, she's a black girl. She's hot. There's several smoking hot black girls on TikTok. Do that keep the white guys away? No, they're in there. Do you want some white chocolate? You want to do like that? These motherfuckers are fucking white guys will never stop whoring around with Asian women, black women, Latino women.
It's crazy. Like I'm not a spoiler at all, but I noticed that white men think they can have access to all the women.
In other words, basically, you know what this is all about? They do not want black men. That's what I said. I'm not a swirler, but if I see a black man, I don't care about even 17, 17. Say, look, if you just can't be around me with that shit, you know. I'm saying like this: if you want out there saying some white girl, go to the fuck because white guys have never stopped pursuing black.
Exactly. My thing is that you just can't be the leader of a black country. That's my
you can't be a leader of a black movement or black country, you know. But all you guys ain't got nothing to do whenever like that. You just want to go out there, live your life, man. Get with them.
Oh.
Yeah, do what you gotta
Right.
do. I give you permission. These
I have a problem
motherfuckers.
with Ola because he
White
just
guys are
comes on
not.
here and talks
White
shit
guys are
about
not
Black
fucking.
Americans, but other than that, I don't care if he's with a white woman. I
Check this
don't
out.
care.
Look, my whole thing is this. Look. I care if it's a fucking white man with a black woman. I don't like that. That's my thing, right? But what another man does with their women, that's up to the white man to get pissed off about.
My only problem is when they gaslight and they say, "Oh, this person's with a white man because there's no good black man." I have a
Yeah,
problem.
they hate. I hate that shit. No, I hate that when they with white men because what they're actually saying is there's no good black. Because black women, if she
Oh
looks
yeah,
good, she knows this guy's talking to her. But there's a lot of black women who have low self esteem. And they think a white guy. Like there's one girl going around on TikTok. She goes, "I want to ask a question. How many white guys is open to marrying a black woman?" Oh man, the comment section. She was cute too. The comment section lit her up, man. They said on the short, none. In the long, none. And they were just roasting her. No, I don't think so. I want my babies blonde, blue eyed or not. Black women are playing themselves like that. They really think the white man, the race loving white man is gonna fucking bear children. And then when those guys do that, right, they have regrets and they're killing the black woman. You ever notice that?
exactly. They don't understand They don't study history. They don't understand that even the founding fathers had black offspring, but they never married them. They just kept them
Yeah, the bottom
off
line
in
is
the
Thomas
dark.
Jefferson had black offspring,
Yeah, I
And
think
by the
George
way,
Washington
property
did.
and
I know
whatnot,
that story.
that's not like when
George
they talk
Washington
about
told me.
against
Yeah.
stop interracial marriage, they're talking about between it's a power dynamic. They don't want black men, and you notice how it's always the young white virgin innocent. If
Mhm.
if the image is a big fat 300-pound white girl, they don't care.
Yeah.
They always say, "Yo," they would joke about, "Yeah, there's a big 300-pound white girl."
And then
Look
even
at
like the
there's
the
always
one
black
drop rule
guys.
was about one drop rule was about power. It's that we can fuck your women and they can have kids, but they'll be black. They won't be part of our race. They'll be part of your race.
Yeah,
That
it's a
was like
power dynamic.
those almost like them cuckolding the black race in a way.
Yeah,
Saying that
bottom line, they telling the black man under the pain of death, you may not try to poison our bloodline, in them. There was a pain of even look at a white woman, would cause death. If you think how crazy that is. If you say hello to a white woman in the wrong way or not, you look at it the wrong way, man, you could lose your fucking life. It's insane. And this is a
but they
country
can go and do
I
they
love.
can go and do whatever to your woman. That's like
Same white guys will
that's
come to the
power. That's
black town.
power. That's just power.
That's power. Yeah, they can come to the black town, fondle black women, whistle at them and whatnot. This everything. I'll tell you about an incident that happened in Liberia. Right? Remember I was telling you about the World War II black soldiers there. There was an incident that happened in Liberia at an ice cream shop. Right? Where a white GI was there and he was trying to talk to a pretty Liberian girl. And the black guy soldier said, "No, you can't talk to her because if I talk to a white girl in your home state, I'll get lynched." So what happened was an alternate case happened. The black guy ended up killing the white guy, and he was hiding in Liberia. I don't know if he escaped. I think they tracked him down and killed him. They were trying to arrest him, for murder of a soldier. Right? He killed the guy. He killed the white guy, because the white guy swung on him when they got into a fight, and guns came out and shot him. He said, "Look, you gonna leave."
This is why I always question Liberia. How they let that white guy go who tried to kill that black woman? I don't know.
Yeah, that's that Jessica shit. I told you. Yeah, that was that judge was a George Way appointee. They do look hungry. He probably came with $1,000 and bought his way. Judge said no evidence, even though there was 2 witnesses, everything like that. But yeah, you got a problem in Africa. The problem of the white people.
And I can sympathize with people like Lozy who say like they're being unfairly criticized for having white people because, to be honest, it's the same all over Africa. It's not
Yeah,
much
white
different.
people have a privilege in Africa that nobody wants to talk about. The Africans basically do that. It's not people like me. It's Africans, right? They see white people. Oh, let's get on knees. All knees shall bow, tongue confess. The white man is Lord.
They're like African goddess said. There have been Kenyan women who've been raped by British soldiers, and they just none of them have been held accountable.
Look, there's white people that go to Gambia and prey on African children. You know, there's an African American woman there in Gambia trying to stop that. You know, and I said, this chick is. I saw her voice. I said, she's American. You know, first I thought she was a Gambian. She was American. No, we gotta stop it because the average Gambian look at her like, okay, why are we doing it? That's just the way it is. White people come here. The family's poor. Some of the families give their kids over to white people. Whatever it is, we're doing something wrong. When you gotta give your children over to somebody for sex just so you can eat, that's how it is in Kenya. These girls be so poor. Whatever it is, man, you know, you guys that can't happen. You know,
that can't happen.
And then when you tell them about it, they're like, "Oh man, that's the way it is in Africa." That's why I know what happens in Ghana. I said I know those people over there, like Campbell, don't see that. I could never be comfortable in any country if I saw that. If I saw that in Liberia, I would get on.
Isn't that woman, Arth Cathy, who spoke up about it? They try to criticize her.
Yeah, all the black people living in Gambia, like, oh, calm down, blah blah blah, because they get over to Africa, and I think a lot of black people go to Africa because they want to engage in the same bullshit. Just because somebody goes to Africa and calls it Pan Africa, you gotta look at them carefully. I think there's a lot of pedophiles in this movement, you know. Because how do you turn a blind eye to seeing shit like that?
Yeah, you can't turn a blind eye to that.
So people they turn a blind eye to the sex trafficking and stuff like that, abuse of children and stuff like that, and they're like, "Oh, I'm a Pan Africanist." Nah, that don't make you a Pan Africanist. It make you a Pan pedophile, you know, enabler. So I tell people all the time, I don't get involved with all that shit. I'll tell you in a minute, man. That's one thing I do about Liberia. You don't see that shit, you know. Colleges, it happens in Ghana. There are beachside resorts. Are you serious? Are you serious?
Well, they didn't show that. I show speed screens.
Oh, wow, man. I need more information on that, man. You know, Ghana has seaside resorts specializing in pedophilia. I need to know about that. Well, Louis is going to come up here. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Here comes Louis. Louis is going to come up here.
Oh, he's going on.
Well, I'll tell you right now, it does not happen in Liberia. I'll tell you that right now because I know Liberia, if you touch their children, they'll kill you. You know, that's the one thing I will say.
That's good.
They love their children over in Liberia, you know. You don't see a bunch of kids running the streets and stuff like that in Liberia.
You can't move your family. You can't move your family to a place where that type of thing is normalized. That's just.
I don't know how people go into the Gambia and whatnot. I'd be like, yeah, they be all fat white ladies out there, you know. Ask Louis about Big Millies. Oh, I gotta look that up. Big Millies.
Even I heard like I watched this documentary of how like some people who crossed the Sahara and winded up in Libya, how they were raped by
Tunisia.
Yeah, how they were raped by old women. It's like how can a woman rape you?
I don't know. You're poor. They got power. You're poor. When you're starving, you can't fight back.
Yeah, that's the dynamic. It's the power dynamic.
That's why I say you always make sure that when it comes to the power dynamic, that you're on top. You know, simple as that. You know, you never negotiate position of weakness. I never will. Like I said, I'm dead serious, right? Right. Didn't I ban you, Adama? Why does Adama come up here? Did I block your ass, man? I'm gonna give him 1 second to say something. I'm gonna give you 1 minute. Go ahead, Adama.
All right, what's up, Kala? I wanted to get in on you were talking about like the black man with the non-black women and that kind of thing.
Well, I know you're into white women. You know, I said.
Well,
look,
no, what I was saying is this:
you're not a black nationalist. It doesn't matter. I can do what the fuck you want to do. I don't care. But if you're gonna come in a black nationalist circle with me, you can't be doing that shit. That's all I say.
Okay, but I just want to give like where I'm coming from with that. And the thing is that what I learned is that because I was on that too. I was on that. that black nationalist. I want to build with the black women and find me a beautiful black woman to, and that kind of thing in my early 20s. But what happened was I stopped doing that because all I saw was these black women running around chasing these white dudes. And that's what I saw. And I saw that, okay, these black women will ignore me to go chase down a broke white dude, a white dude that's like broke, doesn't even have, you know what I mean? He don't even have a job. Okay, or he's barely, or he's living in like a trailer park or something like that. And they're running those white dudes down to be with them. And I'm like, what are we doing as black men? It's not that, we're not black nationalists or we don't care about the black race. It's that you got to look at the realities, scholar, of what's actually going on out here. And hold on, I'm gonna step off for a little bit. Hold on.
What's up, Dark Migo? Chat. Gotta get your swag up, bro. Dark Migo's is a Don Juan, man. He says he has no problem with all these females. No, I think what you call it, white black women nowadays. I'm seeing it. Okay, let's do something. Somebody in the chat room, obviously a female, says black women, white women. Let's see. Let's go on TikTok. Let's see what TikTok has to say about that. Black. Love black women dated white men.
Hey guys, welcome back to another Yap session. So today we're going to be talking about PWIs and my experience with it. So if you don't know PWI stands for predominantly white institution. So this could be a school or workplace, literally any place where people go to exist or.
So apparently I like white men. I typically don't date white men. Well, I don't date white men. I find them attractive, but that's like the most, I've always been men. I'm only going to date black men, which I still love them. But the point is, apparently I like a white man now. New Year's coming and I'm acting different all of a sudden. But let me give y'all a background. On it. So the past couple of weeks, I've been seeing this white man at church. Oh my God, just so handsome, such a nice style. We serve on the same team. But
there's types of black girls who usually date white guys. First, there's alt black girls. She's probably goth, probably likes heavy metal. Her type is going to be strictly white guys, or maybe a white girl who's alt too. There's suburban black girls, especially if she always grew up there. Her type was white guys from the very start. It was a rare occurrence to see a lot of black people there. There's the pro-black girl. She's pro-black, but her chance of dating somebody white isn't zero though, bro. She'll go for the Afrocentric liberal white guy. He'll be vegan and have an MLK portrait next to the couch. There's the nerdy black girl archetype. She might be into comics, Marvel, cosplaying. She'll be into literature and have a few Funko Pops lying around somewhere, bro. She'll be halfway through a Steven Universe episode, bro. The hood black girls would date a white guy, but only a few archetypes. There's the rich millionaire CEO, or they might go for the hood white guys. They might even go for the nerdy white guys, bro. They might pull a 10 out of 10. They might display levels of game and motion you never would have imagined. There's mixed black girl. Depending on which parent she was more close to growing up, her type might be full white guys, bro. She might go for the skater, old white guy, or part of the guy who does finance. There's the ones who travel a lot. If she's in somewhere like Sweden, there's a good chance she dates guys who's white. Now, there's the ones who work corporate job. A lot of her friends might just be white when you think about it. She might get engaged to somebody from the office. The fashionable older black women. She'll be on IG somewhere with a fur coat, like her husband's gonna be white. There's types of black girls who usually date white guys. First,
hear me out. I'm not against interracial relationships. I'm not. I believe in going where you are valued, where you are appreciated, where you are loved. But I also just believe that there's a black man out there that'll move mountains for you. You're just not dating the right ones. Hear me out. I'm not against interracial relationships. I'm not. I believe in going.
I have a solution for you.
Hear me out.
Black woman, white man is the best interracial relationship. If you want me to be honest, this is the best relationship, like out of all the combos. Anyway, but We have the longest lasting relationship according to statistics. Now, if you've happened to divorce a white man or a black woman, shame on you. I don't care. But
I'm not gonna put a picture of my ex-boyfriend up here. I just picked somebody who looks the closest like him. He looks like a cross between this. I really don't know who this is, but he really looks exactly like him. The point of this video is you have black women who date outside of their culture and outside of their race as a means to spit in the face of the black and brown men that they come from. Then you have women like me dated too. And I came back and taught my family everything I learned dating. So you have to be resourceful dating outside of your race. Did you know that the whole check sheet for felonies and all of that disappears with you took my heart?
You can find the best woman on earth, and I'm going to tell you.
Because when you know, bitches always in my motherfucking.
You can find the best.
As a black woman who has dated white men in the past, these are some of the things that I've faced and heard in my relationships. One of them, my first white boyfriend always made comments about my hair, especially when I changed it.
Why you're.
I don't need no one more. Okay, let's be honest. The white men who date black women, like actually date black women, they have like a different type of confidence, like dangerous but calm.
Why your single era has to be stopped already.
Black.
Fine girl, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks.
Yes, you are. What's your name?
Diamond.
I wanted to ask you, do you like white men or black men?
White men. They are just my spec. And because I want to have mixed race babies.
Y'all have some nice skin color babies.
Black men are nice, yes. They are fine, nice. But I told you it's because of mixed race babies.
So where are you from?
I'm from the Ashanti region.
You're from
I'm
here?
From here.
Ghana.
Ashanti region.
Yeah, oh, the Ashanti region. The first Ashanti I met in a while.
Oh, really?
Yes. What today?
Yeah, I'm Yasantua.
Okay, that's nice. If you was to leave Ghana, where would you go?
UK.
UK.
It's been my dream since.
Yeah. You're going to definitely find your white man there. No, we're not letting her go to the UK. She's staying here. She's staying here in Ghana with me.
Oh, tell me, would you kiss a black woman in public with everyone watching? If yes, hit follow so I can see you're different.
Okay, as a black woman that has dated outside my race, I have a message for other black women. Yesterday, I saw this video of a woman saying that she's so tired of these white men making videos saying that they're down for black women, and then all these black women in the comments falling for it. And I have to say, I agree with this because here's the thing. White men that date black women truly in real life are not on here boasting about it 99% of the time. They just go and do it. And what I find interesting is the women that are always in these white men's comments are the ones that have never dated a white man. I have dated white men, okay? And what I hate hearing black women say is, oh, black men ain't shit. Black men are this, black men are that. I'm gonna go and get me a white man.
You can find the best woman on earth, and I'm going to tell you how.
I can always tell when a black girl dates white guys. I'm always right 99.9% of the time. I don't know if it's because I'm very open to dating whoever, so I can kind of get the vibes, but I'm always right. When black creators that I absolutely love pop out with their new man and their new
black women that date white men and get on here and slander black.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Mufasa, black people don't know shit about Nigeria. I said that. Black people in America don't know, couldn't point to Nigeria, never heard of the place. You know, when you watch social media, most black people are not there. Yeah, most people, Nigerians are completely irrelevant, but to us, we're relevant to them because we're always on their damn mind. You know, they always talk about the black American, this, like, we're like, man, motherfucker, y'all not even in the same category as us, man, you know?
Yeah, see, well, I'll say this, Scholar, and you might want to take this to heart with your movement. I come from kind of more of the like the whole manosphere kind of way of thinking of things where um they're more patriarchal. They understand that when we deal with each other as men, okay, or as black men, we have to recognize that we're men first and we have to create a society that edifies us as men. And the thing is, you because and I saw it when you had Honeyflower up here, you were trying to uplift her, but
I
it
was
was to your
you haven't listened to my show in a little while. I was not trying to uplift her. I was just trying to respect her as a female and whatnot. But
okay,
so
but okay,
that
but
was
you
months
didn't
ago.
put
Dude, that was months ago,
but
bro.
you didn't put down the like any rules for her. You didn't say, okay, if
Well,
you're
I
gonna
did, man.
be
That's why she doesn't come up no more. I just told her. You know.
well, look, I was up here when she was up here, Carla, and a
Yeah,
lot of the other guys that support you was up here,
that's so
and
far in the past, bro. It's
and
like
we saw what went down with that. And
that's
what I'm
all.
saying is this,
I'm like this.
Carla.
If the girl like that, I would respect women, whatever, like that. But but when you start getting people start coming to my platform and turn this into what was it called, a female like that, I'm like this. My whole thing is if you come up here and this is a male platform. It's for black men for most of females are welcome here like that. But I can't like she doesn't like the fact that I don't check Sim Police. I'm like, Sim Police says what the fuck is he? He's a grown ass man. I tell him what to say when I why you let because he's a man. I let people say what the fuck they want to say. If they have a problem with that, hey, it is what it is. It's a free. I believe black men should be able to express themselves. If we can't express yourself, then I don't have a real show. I have an echo chamber. You know.
Okay. But what I was saying is this, Carla, is that my vision, at least for black men, even in this movement, you're talking about Liberia and Pan Africanism and stuff, is that black men in that movement, they should be patriarchal men first. All right. And they shouldn't be on this whole, we gotta uplift our sisters, and because that's what black men in the 60s did, that's what black men in the 70s did. And the Panthers initially, they started out, all males, and then they started letting women in, and then they gave those women leadership positions, and then some of those women went and became like lesbians and joined the feminists and stuff, and totally betrayed those brothers. And then those brothers was wondering like, okay, what happened? And it's like, you guys were so you were so into the preaching up against the white man that, but you forgot that you're men too. You know what I mean? And part of being a man is that you have to maintain dominion over, you know, your, as you would say, your territory. That includes the women in your group. And y'all started letting these women lead, and they saw where that led
To
to.
be honest with you, there was no real movement. There's no real movement. Now Elvis is saying, "Look, Elvis, why don't you come up here and have a discussion with Adama? You say one thing when Elvis don't like what you just said, bro. All right, Elvis, come on up, Elvis. Come on up, Elvis. You make a serious accusation, call him an insult. You gotta defend that.
Oh, he called me an incel. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Come on up here, Elvis. I mean, I'm cool with
But
having a
Elvis
conversation
had
with you.
some words with. Wait a minute, I got three. Okay. Elvis has some words for Honeyflower herself. He got into it with Honeyflower. And stuff like that. Honeyflower's a good kid, but that pandering to women stuff like that. Look, let me say this, and some people are not gonna like what I'm about to say, but I gotta say it anyway. Let me say this: I think black men should be able to have preferences about what they consider beautiful and what they don't. We're the only group of people that like we're not allowed to decide. Oh, she's beautiful. She's hot. She's beautiful. But right away people will question. Oh, you will like her because she got long hair and she got European features. Who the fuck cares? I said she look hot. That's what we like. You know, black women always say, "Oh, you don't like women if they only like." So maybe that's the truth. So we're allowed to have that preference. Some of us just like model looking chicks. And we don't mean that we hate you, but like you say, well, all women are beautiful. Okay, all women are beautiful. Well, I'm not saying beautiful. I said some women are just fucking smoking hot. Like they always say, some women are worth all the troubles they put you through, right? Some women are just cool. They're lovely. We love them or not. Then there's women that will have you basically eating out of the palm of their hand. Just what it is. God made it like that, right? God gave certain women power of their beauty, and their sexuality, right? To control men. That's what balances things out. You can be a patriarchal all you want, but your power is matched by their feminism and their beauty. A lot of black women do not feel feminine and they do not feel beautiful, right? And so therefore there's nothing. So they turn bitter, and their answer to everything is we'll run to the white guys, and the white guys are not going to use it. They use it for sex, or they end up getting hurt and bitter when that the fact they're going to crawl back to black men. And so the worst thing black women want to do is fucking submit to black men. What they think is beneath them, and we're saying, well, okay, you're all sisters and everything like that. But just like everybody else, there's some sisters there that we like you. And black women can't accept the fact that not every black woman is going to be. Let me see we don't even have any hot women anymore. I can't tell you any hot women. Name me somebody hot in the media right now. Really hot black woman.
Man, Carla, nobody cares about these women in the media in magazines anymore. Okay, nowadays it's chicks on Instagram.
I know, but I'm just saying, since I can't basically talk about any of my Instagram right now, I'm saying let's use somebody that everybody knows. Are there any? There's no hot chicks out there anymore. We used to have back when I was coming up, we had Kim Fields, Janet Jackson. We had all these hot women in the media. We had Ebony Jet Magazine, Beauty of the Week. We had Lola Falana. We had Pam Grier. We had Vanessa Williams. Black men were enamored with beautiful freaking sisters all over the fucking. But now, this generation of black men don't have that, because they're basically putting out Lizzo, and they're telling you have to accept Lizzo. I don't think Megan Thee Stallion is attractive at all. I don't think Suki.
Nobody thinks Meg Thee Stallion is attractive. She's a dyke.
And also I don't think fucking Sexy Red is disgusting. Gorilla is disgusting. This is what I'm saying. But we're not allowed. We as men are not allowed to say that because we're gonna get.
Hey, Carla.
Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. To the brother in Dama, right? When you come up here, start talking about the manosphere, I could tell you watch a lot of like Antoine Daniels and those kinds of guys. And I don't know how old you are, but I'm assuming you're younger than I am. When people start talking like that, is one, they probably don't have a woman in their life, that they live with, or they're not raising a family, and they don't have a true understanding of the dynamics between men and women. Honeyflower, for example, I never questioned her womanness, so to speak. When I checked her, it was about her blatant disrespect continuously against black men, but I would never allow a man to just disrespect her simply because she's a woman. So that's the one thing you have to understand. Same thing with Carla. Carla's being mad disrespectful. I come up here and I cuss his ass out, even though it's his show. I'm an ecumenical, abuser. I would abuse anybody who's being disrespectful to a group.
I never disrespect a woman.
Not just woman, but just being disrespectful to a particular group in particular. So for you, Adama, to come up here and say some silly shit like white women, Carla blocked you the last time because you said some shit about white women or something like that.
Carla, I have to block you. So for me, I
You
think
can click all you want, but in the chat room, because people go back and listen to that, I can't let that fly. Because
yeah. Lastly, Carla, look, patriarchy. You don't even know what patriarchy is, right? What patriarchy is means that you as a man, you take the burden, the responsibility of raising a family and sustaining that family. How many men tend to walk out when their girlfriend is pregnant and they leave her to be a single mother? How many men tend to go out and have another baby while a woman is raising their kids at home? Being a patriarch means that you are somebody who is going to, protect your lineage and provide for your family, to bring multiple generations into this world. So if you as a man, you're not capable of doing that, you can't argue for patriarchy because you don't have the stuff that patriarch is made out of. So if you as a man is a weakling and you can't sustain relationship, you can't build families, you have no right to ask for any kind of patriarchy because you're not made of the stuff of patriarchs. But I'll pass the mic.
go ahead.
Okay.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'll respond. I'll say this. First of all, everything that you said is, it, it's just it all blew over because basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to superimpose like this stereotype of black men that does not apply to me. First of all, um I'm not that type of black man. I have not gotten a black woman pregnant and then didn't take care of the baby and left her high and dry and went and messed with another woman. I have not done that. All I've done is dated women. Okay, so you call me an incel, and that's does not go along with my worldview because in my worldview, a man is judged by his ability to build and network with other men. It has nothing to do with his relationship with women. Okay, I could care less, the way another brother deals with women. Okay, if he got a girlfriend or if he's single, if he likes to go to strip clubs, if he likes to get an escort every now and again, I don't care. That's his damn business. So I'm not gonna go and check him based on how he's dealing with women. My only thing is my ability to work with that brother and build with him, and we network with each other as men. Now, and I want to address what Kala said. Yes, black women, they say that, I've heard it as well. They say that slick stuff to black men. They'll say that, why would I submit to you when the white man is above you or whatever, that type of thing. They'll even say that shit to a brother who's in pre-success years and who's working towards a substantial goal, where he'll be in a position where he'll be a shot caller and be able to make, a lot of money and stuff like that. But the thing is, Kala, is these women, they're not in a position to do that. You, as a black woman, right, given the stats that black women have, as much as y'all the main one that need a man, they're the main ones that need a man more than anyone. And because they're not, let's be honest, they're not like white women where they can just go and make a home business and make $100,000 a year and be good. Even with most black women are not like that. Most black women have to go to college. They have to, and get a job and stuff in order for them to get money like that. It's not like they're these super entrepreneurial women. Now, if we were talking about Russian women, it would be a different story, because Russian women, they do that. They go and they get into the businesses, they get into trucking and stuff, and and they go and they make money. They know how to make money, their own damn money. They make money with men. They go into businesses where men work, like the trucking businesses and stuff like that. They'll go make their own dispatch, service and stuff, and be making money with men. Make in industries, making a lot of money and stuff like that. Black American women don't do that. They do not go, they're not those types of entrepreneurial, women like that. They're not. So they have to, the thing is, they need these men, but they the main one up here talking shit about these men. And you just saw
So
last
let me
year,
ask you
but
a
hold
question,
on, I'm
bro.
not done.
No,
I'm
no,
not done,
you had
brother.
enough time to
I'm
speak.
not
I
done. You
spoke for
saw
like 2 minutes.
last year, what was it, 300,000 at the beginning of 2025, they were saying what 301,000 Black American women lost their job. Okay, they hurting worse than anybody right now. And you know what I mean? And so they
Carla,
need to be
let me get the
working with these
microphone back
brothers,
for a
but
second.
guys like you are enabling them.
Okay,
You know,
let
so
me
I'm gonna
speak.
land
Let
right there.
me speak. Okay, let me tell you this, right? As you know, I don't think you know what a patriarchy is. First of all, right? Patriarchy is a society that is upheld and sustained by the males in that society. If you're telling me that you have no accountability for your fellow patriarchs and you can't hold them up to standards and that's none of your business, you're not part of a patriarchy because as a patriarch, you're supposed to uphold the standard. You're supposed to uphold a society by keeping people accountable and by upholding the standards of that society. It's not, well, I don't care what he does. It's not my right to tell him no. It's your right to tell him how to treat his women. In Africa, for example, I'll give you an example. We have our schools, our traditional schools. The men in those schools are the ones that set the tone. They're the ones that tell their men how to be men, how to treat their women, how to interact with the kids. They teach them how to be men, how to sustain a patriarchy. So I don't think you know what it is. But second of all, let me tell you this. It's your job as a man to know your women. You know your women, you know how to deal with them. If they're going astray, you're supposed to then bring them back on the right path so that they're quote unquote easier to deal with as a man. But if you're saying that's none of my problem, I just want to sleep with them, but I don't want to mold them into the kind of women, and future wives that I want them to be, then that's your fault as a man. That's quote unquote patriarchy. You have to sustain your women, and you have to know who they are and how to deal with them. If you're not doing that and they're going haywire, and wayward, that's your fault. So talking about patriarchy, the buck doesn't stop with the women; it stops with you as the men. You're going to be a patriarchal society. That's what has to happen. But I pass the mic.
Okay, so if anyone else wants to go, they can. If not, I'll go ahead and respond. But if anyone else wants to go, since I spoke before him.
You can go, but your mic is bad, bro.
All right, is this better? I think someone has like an echo. I think that's what it is.
It's usually in that one. That one you're having an echo. But we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think your echo is me because I muted myself and then the guy was still echoing. Okay, I think he muted himself. Okay, look, the way you talk to these young brothers, right? Okay, because these young brothers are out here, and Elvis, I think I know you're older than me, so maybe you a different generation, but. And what you do is you condemn these guys. You condemn the Anton Daniels, but the thing is, you're condemning them because you don't understand where they're coming from. Okay, and I think if you took the time to understand where these brothers was coming from, you'd have a much better, greater grasp of the situation. What it is that these brothers are doing. They're doing everything that society told them to do. I told them to go to school, right? I told them to study, right? I told them to get the degree, right? And then they get out here and they still can't get a job. And then they get out here and, when they're in pre-success, the women are talking shit to them. Or the women, they're not even getting a date. At least the white girl will at least date a corny white dude in his pre-success years because that's what they do in their culture. In the black culture, many times we don't do that. Also, we're not a patriarchal culture because what it is our women, they talk shit. The thing is that the mating cycle, right? Or the mating process in the black community, right? It's not the way it is in other communities. It's not based on resources. It's based more on physicality, it's based more on conformity. It's based more on they pick a man based on the way he dances, based on the type of liquor he drink, based on his ability to conform to the men that she grew up with and the men in her environment. All the men in her family can be busted idiots, and they could all be broke and all be alcoholic. But if they dance a certain way and they drink a certain kind of liquor, she expects this black dude that she met in college to conform to those men, even though he may be superior to those guys. Okay, he may be in a position he gonna make way more money than those guys. He gonna be in a position where he's gonna be above those men in her family. What she should be doing is she should be conforming to him. That's what happens in most cultures around the world. That does not happen in Black America. Black America, she gonna bring that dude around her family, and then the family is gonna tell her, oh, he's corny. The family is gonna wait for cues from her. I'm not done, bruh. I'm not done. You gotta wait till I land. I'm not done. I'm not done. She is gonna take cues from her busted family of whether or not she should take this guy in or not, but she don't have that luxury. She needs this guy now. Black women need these guys, but they not getting, and they wondering why they're not getting these guys, because like I said, the mating process is fucked up, and then they wondering why these guys are getting with Latinas and they getting with Asian girls and they getting with white girls and stuff, because those girls will play ball with that dude. They'll say, okay, this dude, he's on the come up. Let me play ball with him. So I'll land right there.
Okay. Hey, where you from, bro?
It don't matter where I'm from right now. What matters
That
is
kind of does. I wanted to ask that same exact question. Where are you from, bro? Well, can you say this? Are you from like the West Coast or the East Coast?
Originally, I'm from the West Coast.
Okay, boom, brother. That's your
Man, let me
problem
go.
right there. You know what I'm
Let me
saying?
go, bro. We'll be
It's
speaking
just a
since,
lot.
man.
No, I'm gonna let you go. I just want to go for 2 seconds. Like, I just believe maybe it's just the region you're in. You know what I'm saying? Like in the West Coast, it's a lot of more coon black people, so that might be why you're kind of striking out a little bit. It might not really be a you thing. So maybe just try dating somewhere else, bro.
Bro. If you call, I don't know, to be a man. Man not supposed to say I'm a man. Where I'm from in Africa, without a woman, you can't be a man. Man observe, the woman perform, the woman hold on to the culture. The culture where I'm from, the woman hold it down. The man just observe it. Men don't say I have to be a man. It's hardly for you to see an African man say, "Oh, I have to be a man." It's not what they pronounce. It's not what they just pronounce. It's a natural thing that they, they just do it. Everybody have his own role. You see, coming to United States, you people are, I have to say, the white man in America never come and say, I'm a man. Women, without the white women, the man can be a man. They also, everybody support each other and they all know their role. It's a culture, it's a natural culture that just pump up like that, right? So you say, oh, the man is doing this, while the woman is doing that. But she hardly see a man say, oh, I want to be a man now, I want to be that man. No. The problem with Black American ones is that every time, right from the men and the women, I don't know if it happened during the slave time it's not just only Black American though, is that your women like six-pack. Your women will like you if you have Timberland on your legs. Your women will say, oh man, look at this baseball cap. Your women will say, oh man, he dress cool. He smell good. And the men now become like sissies sometimes. You put change like chameleon. One hand you put like bed, the other hand you put become a lion or a tiger. You put don't have a specific identity of who you are as a man, and somehow they become like they're doing from behind the scenes, the back boomer, run after all that men, down low ones, and the women. There's no cultural identity that hold on to a family, that a man can be a man, while a woman can be a woman. And I don't know, because of the resources not there, and you have to struggle to get a job to hold on with the family, and compared to this 30, women of 30 years ago now, they started this badass shit. They're already bad already. You dated a guy. You saw his friend. You jumped to his friend because his friend have a Cadillac. The guy you dated don't have nothing. So they don't want to say, okay, let's do this together. Maybe we can buy that Cadillac. Oh man, you give number behind the scene, to the next dude. There's no loyalty. So how can you be a man when the woman is not really supporting you to be a man? And the man cannot be a man without the woman. The woman have to support. It's all God created it like that. It's in the Bible. Both of them support each other to be who you want to be. A woman can be a woman, but nobody. You have a woman, you try to fuck, you try to fuck her sister, even fuck the mom too. Fuck everybody that's around that lady. That is not discipline. I see it a lot. You bring one black American in, they want to fuck everybody. I give you discipline like that.
Yeah, he got
Discipline
a
is
point.
how about you able to hold on to yourself and hold on to the territory where you are. You know, oh man, I'm a farmer. I'm a man going to defend my family. I go do no man. Men don't talk like that. It's natural. You defend your family when you think your family is in danger. You don't boast about it. I go take a bullet for my family. No, that mean you be the first to run out when anything started. You just playing games. Feel me? So to be a man is not about I shot about it, man. To be a man, you can do your thing, but if you're down with the woman, be there and let the woman also be there. Don't like, oh, it's my body. I can do what I want to do with my body. The woman want to fuck all the whole street up too. So you don't. I don't know. The society in America is different, but I think you can see a Latino woman with chuperu, but she's very loyal. Making tortillas to make money. Doing the same. That's why you can say, oh, Latino, why Latino women like that? Why Latino men? Because they can live in one room for years, but they plan to buy a house. And they have a lot of children. They have what called division of labor. In America, you see a lady, the black American woman will say, oh man, he's damn. Maybe because he's not wearing Timberland, he's not wearing some kind of t-shirt. They have labor in everything. Gucci man.
Kadola, please give Dagny a chance to chime in, please.
Nah, it's okay.
Okay,
I'm listening to it. It's all
bro.
good, bro. I'm listening.
I know Gucci man with a black man. When I ride a bicycle, we'll know who the fuck are you. Go on, man.
Nah, you can go ahead. I was listening.
Okay, so man, you don't have to be screaming. You have to be a man. They only in America say black men have to scream, I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man. And they respect. I'm a man, they respect. No. It's not like that, bro. It come naturally.
Okay,
Man,
Ola, let me all right, Ola, let me respond because I think what's happening with you is you comparing like women in Africa to like the women in America, but I think one thing you need to take into account is that women, you need to understand that the social environment in America is different because of number one, because of the legislation, but also historically, but also the legislation. See, in Africa, Nigeria, you guys still have like a traditional family structure because your governments have not they're not like Western governments where they pass laws to socially engineer the population. So what it is the situation is different in Africa. Okay, but in the West, for the most part, the women are liberated. Okay, for the most part, the women, yes, they say the women are educated, but I don't really know how educated they really are because most American women can't just go and start their own business whenever they want to. Okay. Like I said, Russian women, Ukrainian women, Eastern European women, when they come to the United States, they can do that because they're coming from a different culture over there. Okay, but the American-born women, most of them, they have to go to school, they have to get a degree and stuff, and then they have to go apply for a job in order for them to make money. Okay, so in that system, it gives them the illusion that
they think that they're smarter than what they really are, or they think that they know more than what they really know. And then they become surprised when they see men move in the way that men move. Like they're surprised when men go and get, men. Only thing a man got to do is we go and we get a trade and we can make over $100,000 a year. They become surprised by that. Like how are these men getting this money so quickly? You know what I mean? They have to go to college to make
Your problem is
$100,000 a year.
you think it's a competition between you and a woman. It's not a competition between you and a woman. It's a disconnect. That's what it is. It's not competition, just a disconnect.
I don't want to be connected to women who think a certain kind of way. If they think a certain kind of way and I don't think like that, I don't need to be connected with somebody like that. It's just not, you know what I mean? It's not in my interest. You understand that, Elvis?
As
That
a
I don't want to be
man, you have
connected with
to
these women.
listen. As a man, you have to have the will and force, not violent force, but force of will to conform a woman into the woman that you want to be. You have to be a man to be able to do that. The thing that you and the woman have to be on the same mindset, that's not how it works. A man, you have to have certain tools and characteristics and character as a person for a woman to follow you. So the best thing that you're going to find a woman who's already, ready made for you. Nah, usually you have to teach a woman things. You have to be valuable to that woman. Sometimes it's not when it gets financial, but you have to be smart. You have to be a good person who run the household. You have to show her discipline. You have to show her things that she realized that she was lacking. You have to add value to that woman's life. If you can't do that, most women won't stay with you. That's one of the issues.
All right, I'll say this. The thing is this, is that these women out here, especially, they and the American environment, right? Is when we talking about the Black American, right? The Black American is, and I realize this is regional. Most of these women don't even want to deal with a man that's outside of their um like city or state or local region. Okay, so when they run into guys like me who are like well traveled and I've been to a lot of states and stuff, and I've been, you know what I mean, they don't really know how to deal with a guy like me because I don't fit into their box. You see what I'm saying? So they can't control me. So because they can't control me, it's that's scary to them. So it's not in my interest to deal with them. I have to move on. I have to go and get women from other cultures. Like I have to go and get like an Afro Dominican or Afro Colombian, or you know what I mean, or an Afro Cuban or something like that, or even a
So like, what's the problem if you're getting women?
there's no problem, but the thing is that when I look at Black America, right, I'm like, there's no way I'm about to go mess with some of these women, because like I said, I don't drink I'm a beer guy. I like beer. Every now and again I might do some whiskey. Every now and again I might do some wine, but I'm real simple. I just like to drink beer. I don't want to drink this fucking malt liquor that a lot of these niggas be drinking. To me, that's ghetto shit. Like Old English, that shit is ghetto. I'm not gonna drink that shit. Come on, it's not 1995 anymore. Come on,
You gotta
man.
show your camera, show your face before I let you on. You're a new person. I gotta see your face.
I'm not. You know what I mean? And but then they be like, oh, this nigga not doing this, so no, it's not gonna work. So what it is you talk about the manosphere. A lot of those guys, Elvis, are guys who have moved on. They've moved past the box of Black America. They getting into business. They getting into international. Doing different. Kala don't realize it, but Kala is one of those dudes. He already got him a woman in Liberia.
Well, you ugly or something? You don't want me to see your face?
Okay.
See who you are and what you look like. Look into the camera. Yo, take the bright lights off.
Is that Wall Street Willie? Wall Street Willie is a black guy.
Yeah, he be on that other guy's too, man.
Okay.
I think he older. That's probably when he
Yeah,
talking
that
about.
was just the bedroom lights. My bad.
All right. So like I said,
But Adama, hold on. We want to hear from Wall Street Willie. He came up to China. Let's hear what
okay.
he got to say.
Okay.
I just think a lot of the elements of the build are a lot of they're very misguided. They're not factoring in, basic regional differences and things of that nature. And I think when you're talking about women of America in general, right, you're talking about a place where women all over the world look to come to be the type of women that black women, American black women, have become. Very independent, very free. Now, you also have to understand there's a segment of black American men like myself who have no problems with these women, right? Like, who have no problems getting them to settle down, dedicate themselves to us. So for me, it's kind of crazy hearing some of the arguments that, while I do have my issues with American black women, as most cultures have issues with their women, I think a lot of the rhetoric has been misguided, to be delicate. But yeah, I'm just listening in and waiting to chime in.
But yeah, that's what I told him. Like, it might be like a regional problem for you and Dama. Like, you're in California. Like, you got to remember that.
I'm not in California anymore. I
Well,
live in,
no,
I
I'm
live in South
sorry.
Carolina now,
I
but
meant to
I'm
say
from
you're on the
California.
west. You're on the West Coast. My bad.
No,
But
I'm
yeah.
on the East. I told you I live in South
Nah, I know I'm
Carolina
saying,
now.
but you come from there, so like that might be why you got a lot of issues because you was bringing up old
No,
English
I
and
don't
stuff.
have any issues in South Carolina. I was speaking generally what the issues are, and generally it's see like I said, there was a show, right, called the Pineapple Show. It was on YouTube. There was a young brother about two years ago. There was a young brother who came up there. And basically, Pineapple Show was like a speed dating show. So you have a girl, and then they would bring in different guys and talk to her, and it was speed dating. One day, there was this young black woman was on there, and there was a young brother that came up there, and he introduced himself, and he said that he was a nuclear physicist. And then, you know, as the conversation progressed, the girl was like, "Oh, well, nice knowing you," and she pineappled him, and then the next dude came up. 3 days later, everybody was like, "Wait, did you see what happened on that latest episode? There was a young brother that came up there who said he was a nuclear physicist. Okay, he was in the military, he was in the Navy. He was going to go to nuke school. Okay, and go learn how to engineer nuclear powered engines and stuff, for naval ships and stuff. That's not just some shit that they let everyday nigga like that. Nuke school in the Navy, I've researched that. It's hard to get into that shit. You don't just apply to that shit. You have to be handpicked to be in that school, because that's a very hard school. That shit is harder than brain surgery, man.
No, yeah,
Okay,
I believe it.
and the thing is, this girl didn't know. She didn't even know how to process what this. I mean, and the girl was they found out about her background. She was a hood. She was from the hood. Okay, she came from that hood, background. She kind of knew how to talk and present herself decent, but she came from that hood background. Okay, she had no clue. That would be just like me. Okay, let's say that'd be just like a middle school basketball coach, right? Kicking a young Michael Jordan off the fucking team. or kicking a young Kobe Bryant off the team because he didn't fit in with the other players on the team. You can't recognize this kid's raw talent.
But it
You
happens all
you
the
can't
time.
see that, yeah, but you can't see that, you know, that this see a good coach will recognize talent. A good coach will say, "Hey, that kid, give him more reps. That kid over there, give him more PT because he's going to develop." Okay,
You
but
gotta understand though.
an idiot coach will just kick that kid off the team and say,
But
"Oh,
wait. To your
and
analogy.
see, that's what you need to look at, Willie. You need to look
But
at
wait,
the intangible.
to your analogy, understand when Michael Jordan got drafted, he was drafted to the Nets. He was traded, right? So yes, people do misdiagnosing talent when they see it. And then they go on to regret it later, right? Every team regrets not having Michael Jordan on their team. But understand, even in that analogy that you gave, yes, like coaches at the top of their field chose Sam Bowie over Michael Jordan. It's a fact. Who's Sam Bowie? Exactly.
Let me
Right?
let me say it really if I can, real quick.
Hey,
Look,
yeah, I was like, who is
being
that?
being a nuclear physicist doesn't mean that you're a good man just simply because you're a smart person. So I'm not defending the lady, but I'm just saying understand that some doctors are assholes. Some lawyers are dicks to their wives. So simply having a high earning, profession doesn't mean that you're going to be a great husband or even a good man of good character. So I get it. He was somebody who, as black people, we should be proud of, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he has, a great personality or he's going to be a great husband too. So that's fine. I mean, some people like to have similarities, right? Some people say opposite attracts, but it's not true. Similarities attract. When you see somebody that has the same interests and the same hobby as you tend to want to be around that person. So perhaps she felt like she was out of her league. Sometimes we do that. We subconsciously look at somebody and say, well, that person is just out of my league. I don't know how to deal with them. I don't think I can deal with them. So maybe that's why she skipped him because she probably was intimidated by what he did, or maybe he was too smart for her. And sometimes those things happen, even with men. Some men see certain women and they feel like, well, she's too sophisticated for me. She has a profession that, I can't handle, or whatever the case may be. So, but being a man doesn't mean you have to have a high earning degree or to be a nuclear physicist. It just means that you have to be able to do the things that's required of you as a man. And like the Dola was saying, I'll tell you this, right? Maybe African Americans need to do what the Africans do. And it sounds silly, but we have schools. It sounds silly, but schools where young boys go to become men. Maybe you have to have clubs where men teach young boys how to become men and tell them what's required from them, what's expected from them in the society by other men, and what will be required from them from their women. Those things will probably help form better men. Don't mean you're going to be a nuclear, physicist or a scientist or a doctor, but you'll be a good man, and you'll probably most likely find a good woman and raise a good family. I pass the mic.
Okay, but what I'm saying is this, Willie. You don't think that, see, with that girl, right? That I was talking about, it was on a Pineapple Show. The reason she rejected that brother so fast is because she did not know how to interface with brothers on a level like that. She didn't know what a fucking nuclear physicist was. Okay, she don't know what the Navy's nuke school is and what that entails, or what she should have at least been like, okay, brother, I'll give you my Instagram and I'll talk to you later. Okay, and that would have been fine. But what she did is this girl, she should have at least acknowledged that, okay, this might be a brother that I might want to at least keep as a reference,
But
because
what I
because
don't
it
think you're
looks like
getting is
he's
that
involved in
wasn't a
some
brother
really
she wanted to
involved
keep.
stuff, you know.
That wasn't a brother that she wanted to keep. In in her reality, right? In America, she could reach her optimal lifestyle without having to have a nuclear physicist. I get what you're saying, right? You date a nuclear physicist, you're going to have a man that can provide a certain lifestyle for the duration, right? But for that woman, the optimal lifestyle she wants might not necessarily require a nuclear physicist, right? And when you factor that in, then there's other components that that dude just might not have outside of his career path and, the prestige of his degrees. That's just an unfortunate
Okay,
truth.
so then you can't see where. Okay, because see what you guys are doing, right? Is like when you guys are on this thing. See, I come from that. I think people like me and Kala, we kind of come from that kind of black excellence mindset, and you guys don't. You guys come from this mindset where you say it's okay for for a black woman to just be to a black person to just be average. It's okay for us to just be
Nah,
average. It's okay for us to you know what I mean, to just have the average things. And oh well, maybe she didn't need all that stuff that brother had, or maybe she didn't need. Meanwhile, last year you had a black woman that was a single mom that I think she had 4 kids, and she was homeless, and she tried to seek shelter in a homeless shelter, and the homeless shelter was full, but it was like damn, it was pretty much freezing, 20 degrees outside. She had those kids sleep in a car in the back of a car, and that night,
yeah,
and it was
I
20
seen that
it
thing.
was
I seen that. But
20 it was
listen, like,
20
I just
degrees
wanted to say this to
outside.
you because,
The
like,
next
why would you
brother,
think
let
that,
me
like,
land, let me land.
No,
The
hold on. I
next
was just gonna say this,
morning,
just real quick, just real quick,
let
just
me
real quick.
land, bro. I'm not
All right,
done
go
because
ahead,
I'm
go ahead,
not
go ahead, go
done.
ahead, go
Then
ahead,
the
go
next
ahead.
morning,
You take it too long.
the kids were dead.
Yeah, I know. I've seen
Okay,
that.
they were
Everybody saw that.
dead. Okay, so it's not a game anymore. Okay,
But
that
are those
I'm
the
an
black women you be
independent
dealing
woman
with? Like,
stuff.
nobody up here
No, no,
deals with those
bruh,
kind of
bruh.
black
That
women,
I'm an
man.
independent woman stuff is it's not. It was cute when they was doing that shit back in the early 2000s when Beyonce was making those songs talking about all the women who independent. Throw your hands up at me. That shit was cute back in 2001. It was cute back in 2002. It's not cute anymore. Because you got dead kids out here now. Kids getting killed behind gang activity and stuff. Okay, because they raising these single mother households where they're not getting no supervision, no
But there's
guidance. It's
another
it's
portion of those
turning deadly
households
now.
you're not speaking to.
It's deadly now, bruh.
Wait, no,
Yeah, I
no,
know, but
no.
It's
like
not a
nobody up
game
Hold
here is
on,
anymore,
really
hold
Willie.
dealing
on,
with those
hold
black
on.
women. So what's
It's
really
A
the
it's
lot
not
of
it's
these
point?
not
single mothers are
2001
making
anymore,
six
Willie.
figure salaries, right? There's not the need to cleave to a man like before. The I don't think the woman you were talking about that rejected a nuclear physicist is in jeopardy of her kids dying in a car. More than likely, she has a pretty nice place and a decent career of her own. So she's already comfortable dying off of her own work and being sufficient, right? That's a different element. So I get the comparison you were making, but the reality is, especially in my space, good God, when I look back at when I was dating, you have tons of black women doing extremely well. The issue that they have in dating is they all want one type of guy. They all want the perfect guy because they don't have a necessity for a man to save them. They actually have the option to really shoot for what they want in terms of the fairy tale, right? I get it. If you're talking about a woman having a need to be saved, that she would be an absolute fool to turn down an astrophysicist. But that's just not the overwhelming majority of black women in America's situation right now. Many of them, the ones that don't get documented and reported because their kids aren't dying in cars, right? These are the women that go to Essence Festival by themselves, girls' trips, right? Spend big money, tip well at every restaurant they go. And so when you factor that in, then you understand the lack of that necessity to have a certain man, right? To just accept any man to be in your life. For many of them, I really don't need a man to retire comfortably. I may have to work until I'm 65, but that's become the norm in America anyway. So it's not far off. Like you got white folk married, right? Whole families who understand both the man and the woman are gonna have to work till they're 68 years old, right? In a former role I had in my career, I used to have to explain that to them, looking at their retirement accounts, right? So I think the main thing you're missing is the lack of necessity that Black American women have for men to save them. Yes, that tragic story of those kids that died, that's an unfortunate thing. But that doesn't define Black women, especially not in corporate America. Many times, they're the managers in the office. That's a fact.
Okay, but like I said, in the beginning of 2025, okay, they had that stat up. They said 300,000 black women out of work. How does that happen?
That happens through the
How,
cutting of
how does
DEI.
how does that
So
happen
that stat,
when you know?
so wait, that stat is specifically connected to Donald Trump's policies in cutting DEI, right? So understand, many of these 300,000 Black women, it was women when the numbers were really cooked down, right? But a lot of them were Black women. But you have to understand the level of job they had. The level of career they had in the federal government, because understand these were all federal jobs. These weren't jobs at Xerox, like Ursula Burns, Black woman, CEO of Xerox, right? Like these weren't private sector jobs. And what those 300,000 women did when they were cut from federal employment, they was swallowed up into the private market. There was a place for them. They weren't those 300 women that lost 300,000 women that lost those jobs. Trust and believe, my brother, those women aren't gonna end up on World Star Hip Hop. Those aren't the women you have to worry about in cars, homeless with their children. Nah, fam. They got a package when they left federal employment. They had the 2 to 3 years to figure it out. And many of them figured it out in way less than that. Trust me, I know. I know these broads.
Okay,
Bro, I've seen. That's
but
what I said. That's what I said. This problem of about it seems like people that take away from Africa have this kind of similar problem. I've seen other black women, not from the United States, but the one that took some of these Caribbean islanders, they behave similar way too that you describe the black American women too. A woman can just some of them can just like you because you wear Nike and Nike. Oh man, he's cool. We wear Nike and Nike. You know what I mean? Because sometimes they want to have a similar type of life of the black. See, Beyonce, what Jay-Z and Beyonce did was very, very bad. You know what I mean? They spoil more what you see now, the women you see now today. That woman power, that I need a soldier, all those stupid songs that these men will like baggy, like puff daddy as baggy dudes, but pretending to be a straight man. They spoil everything. How can a gay man be writing a song because he want to destroy the straight man lifestyle? He want to destroy how a man and woman are supposed to live. So all this music, Beyonce was singing that become very rich out of and destroying what you see. 'Cause her mom was not like that. If
So
I
look,
if I if
right?
I dad if her dad was not like going to prostitute, Beyonce mom is a traditional type of a woman, right? Work hard, support the man, build a home, and everything. But Beyonce become a very nasty Jezebel,
But
be
but here's the
produced
thing though. Here's the
be
thing.
produced by Jay-Z,
Here's the
Puffy.
thing though.
These
The
are guys who
reality of
bug men.
Beyonce, The
Who
reality
bang
Beyonce
who bang
doesn't
man in the
speak.
swimming pool? You know what I mean? How
Hear what
can
I'm
somebody
saying though.
banging man who call hold on, bro? You have sissy man pretending to be real man, banging man in the swimming pool, tell a fellow man I'll take you out for a shopping. Man, your men, majority of them, they are gay men. They
Oh
just
wait, you're going
pretending.
too far, bro. You're going too
Man, ain't
far.
going
Cause I
too
just
far. I'm
wanna
saying the truth, bro.
I'm
You
gonna
have gay men
interject
pretending to
something.
men,
I'm
pretending
gonna
to be men.
interject something and give you the floor right back, right? The honest truth is the reality of most black women is less in common with Beyonce and more in common with Kamala Harris, right? With Condoleezza Rice, right? Ursula Burns, CEO of Xerox.
You
Here's
see,
what I'm telling you.
you
Here's what I'm
see, you're changing it, bro. Man, we see things,
No,
we
I'm
see
not
artists
changing it.
go, but
I'm
forget
letting
about
you know.
can you talk about Candy? You can't. No. Most man, that woman is totally different. You talk about the former Secretary of State or something like that. That woman
Yeah,
is different from
I'm saying
majority of
though,
Black
across the
American women. Man.
world, I'm saying across the
Forget
world
that.
and everything you know, there are no black women in those
You
positions,
know,
right?
they want you to put
Hear what I'm
the
saying?
Black American women. They want you
Hold
to put
on,
your
let me
shirt
make
up
the
to see
point
six
though.
pack. Those
Let me
fake
make the
lifestyle,
point.
man.
Here's the
That why the
difference.
men become as bagging in the swimming pool.
But
You
let
know,
me make
Puff
the
is a
point.
perfect example
Here's
of
the
men
difference
who
though.
pretend to be men, but bagging men ass in
Nowhere
the
in the
swimming pool,
world that
asking men to
you're
call their
familiar
lady.
with, nowhere in the world you're
Condola,
familiar with.
Condola, give him a chance to speak, please.
All I'm saying is nowhere in the world you're familiar with is there a Condoleezza Rice? Is there a what's her name? Kamala, whether she's black or Indian or whatever. What I'm saying is, right, you don't have black women in these positions in everything you're used to. You're used to your women depending on you for a basic lifestyle, right? In America, these women can provide themselves amazing lifestyles, right? Fortunately, if you have the looks outlook I have and you're 6'4", you get what I'm saying? You can have a wife that makes just as much as you. It's a very different dynamic, right? Like me and my wife, we both make six figures. She's a black woman, right? She didn't have this need just to be with me to survive, right? Like the conversation of kids dying in a car would never be her reality, whether she was with me or not. And that's the thing I think you're missing. That's why I was using those two women to make a point.
Okay.
You don't find these type of women in the things you're used to, what your culture has produced,
Yeah,
right? So
but
you can't say that we're
don't
just all bad
don't
when
get it
our
twisted, bro.
women even have these amazing opportunities.
I
And I'll
think you
land
also
there.
have a very wrong perspective of African women. Most African women, they are business women, right?
Give me a Kamala
Might be
Harris.
hold on. They're
Show
business
me an
women, right?
African woman
Hold on,
running the
hold on.
Congress or the
African
Senate.
woman, but the other thing, most you cannot. Most African women, so they're also educated. They can be teachers. They can be principal of the school. They can be anything somewhere working as other secretariat, or they can be anything. The other ones also are just pure business women, right?
Yeah, but
They
only
can
in
be
America can they
hold
be
on. They can be
Ursula Burns.
multimillionaires, right? They can be
You familiar with the
multimillionaires.
company Xerox, right?
Oh,
Only in America can you have an Ursula Burns who's running a Fortune 500 company, black one. That's not the norm, like in other places on earth. So yeah, our women are gonna
yeah,
move different.
look. They can be in Africa. We have women. My grandmother was a very successful businesswoman. My granddad was a farmer, but still, my grandmom still have a role. You know, the respect for a family at home. Never challenge my granddad one day. My granddad speak, my grandmom listen. Still, but they respect each other, right? They have closeness of respect and everything. So we've seen African women who become multimillionaires in business, who build houses, even help their husband to build houses, but don't come in and say, I build this house now. No. But the woman might be very rich, that source of money might come from that business, they build the houses now. You see, what you say now, that's why I form a channel, because the Nigerian women in England now, they're also like that now too. You know? That's why I form a channel to ask Nigerian men to start dumping these Nigerian women in London and in England in general. This This wayward who copy the white. People, let's tell you the truth. The white women are not real like that because just because the some the black people want to take what they say, especially talking about the African women who come to these places and because it's a greater to society, that they lost their mind compared to the Indian woman. You know, as I start dumping them, forget about the full food they're going to make, the fucking jollof fries they're going to give to you, run into the other one, whereby you can have a stable family building. Not these ones that because the government is paying them, they don't, they don't need a man. They chase the man out of the house too. It's the children now. That's what do you think stabbing is going on in England? If you check these children that are stabbing people or stabbing themselves, these are single mothers' home. Dad is no longer there. Everywhere is confused. In Africa, you have to see that. But that's why I form a channel called Off It a Truth. I said it's just a new channel. Go after, I'm more speaking the broken language to go after these women and the men. I said dump them, let them go, let this stupid shit go. Take Zimbabwe, that's still a little bit still connected. Even when they live in London, they still there. Take Uganda, they still connected to that. Go for anything there that is, from this, Jezebel ones that came taking advantage of the government system to dump you. So that's why I said that the more it's only in the black society I see that we can form history that not really history. We can change it like that. That's why I say what you talk about. There's not only with the Black American alone. If you date some of these islanders, some of these South Americans, majority of them can even stay in the husband houses also. So if you go and marry a woman from Curacao, just understand you're going to divorce her also in time also, or she will divorce you. So the elongated of marriage does not really exist in some of these places also. So whereby you can dance merengue, salsa, and tango in just God bless you if you go and marry a Brazil woman. Just after 2 years, you will be done. You understand? So all these things you said about in America, some of these South Americans and these islanders, they also have it too. I don't know if it's the slave trade of a thing that man was being sold, or is the mentality. A woman will run after a guy because he wears Nike or Timberland, and the kind of shit going on. And white people don't behave like that. You talk about Russian women. Those are far more rustic women you've seen. They act like men sometimes. But they hold down with the family. They hold that. That's why I put Latino. The Mexican in your front
Did
over
you
there.
know?
You can see them
Did
with
you know that
Superu
Russia? Did you know that Russia, and in particular Moscow, has some of the highest rates of single motherhood on earth?
because their men
Did you
drink.
know that?
Because of vodka have taken over their men. But in behavior,
That's
to
not
hold
why.
that family, if you're straight up, you're not boozy yourself up all
You're
the
talking
time.
about the Wagners. You're talking about the
They
Wagner group. And
no talk
before
about
Wagner
vodka,
group was
vodka,
even a thing.
vodka. Russia people take a lot of vodka a lot. They all drunk on vodka too. But behavior level, strongness,
Oh, vodka.
Georgians, the Georgia Republic, Ukrainians, the Russians, they have a gene that are very, very strong. If you're not drinking and everything, they can be with you and hold on with the family and fight hard. These are totally different people too. So with the with once a black person, woman leave Africa, it become like a monster somewhere else. You understand me? That's what I'm just trying to say.
They
That
become independent. It seems like to you,
yeah.
it
So
seems like
that
to
cause
you, a
problem with the
woman,
uh,
it seems
that
like to
cause
you,
problem
a
with the
woman
children
being,
because
hold on. It seems like to you, a woman being independent, right? And now you actually having to earn the right to be her husband instead of her being so disheveled and in need to be connected to you. It seems like for you, that makes that woman a monster. I'm comfortable competing for those type of women. I actually like them having, right? Where they're not just a drag on my family's, dowries, right? They actually add to it. right? I like those type of women, me personally. So I don't see this issue with their independence, but I do agree with you, right? You do see a clear difference between American women and other women across the earth, mainly because they have been allowed to compete and many of them are doing well. It's just a fact. And that was part of the reason why I jumped on, because some of the piling on when it comes to American women, I mean, I do think it was slightly addressed that it's not just a black American woman thing. You'll find this as soon as an African woman can get off the continent and make it over here to America and find a university to graduate from and build a great career, right? And then she no longer needs men either, right? I think I have the vantage point of this being the reality my entire life.
All right, hold on. Let me address that. Why is it that only the black woman said is the why is it that only the black woman is the only woman that doesn't need a man once she gets money? Okay, why is it that the white woman doesn't need a man once she gets? Why is it that the Hispanic woman doesn't need a man once she gets money? Why is it the Asian woman doesn't need a man once she gets money? Why is it only the black woman's the only one that doesn't need a man once she gets money? All
So
those other women get money too, but they still
so
have a man.
I
They
got you.
still okay. They still the white women still
I
voted
think that's dictated by
educated
the
white
type of
women.
man you
Okay,
are.
still voted for Donald Trump.
I think that's dictated by the
So
type of
so
man you are, right? Because with black women, I never doubted. They always needed me. I knew they always wanted me, right? I was never in doubt of that. I never even paid that rhetoric of they don't need a man any attention. I knew the lengths they would go through to go through my phone to know what I'm doing. I knew how much they wanted to hold on to me. So this is where, for me, maybe I'm looking at it from a different vantage point where the stuff you talking about, like that never applied. I don't look at these women as not needing a man, right? Most of them want a man. Most of them, unfortunately, want the same man, and that's what becomes problematic. Like if you look at a Kevin Samuels, they all want a man making six figures, this, that, and the third. He's 6'4", and he's good to his mother, and he goes to church. When in reality, like they're a CNA nurse making 65 grand a year, right? So that is more of the issue for them in terms of their dating. But even doing that, you can survive and retire off of that in America. So they don't have this need to be saved that some other women have. But that's fairly common, and that's not just a black woman thing. If you look at feminism, this is all a feminist model, and feminism wasn't a black woman thing up until about the 70s.
you need to just admit, Willie, that you represent a demographic of men where you go along with this matriarchal culture that the black women have. You need to just admit that.
No,
Because that's
I'll
what's
admit
going on
this.
out here. That's what exists out here. Is we
I'll
have we
admit
have a
this.
matriarchal culture where these women they really believe. Now you got women that are pastors in the church now. They were never supposed to be pastors, but they, you know what I mean? Like a woman cannot lead me like that. Like, but yet you got women on these altars and stuff behaving like they're pastors.
Yo,
You
man, I
know,
gotta catch up, man. It's 2026. Like Angela Merkel's here, right? This isn't specifically a black issue of women now
Angela
being
Merkel's not
thrust.
in
Now,
office anymore.
hear what I'm saying though. But you understood my point if you know who she is. What I'm saying is This isn't a new phenomenon, and this isn't a black phenomenon. In women in certain markets, mainly in Western worlds, being able to compete. And guess what? In a lot of cases, they do phenomenally well at what they do. You say you wouldn't let a woman lead, right? I had no problem with Angela Merkel being the CEO of Xerox. You want to know why? Because she produced some great dividends. She was great for the stock. She was a great leader for the company, for its investors. So I do understand the mindset that, you know, life was better for men when these women were subjugated. I get that. I'm just trying to bring y'all up to reality that the honest truth is, especially in the Western world, women aren't going back to what it was. So it's either as a man, you can figure out a way to, I hate to use the term conquer, but acquire what you want out of life, you know what I'm saying, or not. Or you're just gonna be miserable and be a passport bro. And then that's fine too. You can go to DR, you can buy your women in DR. Like the women in DR, they cost like $25. I couldn't believe it. My friend tried to fill the whole taxi up. Come on, you get in everybody, right? Like if that's gonna be your supplement, then more power to you. But I just want to paint a real picture of what's going on with these women. And it's not that they're just totally out of control. They just don't have a need for men to save them as much anymore. And honestly, for me on the Western side, it makes dating easier for me as a man. That was all I wanted to jump in and just defend black women, just honestly for a moment, from a dude that's married to one and has a black daughter. That was it. But I'm gonna check you dudes out later, man. I gotta crash. I'm gonna holler at y'all.
All right, so Kyle, are you there? Well, I think Kyle is busy. Okay, so you're saying Kadala has a white wife. Don't take him serious. Okay, failure of the black man forced black women to be independent. Okay, the same system that fired black men fire black women also. Okay, any normal women will go with the nuclear physicist. TV pushes stereotypes to black people. Okay, so why he married a white woman? Well, I feel like really conceited than a mouthful. Federal job cut. Most black males in the U.S. do not have a job, let alone a degree in astrophysics. Okay. He's trying to turn this into the manosphere. Please move on from this. This is sounding like Fresh and Fit, those other corny channels. You males make women single mothers. Okay. Elvis Dr. Jawanza Kunjufu advocated things you said regarding manhood training programs. So-called AAs complain too much about Mzungu instead of community building and culture. Okay. Stop. Okay, this guy is not bright. Okay, Ola, understand something. You men already dropped the ball and you can't just put the ball back in the box. Okay, we used to have schools. Okay, patriarchy has to be accepted by men and women. Okay. She chose another brother. Okay, he wants to have an excuse to date interracially. Honeyflower is a feminist. Okay. Okay. All right.
All right, who's else? What's up, Adama?
Oh, hey, caller. Yeah, everybody. We had a discussion with Willie. We had a productive discussion. We was waiting for you to come back. But I have a question for you. Because you talking about your family and your wife. I think it's interesting. You said that she's part Bassa as
Well,
well.
mother, the way it works in Liberia is almost all the people, American Liberian, with a few exceptions, have some sort of native in their ancestry. Because of intermarriage and sex and stuff like that. My wife is like a American Liberian, but her mother is part Bassa. She's like about I think her mother's like a quarter Bassa.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I find that very interesting.
Yeah, that's like with
Very.
almost every American Liberian or Congo people, what they call them, with the exception of the Coopers. The Coopers like the only ones. Try to think of who else. The Coopers and who else? The only people I can think off the top of my head is the Coopers. The Cooper clan. They're the ones that basically they don't have any native ancestry in their bloodlines. However, the Coopers do are related to the Dennises. The Dennises have Vi in them. The Coopers are first cousins with the Johnsons are have Vi in their ancestry. He distinguished by the Coopers is and the Johnsons is they're all very light skinned, but they have like brown skin. The brown skin people are descendant of the people who may have had Vi or Bassa ancestry, whatever. So the Dennises definitely have some indigenous African in them, but they're first cousins to the Coopers. They're related to the Coopers by blood. The Cooper family is just a family, they're just pure American Liberian. They're like the only ones that's like American Liberians pure. The Johnsons married with other groups. So they do with the Padmores. No, the Padmores are Caribbean. The Padmores are Caribbean. The Goodriches are Caribbean. The Howards are Caribbean. The Morgans are Caribbeans. I know all the clans. I know all the families in Liberia. I know them all. So it is what it is. Yeah, so
Okay, cool. So Liberia, they have like different, like is it like different? Because you talk about the Coopers, it's like different Americo-Liberian families that it had like a lot of influence
yeah, there's different. There's
in different
hierarchy.
parts of the country.
There's some people that were like working class farmers, and some are
Yeah.
of the very elite. So the American Liberian society is diverse. You got poor ones, you got middle class ones, and you got rich ones. People try to make it sound American Liberians are all rich, ruling people.
Yeah.
That's not. You just got to know, have common sense and know black people. There's no such thing as no rich black elite place. And now in Africa, you have tribal elites, that rob the country. Like in Nigeria, certain groups and families own everything, and they basically fly over to Makoko, look at that stench, and think nothing of it. The people accept
Okay.
poverty in most of Africa.
So let me ask, Kala, in I Show Speed's video where he was in Liberia, what were those people yelling at him as? Because I don't want to, because I don't know the
Well,
language.
that video was done
No,
haphazard.
my question is this, Kala. There was something they was yelling at him. It was a word. I don't know how to spell it, and I don't want to get it wrong. But it
I
sounded
didn't.
like they were saying like "you" or something like that. Like, what does that mean?
Oh, no, I didn't hear it, so I wouldn't know. I didn't
Because
hear it.
they was yelling something as every time he would go by, they would like be yelling at him, and then he would sometimes he would say it back.
I don't know. It's probably something in Colaqua.
Yes, was it Kolakwa they were speaking or whatever it was? But it was like the native people. They kept yelling something at him, and I don't know what it meant. But I just want to know if
It's probably some word of affection.
what does that mean though? Like what is that
I
word?
didn't hear the word. I can't tell you. I didn't hear it. I didn't really watch that actual speed thing. Only thing I saw was
Okay.
Providence Island.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know. I didn't get a chance to watch it. All I saw was the part where he was on Providence Island, and the rest of it,
Okay.
they led him to West Point. That was the stupidest thing. They could have took him to Painesville.
Yeah.
They could have took him.
Yeah.
They could have took Robertsport. They could have done some surfing. There's a surfing community up there, a Liberian surf community up there. They could have did so much. What they did, they could show some of the Liberian beaches. Those are Ghanaians running that thing. They made Liberia look bad. At the same time, they tried to make Ghana look good. Liberia. I mean, honestly, my honest opinion, Liberia blows Ghana out the door as far as looks. People think Ghana because Ghana has a good way of promoting itself, but Ghana's not really all that. You take away Accra and some parts of Accra, and Ghana's nothing. Liberia, Monrovia is a big city. It's a well-developed city, oldest city in West Africa. So.
Well, see, my whole thing about Liberia, Kala, is that because I plan on going in a few years myself, pretty soon myself. As soon as I get my passport.
You guys so long to fucking travel, man. I don't understand that.
No, well, as soon as I get my passport, I'm headed straight to Liberia. But my thing is this, Kala, is that I don't think Liberia should just have one city. Like they got Monrovia, but that's the only city. Like there should be more than one city. Like when you go to the UAE, right? You got
several cities.
Yeah, but when you go to the UAE, you got Dubai, you got Abu Dhabi, and you got Qatar. You got different cities that you can go to.
You got like 5 major cities and a whole bunch of small towns.
Yeah, but Liberia should be the same way. Like everything shouldn't just revolve around Monrovia. There should be Monrovia. And if I don't want to go there, I should be able to go to other places too. But they should have the same infrastructure.
Nigeria, you only got Lagos, right, in the surrounding areas, and then Ghana, you only got Accra. To be honest with you, Sierra Leone is only Freetown. That's colonial. That's all there is. You got one major city, and everything sprouts up around it. That's how it is. That's the way modern Africa was built. So it is what it is. What you call Liberia got Harper. That's a major city. They got Greenville. They got Buchanan. They got Marshall. And they got Monrovia and Marvinsport. And it's in the interior. They got Ganta. Look at Mufasa, Nigeria guy. Yeah, we know that. But when you think of Nigeria, Mufasa, what do you think of? Lagos and Abuja. And the rest of the places just flyover country.
It depends.
And Liberia got a city called Ganta in the interior, in the mountains. On the Guinea border. I went there. The Guinea border, so they got Ganta's a big city,
Okay.
So that's right there on the Guinea border. I've been there, had a ball. The same way to find black men, find black men. Also, the same system of fire or not. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, that I don't know what the situation is. Me, my wife's Liberian. I don't do the whole. I have no regrets, to tell you the truth. I have no regrets because always be like, I had when I was dating in America, I had my fun when I was younger. When I was in my 20s and 30s, it was great. As I got older, right, when I turned 40, it was different. I wanted something more serious. And I could not find that with the black women here, And the sad part was in my 40s, I said if I want a serious relationship, the only thing that was available was other races, and I didn't want to date or marry other races. I didn't want to be a failure. I consider interracial marriage as failure. That's what I do. I see interracial marriage as failure, and so therefore I said I gotta look for other options. And so I started looking overseas and other different types of women, black women. But not because I didn't want to. I didn't want to like I said, I can't. The women here, the black women here, when I'm over the age of 40. It's like the thing is, black women have this thing to be. It's like they could be 6 months younger than you, and they'll say something stupid like, "You might be too old for me. You're much older than me, bitch. I'm only a year older than you." You know, or when you have a 40-year-old black woman and she still calls her father her daddy. My daddy, when not, that they become they're like arrested. They become little girls their whole fucking life. And I'm like, you got these old ass men. I'm like, who's that? Oh, it's my uncle. That ain't your uncle. That's some nigga hanging around. Or not, he's like my uncle. Or not. Yeah, all right. You knew him when he was 12. You're 12 years old. Is it time for you to break free from him and let me become your man? Black women don't do that. They got 5 different dudes. Like, oh, that's my mechanic friend. Oh, that's my friend that we smoke weed together. That's my friend that do this. Oh, that's my uncle such a. They use men. Black women will drain you. They'll have at least 20 men that they go out with so they, instead of settling down with one man, making that one man the all in all, they're like, why should I settle with one man? He's gonna come pick me up. He's gonna pick me up if I need a ride from work. If I got this guy like that. And so I said to myself, the reason why that is because society does not pressure black women. It's okay for a black woman to be 50 years old and still running around with friends, And so therefore, me, I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. I said I'm not gonna do that. Black women, I'm like, I'm not. If I wanted a relationship with a black woman in America, I know what it'll be. I see her when I see her. She's still out with her friends. Her friends are more important. They're still trying to go to the bar, the club, and they'll sit on the phone. We try to have a movie together at night. She's on the phone the half the night with her friends. Her friends call you and call at the same time of the night, interrupting you. Oh, I gotta go out. My friends in trouble. They need me. I gotta pick them up. What the fuck? I gotta go bring your fucking friends home, or they make your friend. When you're dating a black woman, right? They don't know how to protect you from their family. They let their family use you. And, I say I had enough. I cut it off. I had never been more happy when I cut these women off. When my last girlfriend here, I cut her off, man. That was back. What year was it? Damn, it's been 9 years. 2017, almost 9 years now. I said, yo, look, because at the time I already knew Isabella. I already knew her. Liberian girl. I just haven't seen her. We were just talking online. And so I said, man, I'm gonna go for this shit. I just made my mind. I'm going for it. I got a Liberian girl. She was telling me everything about what a woman is and how she believes or not. I said, yeah, man. I used to tell her, oh man, her friends always coming in, between us and shit like that. She always listen to her friends and all stuff like that. And she was like, nah, I'm not like that. My friends ever say anything about my man, I'm done with them. So I said, man, this is the type of woman I need. I like to cook. My wife loves to cook, and she's everything I want in a fucking woman, So I couldn't get that in America, right? I had to share. Also, I'll be honest with myself, right? If I was to settle for a big girl, which I don't, I probably could have been settled down. But the type of black women I'm attracted to, right, is my curse. I'm attracted to hot black girls, really pretty black girls, right? And those girls always know that they always got. Also, yeah, no thing is they be having guys from fucking high school call. What are you doing, man? This nigga hasn't got a wife or nothing like that. Why is he still calling you? And you haven't seen him in 20 years, Oh yeah, well, why don't you just tell him you with me now? They always leave it open for, oh, you might have a chance. So they have a guy. They always have a guy on hook. And so I said, that's what Black American women about. I'm done. I'm done. If I was the type of dude to just no, I could have been staying here and been dating and just having. I didn't want that. I wanted a relationship. I could be dating. I used to date like 4 or 5 women at a time. I was done with that shit. I wanted a woman. I want somebody to be with me. I want that validation of having somebody with me. I was ready for that, but I couldn't find it here. Right, so.
Yeah, but another thing I think that a lot of the brothers need to explore, though, Kala, is because it's something I've been looking into, is the Bantu women in South Africa. You know, like the
I mean, look,
Zulus,
I haven't seen really any attractive ones, so.
the Venda. Well, see, that's the thing. You and I might have different tastes,
Yeah,
Kala, but
I haven't really seen any really attractive women.
well, when I look at those women, right? When I look at the Venda, I mean, they're beautiful. I mean, they're slender, but then they have the
Yeah,
bubble
those aren't
butt.
Bantu. Those aren't Bantu. Yeah,
Yes, they are Bantu. Venda are Bantu.
Vendas are not Bantu.
Yes,
They're part of the same.
let me look that up. No, the
They're
Zulus, the Venda, all those tribes down there are Bantu.
You talking about the ones in Namibia?
No, I'm talking about South Africa.
Oh, the Venda, whatever. Yeah, the Vendas are the set. Oh, yeah, the Vendas are descendants of Nilotic people that migrated there hundreds of years ago. They're not
Yeah, but I've seen some of their women, man, and they're beautiful. They have some of the most beautiful bodies I've ever seen. Like South African black women, they're some of the most beautiful I've ever seen.
You just gotta get yourself a woman, man. You gotta get yourself. Do you make good money?
Yeah, I make good money.
You should have been overseas already, bro. There's no excuse.
I'm going overseas real soon.
If you make money, you should be able to go over there within a month or two. Don't sit out waiting for your whole fucking life. Because I tell you right now, I can tell by the way you talk, you're losing your mind. You gotta get yourself a woman.
How am I losing my mind?
Because the way you talk about women, women should just be like, matter of factly.
This is just how I talk about women, but I'm not losing my mind.
What I'm saying, you are losing your mind over women. You gotta get yourself a woman real quick. Ask Dark Migo to hook you up.
Nah, I don't do hookups. So I'm sorry. I'm straight.
You gotta get Dark Migo and get out there and whatnot. There's women out there, bro. You're in your 30s, right?
Yeah.
Man, it's a prime, man. When I was your age, man, shit, I had no problem with fucking women, man.
No, I don't have a problem with women either. I'm just out there looking at the possibilities. But like I said, I was seriously looking into South Africa. Like I was seriously.
I had women right here in my city, man. I was like, when I used to go down to the oceanfront, Virginia Beach oceanfront was like a buffet, man. Every weekend, without fail. Some nights I struck out, but without fail, I got either a number or hooking up. It was just the way it was. I was young, by the time all the way up to the time I turned 40, I turned 40, I stopped the street life, the game, and whatnot, and I grew up finally. When I turned 40, I stopped clubbing, I stopped all that shit. I wanted a real serious relationship. I didn't want to run the streets no more. I didn't want to be in that life anymore. I said I don't want that life anymore, and everything like that. Any woman I'm with, I'm going to be serious with. And to be honest with you, just that most women, they don't want to settle down. That's what I did. Anyway, Dama, I gotta go, man. I gotta get up in the morning. You take care.
All right, cool. All right,
folks. Good night.